Act 1, Chapter 1. The last thing Issei Hayadu remembered was the taste of ozone and the sound of Drake roaring a warning he could not understand. He had been standing in the ruins of a collapsed dimension, one of the countless pocket realities that opened and closed around the underworld like tears in wet paper. A rogue artifact, something older than the three factions, had been pulsing with an unstable light. Rias had told him not to touch it. Aquino had told him not to touch it. Even Drake, who rarely bothered warning him about anything short of certain death, had told him not to touch it. Issei had touched it anyway, because a stray cat had wandered too close to the light, and he was not the kind of person who could stand by and watch anything small get hurt. Then the world had come apart in white fire, and now he was lying face down on cold tile, and someone was screaming. He opened his eyes. The ceiling above him was not the ceiling of any dimension he recognized. It was smooth, paneled, threaded with thin strips of blue light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. The air smelled of ionized metal and floor polish. Somewhere close by, an alarm was chiming in a rhythm that sounded almost polite, as if apologizing for the intrusion. Contact detected in Hangar 7, a synthetic voice announced overhead. Unknown male presence. Security teams, please respond. Issei sat up slowly, every joint aching as though he had been dropped from a great height. His clothes were intact, his sacred gear was silent on his left arm, and the enormous room around him was full of machines unlike anything he had ever seen. Tall armored frames hung suspended from articulated cranes, their surfaces gleaming white and gold and cobalt, shaped like something between a suit of armor and a fighter jet folded down into humanoid form. Cables thick as his arm ran along the floor. A dozen monitors flickered with diagnostic data in a language he could read but did not recognize as belonging to any nation he knew. And then there were the girls. 6 of them, in identical uniforms, were standing in a loose defensive arc at the far end of the hangar, all staring at him with expressions ranging from alarm to open suspicion. One had short blue hair and stood with her weight forward, ready to move. Another, taller, with long blonde hair pulled into an elegant plait, had already produced some kind of slender rapier from nowhere, and was holding it level at his chest. Do not move, the blonde said, her accent crisp and foreign. Identify yourself immediately. Issei raised both hands slowly, the universal gesture of a man who had learned the hard way that sudden movement in front of armed strangers rarely ended well. Issei Hayadu, he said. I don't know where I am. I don't know how I got here. I promise I'm not trying to hurt anyone. A man, said a smaller girl with twin tails of dark hair, her tone somewhere between disbelief and disgust. How did a man get into a restricted IS hangar? The security here is supposed to be the tightest in the country. Is? Issei repeated, and the word meant nothing to him. The alarm overhead kept chiming. Footsteps were approaching fast from the corridor beyond the hangar doors, more than one set, moving with the kind of discipline that suggested trained soldiers rather than curious students. Issei felt Drake stir faintly against his arm, the dragon's presence a low hum of attention rather than alarm. Whatever this place was, it did not smell of danger to either of them. Strange, yes? Dangerous, not yet. The hangar doors slid open with a hiss, and a woman strode in who carried herself like an officer. Her hair was a deep violet, cut sharp at the jaw, and her eyes swept the room once and settled on Issei with the precision of a targeting system. Stand down, she said to the 6 girls, and they obeyed instantly, weapons and stances relaxing though none of them looked fully at ease. She turned her attention fully on Issei. You are trespassing on the grounds of the IS Academy. I am Shifuyu Orimura, head instructor of this facility. You have exactly one chance to explain, clearly and honestly, how you came to be standing in my hangar. Issei had faced down fallen angels, devils, and at least one deity with a grudge, and something about the flat certainty in this woman's voice told him that lying to her would be a serious mistake. I don't have a good explanation, he admitted. 1 second I was somewhere else, somewhere very far from here, and there was a bright light, and then I woke up on your floor. That's the truth. I know how it sounds. Shifuyu studied him for a long moment. Then her gaze dropped to his left forearm, where a faint green glow was pulsing beneath his sleeve in time with his heartbeat. a glow that had nothing to do with any technology this world had ever produced. "That mark on your arm," she said. "What is it?" Before Issei could answer, a deep, resonant voice spoke directly into his mind, audible only to him. "Partner, this world is thin on magic but thick on iron and lightning. I do not recognize its make. Be careful who you trust until we understand the shape of things." Issei swallowed and chose his next words with unusual care. "It's part of who I am," he said. "It won't hurt anyone unless I choose to fight. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to figure out how to get home." For a moment nobody spoke. The hum of the hangar's machinery filled the silence, patient and indifferent to the standoff happening beneath it. Then the blue-haired girl who had been first to react finally lowered her guard a fraction and spoke, her voice quieter than before. "He doesn't feel like Phantom Task," she said, more to Shifuyu than to Issei. "I've fought their operatives twice now. This isn't that. He looks like he genuinely doesn't know where he is." Shifuyu did not immediately relax, but something in her posture shifted, the readiness of a soldier settling into the patience of an interrogator instead. "Hookie's instincts have been reliable so far," she said. "Very well. You will be held for questioning, under guard, until we can verify your story. If you cooperate, this can be simple. If you do not, it will not be." She glanced toward the door. "Escort him to the West Administration building. I want a full medical scan and a full interview transcript on my desk within the hour." 2 more instructors entered, flanking Issei on either side as he was walked out of the hangar. He caught one last glimpse of the 6 girls watching him go, their expressions no longer hostile so much as deeply, thoroughly curious. The blonde with the rapier was murmuring something to the girl beside her, a petite figure with pale hair and enormous eyes who kept glancing back at him with an expression like she had just found something impossible sitting in her living room. Issei let himself be led away without resistance, his mind racing through everything Drake had said and everything he had seen. Armored suits that flew. An all-female security detail with weapons that didn't look like weapons should. A world where his mere presence as a man in a restricted area was treated as an event worth alarms and armed response. Wherever he was, it was not cool. It was not the underworld. It might not even be a world that knew devils or angels existed at all. He thought of Rias, of Asia, of the whole chaotic, loving mess of people he had left behind without meaning to, and he felt a familiar tightness settle into his chest, the same stubborn resolve that had carried him through worse odds than this. Whatever this place was, he would find his way home. But first, it seemed, he would have to survive a very thorough interrogation. The administration building was quieter than the hangar, all clean lines and glass walls, the kind of architecture that made Issei feel like he had wandered into someone's vision of the future. He was placed in a small room with a table, 2 chairs, and a mirror that was almost certainly one-way glass. A young woman in a lab coat ran a scanner over him that beeped and blinked and produced no results she seemed to expect, muttering to herself about anomalous readings and impossible energy signatures. "His biology is human," she reported to someone through an earpiece, "but there's something layered underneath it that I've never seen. Not IS core resonance. Not Alaska treaty tech. It's almost organic. Like it's alive." Issei sat quietly through all of it, answering the questions put to him as honestly as he dared. He was a student. He had been caught in some kind of accident during a trip abroad. He had woken up here with no memory of the journey between. He left out devils, angels, dragons, and the small matter of an ancient artifact that had apparently thrown him not just across space but possibly across worlds entirely, because some truths, spoken too soon to the wrong ears, only made things worse. Hours passed. The questions eventually slowed, then stopped. He was given food, simple but decent, and left alone with his thoughts and the soft blue light strips in the ceiling. It was well past dark when the door finally opened again, and Shifuyu Orimura stepped in alone, a data tablet under one arm and an expression that had softened only slightly from its earlier severity. "Your story is consistent," she said, sitting across from him without preamble. "It's also completely insufficient. We have no record of you entering the country. No record of you existing anywhere in any database we have access to. And you are, as of 6 hours ago, the second male human being on this planet capable of standing in an IS hangar without immediately dropping dead of a heart attack from the raw energy field alone, which by every measure of biology and physics we possess should not be survivable for a man. She set the tablet down. So you'll forgive me if I want a better explanation than an accident during a trip abroad. Issei met her eyes. Something in the steadiness of her gaze reminded him a little of Rias, the same unwillingness to be lied to twice. The truth is going to sound insane, he said quietly. But I'd rather you think I'm insane than think I'm lying to your face while you're being this fair to me. Shifuya leaned back slightly. I'm listening. And so, for the first time since waking up in a world of flying armor and women who commanded it, Issei Hayato began, haltingly, to tell the truth. Chapter 2. He told her about devils and angels and a world hidden in the folds of the one she knew, about a school called Ko where the student council kept the peace between old and dangerous families, about a red dragon sealed inside his own arm that had once burned kingdoms and now mostly complained about his choice of breakfast. He told her about the artifact he should never have touched and the stray cat he had not been able to walk away from, and about the white light that had swallowed him whole and spat him out onto her hangar floor. He expected disbelief. He expected to be locked away as a madman, or worse, treated as a threat to be neutralized before he could prove otherwise. Instead, Shifuya Orimura listened to the entire story without once interrupting, her expression unreadable, her eyes occasionally flicking to the faint glow still visible beneath his sleeve. When he finished, the silence stretched long enough that Issei began to wonder if he had made a terrible mistake. Do you know, Shifuya said finally, that 6 years ago the idea of a machine that could only be piloted by women, one that rewrote global politics and economics overnight, would have sounded exactly as insane as what you just told me. Issei blinked. That's not really the same thing. It's close enough. She tapped the tablet, and a new file opened, dense with data he couldn't parse quickly. The honest answer is that I don't fully believe you. The slightly less honest answer is that I don't fully disbelieve you either, because your biology doesn't match anything in our records, your energy signature doesn't match anything in our records, and men who can survive proximity to an active IS core without dying are, as of this morning, a sample size of exactly 2 in the entire world. She met his eyes. One of them is my brother. He's a student here. The other, apparently, is you. There's another one, Issei said slowly. Another guy who can be near this IS stuff and not get hurt. Ichika Orimura. He'll be in your classes, assuming I decide to let you have classes rather than a cell. Shifuya closed the tablet. I haven't decided that yet. But I'm inclined to keep you close rather than lock you away somewhere I can't watch what you do. A contained variable is safer than a hidden one. Issei felt something in his chest loosen slightly, the first real breath he'd taken since waking up in this world. So I'm not a prisoner. You're a guest under very close observation, Shifuya said, standing. Which, in this facility, might as well be the same thing, so don't get comfortable. You'll be housed in the academy dormitory, monitored by staff, and required to check in daily. If you so much as look wrong at one of my students, I will personally make sure you regret it. Are we clear? Very clear, Issei said, and meant it. Good. She turned toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, whatever you touched that brought you here, if it's still active on your end, we may be able to help you find a way home. My science division has spent years trying to understand energy signatures nobody else on Earth has ever produced. Yours might be new to us, but new doesn't mean impossible to study. It was the first genuinely kind thing she had said to him, delivered in the same flat, no-nonsense tone as everything else, and somehow that made it land harder. Issei thought of Rias promising him, back when he was nothing but an ordinary pervert with an extraordinary curse, that she would always find a way to bring him home if he was ever lost. He wondered if she was searching for him right now, if Aquino and Asia and Kaneko were tearing apart every dimension they could reach looking for any trace of him. He would find his way back to them. He believed that the way he believed in his own name. But until then, it seemed, he had landed somewhere that at least did not want him dead. Thank you, he said quietly, for not writing me off as a lunatic. Shifuya's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Don't thank me yet. You still have to survive a school full of teenage girls who have spent their entire lives being told that men are, at best, biologically unsuited for the one thing that makes someone powerful in this world. She opened the door. Curiosity can be more dangerous than hostility, Mr. Hayato. Sleep well. The dormitory room they gave him was small, clean, and utterly unfamiliar, with a narrow bed, a desk, and a window that looked out over the sprawling academy campus glittering under artificial floodlights. Issei sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, turning his left forearm over in the dim light, watching the faint green glow pulse beneath his skin. You're quiet, he thought toward the dragon coiled somewhere in the space between his soul and his arm. I am thinking, Drake rumbled back. This world's power does not come from magic as we know it. It comes from something they call an is core, a device, not a gift, not a bloodline. And yet it behaves almost like a sacred gear. Contained. Personal. Resonant with its bearer's will. It is strange, partner. Almost as if some distant echo of our own world's rules bled into this one long ago, and they built machines to chase what they no longer remembered how to become. Issei considered that in silence. Do you think we can get home? I think, Drake said slowly, that a rift powerful enough to throw us across worlds did not simply vanish once it deposited us here. Somewhere, a door remains, even if it is closed for now. We will find it. But partner, until we do, I would advise caution. You have a habit of trusting people quickly. That habit has served you well among devils who at least understood the rules of the game we play. These people do not know the rules exist. Some of them will fear you. Some will want to use you. Be careful which is which. Issei lay back on the unfamiliar bed and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, and for the first time since the white light had swallowed him whole, allowed himself to feel the full weight of how far from home he truly was. Tomorrow, he told himself, he would start figuring out how to get back. Tonight, he would sleep, and hope that whatever waited for him in this strange new academy was not as dangerous as Shifuyu or Amura's warnings suggested. He was, of course, wrong about that. But not in the way he expected. Chapter 3. Morning came with a knock sharp enough to startle him upright, and a voice on the other side of the door that carried the particular energy of someone who had been sent on an errand they found deeply unfair. Hey! New guy. Shifuyuni says I'm supposed to show you around before homeroom, so open the door before I decide this was a great excuse to skip you entirely. Issei opened the door to find a boy about his own age standing in the hallway, brown hair slightly mussed, wearing the same academy uniform Issei had been given the night before, an expression on his face that suggested long practice at looking unbothered by things that would bother most people. He looked, Issei thought, like someone who had learned to survive being surrounded by extraordinary women through sheer stubborn ordinariness. Ichika Orimura, the boy said, holding out a hand. You're the guy who dropped out of the sky into Hangar 7. Word travels fast around here. Issei shook his hand. Issei Hayato. Your sister already threatened to make me regret it if I looked at anyone wrong. Yeah, that sounds like her. Ichika grinned, and something about the easy warmth of it reminded Issei painfully of his own friends back home, of Matsuda and Motohama and their shared, ridiculous camaraderie. Come on. If we're both freaks of nature who can survive an IS field, we might as well figure out breakfast together. There's a cafeteria, but fair warning, you're about to become the second most stared at person in this school, and I've held that title alone for 2 years, so I'm honestly looking forward to sharing the load. The walk to the cafeteria was its own education. The academy sprawled across a campus that mixed clean modern architecture with wide open training fields, hangars visible in the distance where the armored suits Issei now understood to be called IS units were stored and maintained. Students moved between buildings in loose groups, nearly all of them young women, uniforms crisp, conversations bright and unguarded in the way only genuinely safe places allowed. And every single one of them, without exception, turned to stare as Issei and Ichika passed. You get used to it, Ichika said under his breath, not quite convincingly. Sort of. The cafeteria was worse, in the specific way that a large room full of curious eyes was always worse than a hallway. Issei kept his head down, focused on his tray, and tried very hard not to think about how many conversations around him had suddenly gone quiet. Ichika. A new voice, crisp and faintly amused, arrived at their table before its owner did. Issei looked up to see the blonde girl from the hangar the day before, her rapier notably absent now, replaced by an expression of polite, needling curiosity. I see you've adopted our mysterious intruder. Cecilia, Ichika said. This is Issei. Issei, Cecilia Alcott. She's from England and she'll mention it approximately 4 times in this conversation. I will mention it exactly as often as is relevant, Cecilia said primly, taking the seat across from Issei without waiting to be invited. I simply believe it's important context for people to understand who they're speaking with. Before Issei could respond, 3 more chairs filled in quick succession. The petite girl with pale hair and enormous eyes settled beside Cecilia, introducing herself in halting but determined Japanese as Charlotte Dunois, followed by the sharp-tongued girl with twin tails from the hangar, who announced herself as Rin, and finally the blue-haired girl, Hooky, who said nothing at first and simply studied Issei with the same careful, assessing look she'd worn the day before. So, Rin said, leaning forward with her chin on one hand, you just fell out of nowhere into a top-secret military hangar, and somehow you're not currently in a cell being dissected. Shifuyu-sensei, I must actually believe your story. She said she doesn't fully believe it, Issei admitted. She just doesn't fully disbelieve it either. That's practically a hug from her, Ichika said, and Rin snorted. Charlotte, who had been quiet, finally spoke, her accent softening her careful Japanese into something gentle. Is it true you can be near an activated IS core and not feel sick? Ichika is the only one who's ever been able to do that. Everyone said it was because of something special in his blood. Issei hesitated, unsure how much of the truth was safe to share with a table of strangers, however friendly they seemed. Drake's earlier warning echoed in the back of his mind. Some will want to use you. Be careful which is which. I don't really know why, he said carefully, which was not quite a lie. I've just never had trouble with energy fields like that. Where I'm from, there's a lot of things most people can't handle that don't bother me the same way. Hookie's eyes narrowed slightly, not with hostility exactly, more like the sharpened focus of someone filing away a detail for later. That's a very careful non-answer, she said. It's the only honest one I can give right now, Issei said, meeting her gaze directly. I promise it's not because I'm trying to hide something dangerous. It's because some things are hard to explain, and even harder to believe. For a moment the table was quiet. Then, unexpectedly, it was Cecilia who broke the tension, setting down her tea with the air of someone changing the subject with deliberate grace. Well, whatever the reason, you'll have ample opportunity to prove yourself trustworthy, since it seems Shifuyu-sensei has decided you'll be attending classes with us starting today. She smiled, sharp and curious. I do hope you're prepared to be interesting company, Mr. Hayato. This academy has been rather short on surprises since Ichika arrived, and I find I've missed them. Issei managed a small, genuine smile despite the churn of anxiety still sitting in his stomach. I'll do my best. Breakfast passed more easily after that, the initial wariness softening by degrees into the easy, chattering rhythm of teenagers who had decided, for now, to extend a stranger the benefit of the doubt. Issei found himself laughing at Rin's blunt commentary on Ichika's chronic obliviousness, found himself charmed by Charlotte's earnest questions about his life before arriving, found himself watching Hookie's quiet, careful attentiveness and thinking that she reminded him a little of Kaneko, the same watchful loyalty hidden under a guarded exterior. It would have been easy, in that moment, to forget how far from home he truly was. The reminder came less than an hour later, in his very first class, when the classroom door slid open and a new teacher stepped in, tall and severe, her eyes sweeping the room and landing immediately, unerringly, on Issei. Class, she said, her voice carrying an edge of something colder than mere authority. I understand we have an unregistered outsider joining us today. I'll be frank. I do not share Shifuyu-sensei's patience for unexplained anomalies wandering the halls of a facility this sensitive. Her gaze did not waver from Issei's face. You'll forgive me if I intend to keep a very close eye on you, Mr. Hayato. Anomalies, in my experience, have a habit of becoming incidents. Issei felt the warmth of breakfast evaporate under that stare, and beneath his sleeve, Drake stirred, low and watchful, sensing the shift in the air the way a dragon always sensed the first cold breath before a storm. Chapter 4. Her name, Issei learned quickly, was Instructor Yamada, though the students called her by a dozen quieter names when she was out of earshot, none of them especially kind. She taught IS theory and combat doctrine, and she taught it, Issei gathered within the first 10 minutes, like someone who had personally decided that the presence of a second unregistered male in her classroom was an insult that required correcting. She did not send him out. She did not report him further up any chain of command than he already existed within. Instead, she simply began calling on him, again and again, with questions about IS core theory and energy signature classification that he had no possible way of knowing, watching with an expression of grim satisfaction each time he fumbled through an honest admission of ignorance. Interesting, she said, after his fourth consecutive wrong answer, that someone who apparently withstood direct proximity to an active IS core with no ill effects knows so remarkably little about the systems he supposedly survived. I never claimed to be an expert, Issei said evenly, refusing to let the frustration show in his voice. I said I didn't get sick around it. That's not the same as knowing how it works. No, Yamada agreed coolly. It isn't. Which begs the question of what, precisely, you do know, Mr. Hayadu, and why Shifuyu Sensei has decided the rest of us don't need an answer before you're seated among impressionable students. The classroom had gone very quiet. Issei was aware of Huki's eyes on him from 2 seats over, of Ichika's jaw tightening beside him, of Rin's hand curling slightly around her pen as though preparing to intervene. I don't have all the answers you want, Issei said, keeping his voice level even as something old and stubborn hardened behind his ribs, a feeling he recognized from 100 fights he'd walked into outmatched and outgunned and unwilling to back down anyway. But I can promise you this. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I've spent my whole life protecting people who couldn't protect themselves, even when it cost me everything I had. That's not going to change just because I woke up somewhere unfamiliar. For a moment Yamada said nothing, studying him with an expression that had shifted, almost imperceptibly, from hostility into something more like grudging assessment. Pretty words, she said finally. We'll see if they hold up under pressure. She turned back to the board and resumed the lecture as though nothing had happened, but the pointed questions did not return, and something in the tension of the room eased by fractions as the class went on. At lunch, Ichika dropped into the seat beside him with the particular relief of someone who had been holding his breath on someone else's behalf. You handled that better than I did my first month here, he said. Yamada-sensei ran me through the ringer for weeks before she decided I wasn't a threat. Is she always like that? Issei asked, still feeling the tight knot of adrenaline slowly unwinding in his chest. She's protective, Huki said, sliding into the seat across from them with her tray, her voice quieter than usual. This school exists because the world decided men couldn't be trusted with real power anymore. Not after everything that happened before IS units existed. A lot of the instructors here grew up in that world. It's not really about you specifically. It's about what you represent to people who lived through the reasons this place was built the way it was. Issei considered that in silence, turning the words over carefully. He thought of his own world's long history of power abused and hoarded, of devils and fallen angels who had waged wars for centuries over pride and territory, and old grudges nobody quite remembered starting. It was not so different a lesson, in the end, learned by different people in a different shape. I understand that better than you might think, he said quietly. Where I'm from, power without responsibility gets people killed. I'd rather be doubted first, and trusted later than the other way around. Huki studied him for a long moment, something in her expression softening by a fraction that Issei suspected was rare and hard-won. That's a strange thing for a man to say, she admitted. Most of the boys back home, when I was growing up, didn't think that way at all. I'm not most boys, Issei said, and meant it more seriously than the words usually carried when he said them. The afternoon brought combat theory demonstrations on the training field, where Issei sat in the observation stands beside Ichika and watched, for the first time, an IS unit deployed in full. Huki stepped into the center of the field, her uniform folding away in a burst of light and reassembling itself into sleek dark armor around her body, wings of light unfurling from her back as a blade extended from a housing at her hip. Drake went very still and very focused in the back of Issei's mind, a presence like a held breath. Fascinating, the dragon murmured. That is not magic, partner, not truly, and yet it answers to will the way magic does. Watch closely. There is something in the architecture of that machine that echoes older things. I would very much like to understand how. Issei watched Hooky move through a series of combat drills with a grace that reminded him, not for the first time, of Kiba's precision with a blade, every motion deliberate and economical, no wasted energy anywhere in the sequence. When she finished, breathing hard, wings folding back down into her armor, the assembled students applauded, and Issei found himself applauding along with them, genuinely impressed. Hooky caught his eye across the field, and for just a moment, the wary caution in her expression eased into something almost like a smile. It was, Issei thought, watching her walk off the field still flushed from exertion, the first moment, since arriving in this strange world that had felt less like survival and more like the beginning of something. He did not yet know how right that feeling would prove to be, or how quickly this world would ask him to prove himself worthy of the trust these girls were only just beginning to extend. Chapter 5. The message came 3 days later, delivered not through any official channel but slipped quietly under his dormitory door sometime after midnight, a single folded note with no signature. They are watching you closer than you know. Not all of them mean you well. Be careful who you let close, dragon. Issei stared at the word dragon for a long time before he trusted himself to move, his pulse hammering against his ribs. Nobody in this world should have known that word, not the way it was meant, not connected to him. He had told exactly one person about Drake, and Shifuyu Orimura did not seem the type to leave anonymous notes under doors in the dead of night. Drake, he thought carefully, did you feel anything strange just now? There was a pause, longer than usual, the dragon's attention sharpening into something Issei rarely felt from him, a kind of ancient, wary alertness. I felt something, Drake admitted slowly. Faint. Distant. But familiar in a way that troubles me. Partner, I do not believe we are the only visitors this world has received from beyond its own borders. Something else came through with us, or before us, and it knows exactly what I am. Issei sat on the edge of his bed for a long time after that, the note held loosely in his fingers, the dormitory silent around him except for the low hum of the academy's distant machinery. Whatever peace he had begun to feel over the last 3 days, the easy camaraderie of breakfast tables and training field applause, the cautious warmth building between himself and a handful of girls in a world that had every reason to fear him, all of it suddenly felt more fragile than he had allowed himself to admit. Somewhere in this world, something was watching him. Something that knew exactly what slept coiled in his left arm, and exactly how dangerous that knowledge could become in the wrong hands. He thought of Rias, wherever she was, and hoped desperately that she was closer to finding him than he currently felt to finding his way home. Then he folded the note carefully, tucked it beneath his pillow, and settled in to wait for morning, knowing with the dragon's old certainty humming quietly in his blood that whatever came next would not wait patiently for him to be ready. Chapter 6. Morning brought no answers, only more questions, and a summons to Shifuyu Orimura's office that arrived before Issei had even finished dressing. He brought the note with him, folded carefully into his pocket, weighing the risk of sharing it against the risk of hiding something that important from the one person in this world who had shown him anything close to fairness. By the time he reached her office, he had decided that trust, however costly, was the only currency he had ever really believed in. Shifuyu read the note twice without any change in her expression, then set it down on her desk with the careful precision of someone handling evidence rather than paper. Dragon, she said quietly. That's not a word you used with me, when you told me your story. I didn't think I needed to, Issei admitted. I told you about the sacred gear. I didn't use that exact word. Whoever wrote this either already knew what I am before I ever arrived here, or they've been watching me closely enough to piece it together on their own. Neither option is comforting. Shifuyu leaned back in her chair, studying him with the sharp, assessing focus he was beginning to recognize as her default state of mind. There's an organization called Phantom Task. Extremists, thieves, occasionally terrorists, depending on which day you ask them. They've made 3 attempts in the last 2 years to steal experimental IS technology from various nations, including one attempt on this academy itself. If they've somehow learned what you are, or what you're carrying, you may have just become the single most valuable target in their operational history. Issei felt a familiar cold settle into his stomach, the particular dread of realizing that his own existence had become a liability for people who had done nothing to deserve the danger. I don't want anyone here getting hurt because of me. That's a noble sentiment, Shifuyu said, not unkindly. It's also somewhat beside the point. You are here. You are a target, whether you wanted to become one or not. The only responsible course of action now is to prepare for the possibility that whoever sent this note intends to act on it. She tapped a command into her desk terminal, and a new file populated the screen, security footage from the surrounding campus, timestamps scrolling in the corner. I'm increasing your security detail effective immediately. You'll have an assigned escort during unsupervised hours, and I want you reporting any unusual approach, any unusual conversation, anything at all that feels wrong, the moment it happens. Do you understand? I understand, Issei said. Then, after a pause, can I ask you something honestly? Shifuyu inclined her head slightly, permission granted. A phantom task wants what's inside me, Issei said carefully, and if they're willing to hurt people to get it, wouldn't it be safer for everyone if I left the academy? Found somewhere isolated to wait this out, away from your students? For the first time since he'd met her, Shifuyu Orimura's expression cracked into something almost like exasperated respect. That, she said, is either the most selfless thing you've said since arriving, or the most naive. Possibly both. Let me be very clear, Mr. Hayato. This academy exists specifically to protect and train young women who are, by virtue of what they can do, already the most valuable targets on the planet. We have defenses here that an isolated location never would. Running would not make you safer. It would only remove you from the people best equipped to help you survive whatever's coming. She fixed him with a look that brooked no argument. You stay. That's not a request. Issei nodded slowly, some of the tension in his shoulders easing at the unexpected steel of her conviction. Understood. Good. Shifuyu stood, signaling the end of the conversation. Dismissed. Go to class. Try not to look like a man who just found a threatening note under his door, or you'll cause a panic before I've even finished briefing my staff. It was, Issei reflected as he walked out into the bright morning light of the campus, remarkably difficult advice to follow. Chapter 7. He made it through most of the day without incident, though he caught himself glancing over his shoulder more than once, watching the crowds of students for anyone whose interest in him seemed to exceed simple curiosity. By the time afternoon training rolled around, he had almost convinced himself that the tension coiled in his chest was paranoia rather than instinct. Then Rin found him during the break between sessions, dropping onto the bench beside him without her usual sharp energy, her expression uncharacteristically serious. Hookie told me what happened, she said quietly, glancing around to confirm they weren't overheard. The note. I wanted to tell you something before anyone official decides it's classified and I'm not allowed to anymore. Issei straightened, giving her his full attention. What is it? 2 years ago, before Ichika ever came here, there was another incident, Rin said. Someone infiltrated the academy grounds, got past 3 layers of security, and nobody ever figured out how. They didn't take anything. Didn't hurt anyone. Just left a message for one of the instructors, warning them about a threat that turned out to be completely real about 6 months later. She met his eyes. The handwriting on that message. I've seen it. It's the same handwriting as your note. Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen instantly at that detail. Partner. Ask her if she still has access to that old message. If the same hand wrote both, there may be a pattern here worth understanding. Do you know who the instructor was? Issei asked. The one who got the first warning? Rin hesitated, glancing around again before answering. Yamada-sensei, she said finally. The one who's been giving you such a hard time in class. Whatever this is, whoever's watching, they seem to trust her enough to reach out directly when something matters. Maybe that's worth thinking about. Issei turned that new information over carefully in his mind, the picture shifting in ways he hadn't expected. Yamada's hostility toward him, sharp and immediate from his very first class, took on new weight in light of this. Perhaps her suspicion wasn't simply prejudice born of an unfamiliar world's old wounds. Perhaps she already knew, or suspected, exactly what kind of danger his presence might invite. "Thank you for telling me," he said quietly. "I mean that." Rin shrugged, though the gesture didn't quite manage her usual careless confidence. "Don't get used to it. I still don't fully trust you. But I trust Hookie's instincts, and she doesn't think you're a threat, and that's worth something." She stood, brushing off her uniform, some of her usual sharp energy returning as she added, "Besides, if Phantom Task really is circling this place because of you, I'd rather know everything I can before they show up swinging." She walked off toward the next training session before Issei could respond, leaving him alone with the growing certainty that whatever quiet, careful peace he had begun building in this world was about to be tested in ways far more dangerous than classroom hostility or wary first impressions. Chapter 8. That evening, Issei sought out Yamada directly, catching her alone in the empty instructor's office after the last of the training sessions had wound down for the day. She looked up sharply as he knocked on the open door, her expression shifting instantly from surprise into wary calculation. "Mr. Hayadu," she said. "This is an unusual hour for a visit." "I need to ask you something," Issei said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation he suspected wouldn't come easily. "About a warning you received 2 years ago. About handwriting that matches a note someone left under my door 3 nights ago." Something in Yamada's carefully controlled expression flickered, just for a moment, before settling back into practiced neutrality. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do," Issei said, keeping his voice steady, respectful, but unwilling to back down. "I think whoever's been watching me trusts you enough to warn you when something matters. I think that might be why you've been so hard on me since the moment I arrived. Not because you hate me. Because you're afraid of what my presence here might bring." The silence stretched long and taut between them. Then, slowly, some of the rigid tension went out of Yamada's shoulders, and she gestured toward the empty chair across from her desk, an invitation Issei hadn't expected. "Sit," she said. "If we're going to have this conversation, we're going to have it properly." Issei sat. 2 years ago, Yamada began, her voice quieter now, stripped of its earlier hostility, "I received a warning about a threat to this academy from someone I never identified. The warning proved accurate. Since then, I've received 3 more messages, always anonymous, always accurate, always about threats specifically connected to unusual energy signatures, anomalies that don't fit the normal pattern of IS technology." She met his eyes directly. "When you arrived carrying an energy signature unlike anything in our records, I assumed you were either the threat those messages had been warning me about, or you were connected to it somehow. I still don't know which." "Maybe either," Issei said carefully. "Maybe I'm just someone who got caught in the crossfire of something bigger than either of us understands yet." Yamada studied him for a long moment, something in her expression softening by careful degrees, the wariness of a soldier slowly making room for cautious consideration. "Perhaps," she allowed. "I won't pretend my suspicion of you has fully disappeared, Mr. Hayadu. Trust, in my experience, is earned slowly and lost quickly. But I'm willing to consider the possibility that you're not the threat I assumed you to be." She leaned forward slightly. "Whoever is leaving these warnings clearly knows more about what's coming than either of us. If they contact you again, I want to know immediately. Whatever's circling this academy, we're stronger facing it together than apart." "I can agree to that," Issei said, and meant it. He left her office that evening with a strange, cautious sense of ground shifting beneath him, alliances forming in unexpected places, threats gathering in the shadows just beyond what he could clearly see. Whatever waited for him in this world, he was no longer facing it entirely alone, and for the first time since the white light had torn him away from everything familiar, that felt like enough to hold on to. Chapter 9. The days that followed settled into something like a rhythm, cautious and watchful but no longer defined purely by suspicion. Issei attended his classes, endured Yamada's lectures with newfound understanding rather than resentment, trained alongside Ichika on the observation decks while the girls ran their combat drills, and slowly, carefully, let himself begin building something that felt uncomfortably, wonderfully like belonging. Hookie taught him the basics of kendo form during quiet hours on the training field, correcting his stance with blunt, patient corrections that reminded him fondly of long afternoons sparring with Kiba back home. Charlotte shared stories of her life before the academy, and listened, wide-eyed and fascinated, to the carefully edited versions of his own stories in return, tales of loyalty, and found family dressed in language vague enough to hide the devils and angels beneath them. Cecilia needled him with sharp, aristocratic humor that reminded him, painfully and fondly, of Aquino's teasing warmth. Rin's wary distance softened by degrees into something like reluctant friendship, built one blunt conversation at a time. Even Shifuyu, in her own severe and economical way, seemed to be extending him a kind of trust that issei suspected she rarely offered anyone, checking in on his progress with a consistency that felt less like surveillance and more, slowly, like care. It would have been easy, in those quiet, accumulating days, to believe that the danger implied by that anonymous note had simply faded into the ordinary rhythm of academy life, a threat gestured at but never realized. Issei knew better than to believe that. Drake knew better still, his ancient awareness humming low and watchful beneath the surface of every peaceful afternoon, waiting for the moment the other shoe would finally, inevitably, fall. It came on a clear evening 9 days after his arrival, during a routine training exercise on the academy's outer field, when the sky above the campus split open with a shudder of displaced air, and something vast and armored and utterly unfamiliar descended through the tear in the world, trailing sparks of energy that Drake recognized instantly, viscerally, as kin to his own. Partner, the dragon's voice was sharp with sudden alarm, unlike anything Issei had heard from him since this strange journey began. That is not IS technology. That came through the same kind of door we did. Brace yourself. Whatever is coming, it did not come here by accident, and it is not coming here in peace. Across the training field, alarms began to shriek, students scattering toward defensive positions with the practiced discipline of people who had trained for exactly this kind of moment their entire lives. And Issei Hayadu, dragon sealed in his arm and a world of strangers depending on him whether they realized it yet or not, ran forward into whatever waited on the other side of that widening tear in the sky. Chapter 10. The tear in the sky did not close behind whatever had come through it. It hung there instead, a jagged wound of white and violet light against the darkening evening, pulsing in slow rhythm like something breathing. Beneath it, the thing that had descended onto the training field resolved itself into shape as the last of the falling sparks guttered out. It stood roughly the height of a small building, plated in dark, scaled armor that shifted and rippled faintly as though alive, its silhouette some uneasy fusion of the armored IS frames Issei had spent the last 9 days growing accustomed to and something older, wilder, that did not belong to this world at all. Where an IS unit's wings were sleek and geometric, constructs of light and technology, this thing's wings were membranous and vast, stretched taut over a skeletal framework that flexed with the wet, organic motion of something that had once been alive. Drake went utterly silent for one long beat, and when his voice returned it carried a weight Issei had rarely heard from him. I know that signature, partner. Faintly. Distantly. Like a scent half remembered from a war fought before either of us were born. That is not a weapon built by human hands. That is something that escaped a cage, or was sent through one deliberately. Either way, it is dangerous, and it is not alone. Around the field, the Academy's defensive response was already in motion, IS units flashing into deployment across a dozen student and instructor pairs, Shifuyu's voice cutting sharp and clear over the emergency comm channel, directing formations with the crisp certainty of someone who had trained her entire life for exactly this kind of moment. Hookie's armor snapped into place beside him in a burst of light, her blade already drawn, Rin and Cecilia falling into position on either flank with the practiced coordination of students who had drilled together for years. Issei. Ichika's voice, breathless, urgent, cut through the chaos as he skidded to a stop beside him, his own IS core already engaged, borrowed armor gleaming pale gold in the dying light. Shifuyuni wants everyone without an IS unit back behind the defensive line, but I don't think that thing cares where the line is. As if summoned by the words, the creature's head swung toward them, vast and reptilian, eyes like twin furnaces of pale fire fixing on Issei with an unmistakable, deliberate focus that had nothing to do with the armored students arrayed around him and everything to do with what slept coiled beneath his sleeve. "It knows me," Drake said grimly. "Or knows what I am. Partner, I do not believe this is a random incursion. I believe we have just found the reason someone in this world has been leaving you warnings." The creature opened a maw lined with teeth like shattered glass and let out a roar that was not sound so much as pressure, a wave of force that staggered every student on the field, buckling knees and cracking the reinforced ground beneath their feet. Issei felt it hit him like a physical blow, and beneath his sleeve, for the first time since arriving in this strange world, the boosted gear answered without being asked, its familiar mechanical voice rising sharp and clear over the chaos. Boost. Green light flared up his arm, visible now to everyone on the field, and Issei felt the old, familiar surge of power roll through him, doubling the strength coiled in his limbs, sharpening every sense to a fine, dangerous point. Around him, he heard gasps of shock, saw Hookie's eyes widen behind her helmet's visor, saw Ichika stumble back a step in open astonishment. There was no more time to explain, no more time to carefully manage what these girls did or did not know about what he truly was. The creature was moving now, vast wings driving it forward in a low, ground-eating charge that shattered the training field's outer barriers like glass, and every instinct Issei had honed across countless battles beside Rias, and her peerage screamed at him that hesitation, in this moment, would cost lives. "Get back!" he shouted, already moving, already feeling the familiar heat of resolve burning away every trace of fear. "All of you, get back! This isn't something your weapons were built to fight, and you think you can?" Rin's voice, sharp with disbelief, carried over the chaos even as she held her position rather than retreating. "I don't think," Issei said, planting his feet as the creature bore down on them, green light climbing higher up his arm in a steady, gathering pulse. "I know. Because I've done this before. Trust me." Beside him, unexpectedly, Hookie did not retreat either. She fell into position at his flank instead, blade raised, her expression set with the same stubborn resolve he'd first glimpsed in her eyes back in the hangar 9 days ago. "If you're staying," she said, voice steady despite the massive shape bearing down on them, "then so am I. Whatever you are, Issei, you've spent 9 days trying to protect the people around you instead of yourself. I'm not about to let you face this alone now." There was no time left for gratitude, no time left for anything but motion. The creature closed the last of the distance between them in a final, earth-shaking charge, and Issei Hayadu, dragon roaring awake in his blood and a girl he barely knew standing steady at his side, raised his glowing arm to meet it, the full weight of everything he did not yet understand about this world, this threat, and the mystery still unfolding above them all crashing down in the same terrible instant. Chapter 11. The impact when it came was not the collision Issei braced for. The creature's clawed forelegs swept down toward them with the force of a falling building, and Issei moved on pure instinct, catching the blow on a hastily raised arm reinforced by the boosted gear's surging power, the shock of contact driving him back several feet across cracked earth even as Hookie darted in low beside him, her blade carving a bright line of light across the creature's foreleg that drew a shrieking, furious roar in response. "It's not reacting like an IS unit," Hookie called out, falling back a step as the creature reared, wings beating hard enough to throw dust and debris across the field. "There's no core to target. No obvious weak point." "Because it isn't one," Issei said, breathing hard, the green light along his arm pulsing steady and bright now, fully engaged. "Drake, talk to me. What are we looking at?" "Something old," the dragon answered grimly, ancient awareness sharpening every word. "Something that should not exist on this side of whatever door brought us here. I cannot give you a weakness I do not know, partner. But I can give you strength enough to buy this world the time it needs to find one." Across the field, the coordinated formations of IS units began closing in from multiple angles, Shifuyu's voice cutting through the chaos with crisp, unwavering commands, directing suppressive fire designed to herd the creature rather than destroy it outright, buying precious seconds while the Academy's deeper defenses spun up somewhere out of sight. Cecilia's rapier flashed silver in a long-range strike that scored a glowing line across the creature's flank. Rin's twin blades danced in close, harrying strikes that kept it turning, off balance, unable to settle its full attention on any single target. It was, Issei realized with something like awe even in the middle of the danger, exactly the kind of coordinated, trusting teamwork he had spent years building with Rias and her peerage, forged here in mere days between strangers who had every reason not to trust each other, and had chosen to anyway. Now! Shifuyu's voice rang out, and as one, the assembled IS units converged their combined fire on the creature's exposed flank, a coordinated volley of light and force that staggered the massive shape backward, wings buckling, a deep, furious roar tearing free of its throat as it stumbled toward the still open tear in the sky behind it. Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen to a fine, urgent point. Partner! If that door closes with the creature still on this side, it may be trapped here permanently, hunting for the very thing sealed in your arm until one of you is destroyed. If you want it gone, now is the moment. There was no time to weigh the wisdom of the choice, only time to act on it. Issei surged forward, green light blazing bright along the boosted gear, and drove a final, augmented strike into the creature's staggered flank with every ounce of strength the moment afforded him, the impact ringing out across the field like a thunderclap. The creature shrieked, reared back one final time, and with a wrenching, tearing sound that Issei felt in his teeth more than heard with his ears, was hauled backward through the still open wound in the sky, vast wings folding in on themselves as the light swallowed it whole. The tear did not close. It hung there instead, smaller now, pulsing faintly, a wound in the world that refused to fully heal. Silence fell across the training field, broken only by the ragged breathing of exhausted students, and the distant hum of emergency systems finally beginning to stand down. Issei stood at the center of it, arms still glowing faintly, chest heaving, and felt the full weight of what had just happened settle over him in a wave of exhausted relief. Hooky was the first to reach him, breathing hard, her helmet retracting to reveal an expression caught somewhere between shock and fierce, undeniable respect. You knew what that was, she said, not quite a question. You've fought things like it before. Something like it, Issei admitted quietly. Not exactly. But close enough to know we were lucky tonight. Around them, the rest of the group was gathering, Ichika and Cecilia and Rin and Charlotte, all of them staring at the fading light of his arm with expressions that had shifted, in the space of a single desperate battle, from wary curiosity into something far more complicated. Somewhere behind them, Shifuyu Orimura approached with slow, deliberate steps, her gaze fixed on the still open wound hanging in the darkening sky, and on the boy standing beneath it who had just revealed, in front of half the academy, exactly how much more he truly was than the confused, lost stranger who had fallen into her hangar 9 days before. That door, she said quietly, coming to a stop beside him, is still open, Mr. Haida. Which means whatever came through it tonight may not have been the only thing waiting on the other side. Issei looked up at the pulsing wound in the sky, thought of the anonymous warnings, of a handwriting that matched a message 2 years old, of a world he had not chosen to fall into now bound to him in ways he had never intended, and felt the last of his careful, comfortable illusions about a quiet path home finally, fully give way. Then we'd better be ready, he said, for whatever comes through it next. Above them, the tear in the sky pulsed once, slow and steady, like something patient. Like something waiting. Chapter 12. Later that night, long after the medical teams had cleared the field and the exhausted students had been sent back to their dormitories under close watch, Issei sat alone on the low wall outside the administration building, staring up at the faint, pulsing wound still visible against the stars. He heard footsteps approach before he saw who they belonged to, and was not entirely surprised to find Hooky settling onto the wall beside him, still in her training uniform, a thin blanket draped over her shoulders against the evening chill. Couldn't sleep either, she said, not quite a question. Not really, Issei admitted. Too much to think about. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the distant hum of the Academy's night patrols the only sound between them. Finally, Hooky spoke again, her voice quieter, more careful than her usual blunt directness. Whatever you are, she said, whatever that thing tonight really was, and whatever's still coming through that tear up there, I meant what I said on the field. You've spent 9 days trying to protect everyone around you instead of yourself. That's not nothing. That's not something you can fake. Issei looked over at her, something warm and unfamiliar loosening in his chest despite the exhaustion, despite the danger still hanging unresolved above them. Thank you, he said quietly. for trusting me before I'd earned it. You earned it tonight, Hooky said simply. Everything before that was just me hoping I'd guessed right. Above them, the tear in the sky pulsed on, patient and unhurried, a wound in the world that neither of them yet understood, carrying with it the promise of dangers still unnamed and a mystery only just beginning to unfold. Issei did not know, sitting there in the cold night air beside a girl he had known for barely more than a week, how much further this strange new world would ask him to travel before he found his way home again, or how many more people he would come to care for along the way. But for the first time since the white light had swallowed him whole, he found that the uncertainty did not frighten him nearly as much as it should have. Whatever came next, he would face it the same way he had faced everything else in his life that had ever mattered, together, with whoever chose to stand beside him. Act 2. Chapter 1. The rift did not close, and for 3 days it hung over the academy like an unanswered question, small and pale against the daylight sky, easy to forget until the moment someone looked up and remembered it was there. Shifuyu Orimura had quarantined the entire eastern training field within hours of the attack, erecting a perimeter of sensor drones and armed patrols around the pale wound in the air while government scientists in unmarked transports arrived to study it from a careful distance. Issei had been questioned twice more since that night, not with the old suspicion of his first days but with the focused urgency of people who finally understood, at least in outline, what kind of danger they were dealing with. It's stable, Shifuyu told him on the third morning, standing beside him at the edge of the quarantine line, her eyes fixed on the shimmering scar in the sky. Whatever tore it open isn't actively widening it, but it isn't closing either. My science division believes it's anchored to something. Possibly you? Me, Issei repeated, feeling the familiar cold settle into his stomach. Your energy signature, and the signature bleeding out of that rift share properties no one here can explain, Shifuyu said. It's not proof of anything. But it's not nothing either. She glanced sideways at him. How's the dragon feeling about all this? Drake's answer came slow and thoughtful, and Issei related honestly, having long since decided that hiding pieces of the truth from Shifuyu did more harm than good. He says the door and I might be connected the way a key is connected to a lock. Not because either of us chose it. Just because whatever force through us here used something in me to open the way. Comforting, Shifuyu said dryly. So if we can't close it without you, and Phantom Task wants what's in you badly enough to have possibly caused this in the first place, we have a problem shaped exactly like you standing in the middle of my academy. I didn't ask for that, Issei said quietly. I know. Shifuyu's voice softened by the smallest possible degree. Nobody's blaming you for existing, Mr. Hayadu. I'm simply telling you the shape of the problem so you understand why the next few weeks are going to be difficult. We're bringing in additional students. Transfers, some from overseas programs, some with specialized training the rest of my class doesn't have. I want more capable hands on deck before whatever circling that rift decides to make its next move. She was not wrong to prepare. Issei had learned enough about this world in 9 days, now nearly 2 weeks, to recognize the particular quality of calm that settled over a place right before a storm broke, the same held breath he'd felt in Ku a dozen times before some new danger finally announced itself. He found himself, walking back toward the dormitories that morning, thinking less about the rift itself and more about the people he had somehow, despite every intention to stay guarded, allowed himself to grow close to in so short a time. Hooky had taken to training with him in the early mornings before class, correcting his footwork with the same blunt patience she brought to everything, occasionally letting slip a rare, unguarded smile when he managed to land a clean strike against her guard. Charlotte had started bringing him tea during study hours, shy and careful, always asking gentle questions about the friends he'd left behind, questions he answered as honestly as he could within the careful boundaries of what he dared reveal. Even Rin, sharp-tongued and skeptical as ever, had begun including him without comment in the easy chaos of lunchtime conversation, an inclusion that felt, in its own prickly way, like acceptance. He thought of Rias then, as he often did in quiet moments, wondering how far she and the others had come in searching for him, wondering if they even knew where to look. The ache of missing them had not faded with the passing days. If anything, it had sharpened, made keener by the strange, guilty comfort of finding warmth in a world that was not supposed to be his to belong to. I miss them, he admitted to Drake as he walked. Is that wrong? Feeling settled here when I should be trying harder to get back to them. It is not wrong to let people matter to you, partner, Drake said, his voice carrying the particular gentleness he reserved for moments issei rarely admitted needed it. You have always been someone who cares too easily rather than too little. That is not a flaw worth correcting, even now, even here. Your family in the underworld will still be waiting when we find our way back. In the meantime, there is no shame in letting new roots take hold, so long as you remember where the old ones are planted. Issei let that settle over him as he crossed the quiet campus, the pale scar in the sky watching over everything like a held breath waiting to be released. Chapter 2. The new transfer students arrived 2 days later, and the entire academy turned out to watch their processing with the particular energy of a school starved for novelty suddenly presented with an overabundance of it. Issei recognized the first of them the moment she stepped off the transport, if only because her arrival came with an armed escort and an expression that suggested she found the entire academy, and everyone in it, faintly beneath her notice. Laura Bodwig moved with the crisp, controlled precision of someone raised inside a military structure rather than a school, her pale hair cropped short and severe, her eyes sweeping the assembled crowd with cold, assessing calculation until they landed, briefly and pointedly, on Ichika. So this is the famous representative candidate, she said, her voice carrying easily across the courtyard, faintly accented. I expected someone more impressive. And a warm hello to you too, Ichika muttered under his breath, earning a stifled laugh from Rin beside him. The second new arrival could not have presented a starker contrast. She moved through the crowd with an easy, playful grace, blue hair catching the afternoon light, a smile perpetually curling at the edge of her mouth like she already knew a joke nobody else was in on yet. Tadanashi Sarashiki, introduced as the Academy's incoming Student Council President, greeted Shifuyu with a respectful bow before turning her attention directly, unerringly, on Issei. So you're our mysterious visitor, she said, tilting her head, studying him with open, unhurried curiosity. The one who fell out of the sky and brought a hole in the world with him. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I wish I could say the same, Issei said carefully, but I don't really know anything about you yet. Tadanashi's smile widened, delighted rather than offended. That's fair. Let's fix that. She fell into step beside him without waiting for permission, the easy confidence of someone thoroughly accustomed to going wherever she pleased. I've read every report Shifuyu-sensei's filed on you. Interesting reading. An energy signature nobody recognizes, a rift in the sky that seems tethered to you specifically, and a habit of throwing yourself in front of danger that apparently predates your arrival here by quite a lot, if half of what's in those reports is accurate. You read a lot of classified files for a student council president, Issei observed. I read everything, Tadanashi said cheerfully. It's a hobby. Also, technically, part of my job, though I like to think I'd do it anyway. Her expression shifted, just slightly, the playfulness settling into something more serious beneath the surface. I want you to know something, Issei Hayato. Whatever circling that rift, whatever phantom task wants with you, this academy isn't going to hand you over to make the problem go away. I've seen how this place handles anomalies before. We don't sacrifice people to make paperwork easier. Something in the directness of the words caught Issei off guard, warm and unexpected in the middle of a conversation he'd braced for as another round of careful, guarded assessment. Thank you, he said quietly. That means more than you probably realize. I imagine it does, Tadanashi said, the playful smile returning as quickly as it had faded. Now, tell me about this dragon of yours. I promise I'm an excellent secret keeper, and frankly, I think we're going to need every advantage we can get before this is over. Laura Bodwig's introduction to the wider group proved considerably less warm. She sat apart from the others at lunch, watching the easy camaraderie around Issei with an expression of open, unconcealed suspicion, and it was not until the second day that she finally approached him directly, cornering him on the training field with the blunt efficiency of a soldier delivering an ultimatum. I don't trust you, she said without preamble. A man who can withstand IS energy fields, appearing from nowhere, trailing an unexplained rift behind him. In my experience, convenient anomalies are rarely accidents. I understand why that looks suspicious, Issei said evenly, refusing to rise to the challenge in her tone. I can't prove my intentions to you with words alone. I can only prove them with time, and with what I actually do when it matters. Laura studied him for a long moment, her pale eyes sharp and unyielding. Then I'll be watching closely, she said finally. For everyone's sake, I hope your actions match your words. She turned to leave, then paused, glancing back with something that might, in a different context, have almost passed for respect. The way you fought that creature. Reckless. Also effective. I've seen soldiers with a decade more training freeze in worse circumstances. She walked away before he could respond, leaving him standing alone on the training field with the distinct impression that he had just passed some manner of test he hadn't known he was taking. Chapter 3. The message came again 3 nights later, slipped beneath his door in the same careful, unsigned hand, and this time it carried more than a warning. They will come for you within the week. Phantom Task has confirmed what you carry. They believe the rift can be weaponized if they control its anchor. Trust Yamada. Trust the blue-haired girl who reads too much. Do not trust everyone who wears an academy uniform. Not all of Phantom Task's operatives have revealed themselves yet. Issei brought the note straight to Yamada's office this time, no hesitation, no careful weighing of trust. She read it twice, her expression darkening with each pass, before setting it down with controlled precision. There's a mole in the academy, she said quietly. That's the implication. Someone close enough to know things that should be secure. Do you have any idea who's been sending these? Issei asked. You said before you'd received warnings for 2 years. Whoever it is clearly trusts you specifically. Yamada was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing the edge of the note. I have a theory, she admitted finally. One I've never been able to prove. 6 years ago, before the first IS unit was ever deployed publicly, there was a joint research initiative between several governments, studying anomalous energy signatures that didn't fit any known classification. The program was shut down after an incident nobody outside a very small circle was ever told the details of. I was part of the support staff on that program, briefly, before I transferred here. She met his eyes. I've always suspected these warnings come from someone connected to that old research. Someone who saw something in those early studies that convinced them anomalies like you weren't finished appearing. Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen at that detail, old and wary. Partner. If that research program was studying rifts and anomalous signatures before the IS era even properly began, it may have encountered echoes of our world long before we ever arrived. This may run deeper than one desperate infiltration by a group of thieves and terrorists. I think we need to take this seriously, Issei said. All of it. The mole, the timeline, everything. I agree, Yamada said, already reaching for her communicator. I'm briefing Shifuya-sensei immediately. In the meantime, Mr. Hayato, I want you keeping a much closer count of who you trust with details about yourself. If Phantom Task truly has eyes inside these walls, every conversation you have could be feeding them information. The warning settled uncomfortably over the following days, a fresh layer of caution draped over friendships that had only just begun to feel solid. Issei found himself watching faces a beat longer than usual, listening for false notes and familiar voices, hating the necessity of it even as he understood exactly why it mattered. It was Hookie, sharp-eyed as ever, who noticed the shift first, catching him alone during their early morning training session, her blade lowered, her expression unusually gentle. You're different this week, she said. Quieter. Watching everyone like you're waiting for one of us to turn into something dangerous. Issei hesitated, weighing the risk of honesty against the growing weight of secrets he'd been asked to carry alone. In the end, the same instinct that had carried him through countless battles in the underworld won out, the stubborn conviction that trust, offered honestly, was worth more than caution hoarded too carefully. There's a warning that someone inside the academy might be working against us, he admitted quietly. I don't know who. I hate that I have to wonder about people I've come to care about. Hookie's expression tightened, not with suspicion of him but with the sharp, immediate anger of someone hearing that a home she trusted might be compromised. Then we find them, she said simply. Together. You don't have to carry this alone, Issei. Whatever's coming, you have people here who are willing to stand with you now. That's not nothing. It was, Issei thought, watching her lower her blade and settle beside him on the training field's low wall, exactly the kind of steady, unshakable loyalty he had once believed himself lucky beyond measure to find in only one world. Finding an echo of it here, in a place he had never meant to call home, felt like a gift he did not yet know how to properly hold. Chapter 4. Shifuyu's response to the warning was swift and thorough. Within a day, security protocols across the academy tightened into something approaching lockdown, badge access restricted, patrol rotations doubled, every member of staff quietly revet through channels issei suspected went considerably higher than the academy itself. Classes continued, because Shifuyu Orimura did not believe in letting fear dictate routine, but an unmistakable current of tension ran beneath the surface of every hallway conversation now, the particular hum of a community that knew danger was circling closer than it wanted to admit. Issei spent the week doing what he could to help, though most of what he offered came in the form of caution rather than action. He walked Shifuyu and Yamada through everything he understood about sacred gears, about the way power like his could be sensed and hunted by those who knew what to look for, about the kinds of tactics an enemy might use to isolate and capture someone like him. It felt strange, translating the hard-won knowledge of devils and fallen angels into language this world could use, but strange or not, it was useful, and usefulness was the closest thing to control he had over a situation otherwise dictated entirely by an enemy he couldn't see. "You've clearly survived people trying to weaponize you before," Tadanashi observed one evening, joining him at the edge of the training field as the sun set behind the distant hangars. "Most people who talk about being hunted don't sound this practiced at planning around it. Where I'm from, being valuable to the wrong people is a pretty common problem," Issei admitted. "You learn to plan for it or you don't survive very long." "That's a heavy thing to carry so young," Tadanashi said, settling onto the wall beside him. Her usual playfulness dimmed into something quieter, more considering. "You know, for someone who fell through a hole in the world with no warning and no way home, you've spent remarkably little time feeling sorry for yourself. I've read the psychological profile the medical staff put together after you arrived. Most people in your position would be a wreck by now." Issei considered the observation carefully before answering. "I've had practice losing things and finding a reason to keep going anyway," he said finally. "It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It just means I've learned that falling apart doesn't get you back to the people who need you. Moving forward does." Tadanashi was quiet for a long moment, studying him with an expression that had shed every trace of its earlier playfulness. "You know," she said eventually, "I became student council president partly because I wanted to protect this place. I grew up watching my sister carry burdens most adults would buckle under, and I promised myself I'd build something here strong enough that fewer people would have to carry that weight alone." She glanced sideways at him. "I think you and I understand each other better than either of us expected to, this early." "I think you might be right," Issei admitted, and found himself smiling despite the tension coiled tight beneath every conversation that week, grateful, in a way he hadn't expected, for the strange, steady kinship blooming in the middle of so much uncertainty. Chapter 5. The attack came on a moonless night, 5 days after the warning, with a precision that made clear it had been planned for far longer than the note had given them time to prepare. Issei woke to the sound of the dormitory's emergency alarm shrieking through the halls, Drake already alert and sharp in the back of his mind before his eyes had fully opened. "Lockdown Protocol, Sector 3, the announcement blared overhead, cold and mechanical. "All students report to designated shelter positions immediately." "This is not a drill." He was out of bed and moving before the announcement finished, pulling on his uniform with hands that had grown steady through long practice with exactly this kind of sudden, unwelcome urgency. In the hallway outside his room, he found Hookie already there, blade in hand, expression set with grim readiness. "Phantom task," she said without preamble. "Perimeter sensors picked up unauthorized IS signatures 3 minutes ago. Shifuya-sensei thinks they're here for you. Then I need to draw them away from the dorms," Issei said immediately, the decision arriving without hesitation, the same instinct that had carried him into 100 fights he had no business surviving. "If they're after me, the safest place for everyone else is anywhere I'm not." "Or," Hookie said, falling into step beside him as he moved toward the stairwell, "we face them together, on our terms, instead of letting you wander off alone to be a hero and get yourself captured before any of us can help." Her voice brooked no argument. "You're not doing this without backup, issei. Not tonight." They reached the courtyard to find chaos only just beginning to organize itself into order, IS units flashing into deployment across the campus, Shifuyu's voice cutting sharp and clear through the emergency comm channel as she directed defensive formations with the same crisp authority she'd shown during the Rift creature's attack weeks before. Rin and Cecilia were already armored and moving toward the eastern perimeter, Charlotte close behind them, her usual gentle uncertainty replaced by grim, focused determination. There, Laura's voice cut through the noise, and issei turned to see her IS unit descending toward them, pointing toward the tree line at the edge of the training field, where shapes were beginning to resolve out of the darkness, sleek black armored units unlike anything the Academy's own forces wore, moving with the coordinated precision of professional operatives rather than students in training. 5 confirmed hostiles, Shifuyu's voice announced over the comm. All units, defensive formation Gamma. Protect the dormitory perimeter. Issei, get to the secure shelter immediately. They're not here for the dormitory, Issei said, more to himself than to anyone listening, watching the black armored shapes advance with unmistakable, singular purpose. They're here for me. If I run to the shelter, they'll just follow, and everyone caught between us gets hurt in the process. Beside him, Drake's voice rose sharp and clear, the ancient weight of long experience coloring every word. Partner. If they intend to capture rather than kill, they will need you close and cooperative to succeed. Do not give them that ease. But do not be reckless either. These are trained operatives, not a wild creature acting on instinct. They will exploit every mistake you make. Issei drew a steadying breath, felt the boosted gears still warm against his skin, and made the only choice he'd ever really known how to make when the people around him were in danger. He stepped forward, into the open ground between the advancing operatives and the rest of the Academy's defenders, and raised his glowing arm in clear, unmistakable challenge. If you want what's in my arm, he called out into the darkness, his voice carrying steady and unafraid across the tense, waiting field, you're going to have to come through every single person standing behind me first. And I promise you, that's a much harder fight than you're prepared for. Chapter 6. The black-armored operatives did not hesitate at his challenge. They came forward as one, 5 sleek shapes cutting through the darkness with terrifying, practiced coordination, and the training field erupted into chaos as the Academy's defenders surged forward to meet them. Issei found himself at the center of it within seconds, boosted gear blazing bright along his arm as he ducked beneath a sweeping strike from the lead operative, close enough now to see the featureless black visor hiding whatever face lay beneath it. He caught the follow-up blow on a hastily raised forearm, the impact ringing through his bones even with the gear's augmentation absorbing most of the force, and answered with a strike of his own that sent the operative staggering backward across scorched grass. Boost, the gear announced, green light climbing higher, and Issei felt his strength surge again, sharp and clean, familiar as breathing after 2 weeks of careful restraint. Around him, the rest of the field had become a blur of light and motion, Hookie's blade flashing silver as she drove back a second operative, Rin and Cecilia coordinating a pincer strike against a third with the fluid ease of long-time training partners, Laura's IS unit tearing through the air overhead with cold, mechanical precision as she engaged a fourth. Ichika fought at Issei's flank, borrowed armor gleaming, his usual easy humor replaced entirely by grim focus. They're better than any Phantom Task operatives I've faced before, Ichika called out between exchanges, breathing hard. More disciplined. This isn't a smash and grab. They came prepared for exactly this fight. Issei felt the truth of that in every calculated movement the operatives made, in the way they adjusted their tactics with unsettling speed each time the defenders found an opening, in the sense, growing sharper with every passing second, that this attack had been planned around exactly the resistance they were now encountering. Whoever led this operation had studied the Academy's defenses carefully, had studied him carefully, and had come prepared to account for every advantage the defenders might bring to bear, except one. The 5th operative broke from the fight entirely, angling instead toward the pale, pulsing rift still hanging above the eastern field, moving with single-minded purpose that made Drake's presence in the back of issei's mind sharpen instantly into alarm. Partner. If they intend to interact with that rift directly, the results could be catastrophic. That door does not answer to trained soldiers the way it answers to whatever connection exists between it and myself. Forcing it could tear it wider or worse. Someone stop them! Issei shouted, already breaking away from his own engagement to pursue, ignoring the tactical risk of exposing his back to abandon a fight mid-strike. Behind him he heard Hookie's voice call out something urgent, felt rather than saw her disengage to follow. But the fifth operative was already too close to the rift, already raising some manner of device toward the shimmering wound in the sky. The device activated with a pulse of dark, resonant energy that made every hair on issei's body stand on end, and the rift responded instantly, violently, the pale scar in the sky flaring wide and bright, its edges rippling like disturbed water. No! Issei shouted, throwing everything he had into a final, desperate sprint, boosted gear screaming boost across his arm in rapid, urgent succession, and reached the operative just as the rift's light crested into something blinding, something that felt, in the marrow-deep way Drake's instincts always recognized danger, less like an opening door and more like a wound about to burst. Chapter 7. The impact of his tackle sent the operative sprawling, the device tumbling from gloved hands to shatter against the scorched grass. But the damage, Issei realized with sick, immediate certainty, had already been done. The rift did not close. It widened instead, the pale light around its edges deepening into something richer, more saturated, more alive. And through it, for one suspended, impossible heartbeat, Issei saw something that made his heart stop entirely. A courtyard of red brick and stained glass windows. A crest bearing a stylized crimson symbol he would have recognized anywhere in any world. A figure standing at the center of it, crimson hair catching light that did not belong to this sky, her expression caught somewhere between shock and desperate, disbelieving hope, her mouth already forming a single word that carried across the widening rift as clearly as if she stood beside him. Issei. Rias. The vision held for a heartbeat longer, impossibly vivid, impossibly close, before the rift's light convulsed and the image tore away, replaced by churning white energy that seemed, for one terrible moment, ready to collapse entirely. Around him, Issei was dimly aware of Hookie reaching his side, of Shifuyu's voice shouting orders through the calm, of the fallen operative being restrained by two of the Academy's security staff, but none of it fully registered against the roaring certainty that had just torn through him. She's alive. She's looking for me. She's close. Partner, Drake's voice cut through the haze, urgent and grounding. The rift is destabilizing. Whatever that device did, it has weakened the barrier significantly. If it collapses entirely while unstable, the results could be dangerous for everyone standing near it. I need you to focus. Issei forced himself to breathe, to push the aching, desperate hope of that glimpsed vision down into a corner of his heart he could return to once the immediate danger had passed. What do I do? He asked aloud, uncaring who heard the question, trusting Drake's ancient instincts over his own scattered panic. I do not fully know, the dragon admitted, and there was something rare and unsettling in the honesty of it. But I believe the connection between us and this rift may allow you to stabilize it, the way a hand might steady a trembling door rather than let it slam. It will cost you something. I do not know how much. Then I'll pay it, Issei said immediately, already moving toward the widening scar in the sky, ignoring Hookie's sharp, alarmed call of his name behind him. Whatever it costs, I'll pay it. That's my world on the other side, Drake. That's Rias. I'm not letting this collapse and lose the only glimpse I've had of home in 2 weeks. He reached the rift's edge and raised his glowing arm toward it, feeling the pull of it immediately, a vertiginous, disorienting sensation like standing at the edge of a very great height. The boosted gear's light met the rift's own pale energy, and for a moment the two forces strained against each other, resistant, unwilling, before something in the resonance between them finally, gradually, began to align. The wild, churning edges of the rift steadied by degrees, the violent pulse of its light settling into something calmer, more contained, though it remained open, remained a wound rather than a scar fully healed. Issei felt the effort of it drain something vital out of him, a weariness deeper than simple exhaustion, and staggered back from the rift's edge just as Hooky caught him, her arms steady and sure beneath his suddenly unsteady weight. "I've got you," she said, quiet and fierce, lowering him carefully to the ground as the last of the chaos on the training field finally began to settle into the aftermath of battle. "You're safe. Whatever that cost you, you're safe now." Issei looked up at the stabilized rift, still open, still pale and waiting against the night sky, and thought of Rias's face, of the crimson hair and the desperate hope in her eyes, of a single word carried across impossible distance that had somehow, against every reasonable expectation, found its way to him. She was looking for him. She was close. And now, for the first time since arriving in this strange, unexpected world, he finally had proof that the way home had not disappeared after all. It had simply been waiting for the right door to open. Chapter 8. The captured operative was taken into custody before dawn, along with the device that had nearly torn the rift wide open, and the Academy spent the following morning in the particular, exhausted quiet that always settled over a place after danger had passed but before anyone fully trusted that it was truly over. Issei woke in the medical wing, the ache of whatever the rift had drawn from him still lingering deep in his bones, to find Shifuyu Orimura waiting at his bedside with an expression he had not seen from her before, something that might, in a woman less committed to careful composure, have been mistaken for open relief. "You scared a great many people last night," she said without preamble. "Myself included, though I'd appreciate you not repeating that to anyone." "I saw something in the rift," Issei said, sitting up carefully despite the medical staff's protests. "Someone." "Rias." "She saw me too, I think." "She said my name?" Shifuyu's expression sharpened with immediate, focused interest. "Tell me everything," she said, and Issei did, every detail of the vision he could recall, the courtyard, the crimson hair, the desperate hope in Rias's eyes. When he finished, Shifuyu sat back, processing the information with the same careful precision she brought to every problem laid before her. "If your world's search efforts and our rift are somehow connected, growing more connected the more that barrier destabilizes, then Phantom Task inadvertently did something useful for once. We may finally have a path toward understanding how to control this thing rather than simply contain it. Or a path toward closing it entirely and sending you home," came a new voice from the doorway, and Issei turned to see Yamada standing there, her expression carrying the same complicated mixture of relief and calculation as Shifuyu's. "That device the operative used. My science division has been studying it since the attack. It's crude, but it's built around the same principle as your energy signature. Someone, somewhere, has been researching how to manipulate rifts like this one for quite some time, likely far longer than Phantom Task's involvement alone would explain. The old research program," Issei said slowly, remembering Yamada's earlier confession. "You think it's connected. I think it's more than possible," Yamada admitted. "Which means whoever has been sending you those warnings may know considerably more about what's happening here than any of us currently do. If we can identify them, we may finally have a real path forward, rather than simply reacting to whatever Phantom Task throws at us next." The captured operative, when questioned, proved reluctant to reveal much of substance, though what little information the security teams managed to extract confirmed the worst of what everyone had already begun to suspect. Phantom Task believed Issei's presence and the rift's instability represented an opportunity too valuable to abandon, regardless of the risk, and this attack, for all its failure, would not be their last attempt. Chapter 9. In the days that followed, the Academy settled into a new, more vigilant rhythm, the earlier caution of the mole warning now fully justified and thoroughly acted upon. 2 staff members were quietly removed from their positions after security reviews turned up irregularities in their communications, though whether either had truly been Phantom Task operatives or simply people who had made questionable choices under pressure remained, for now, an open question Shifuyu kept carefully close to the chest. Issei spent much of that recovery week in the company of the people who had fought beside him, the wary distance of his first days at the Academy now fully replaced by something that felt, increasingly, like genuine belonging. Hooky visited daily, bringing him updates from training and quietly, persistently, refusing to let him retreat too far into the guilt he still carried over how close that night had come to disaster. Charlotte brought him books from the academy library, gentle company during long, aching afternoons. Even Laura, still guarded but visibly less hostile now, stopped by once to deliver a terse, grudging acknowledgement that his actions during the attack had earned her respect, however reluctantly given. You threw yourself at an armed operative to save a rift you don't even fully understand, she said, arms crossed, studying him with an expression that had shed most of its earlier suspicion. That's either the bravest thing I've seen a civilian do, or the most foolish. I haven't decided which. Probably both, issei admitted, and something in Laura's expression cracked, just slightly, into what might have been the beginning of a smile. Tadanashi's visits, when they came, carried a different weight entirely, less about the immediate danger and more about the larger shape of what they were now facing together. She arrived on his last evening in the medical wing with a tablet full of research notes, and an expression of focused, determined purpose. I've been going through everything the science division has on that old research program, she said, settling into the chair beside his bed without waiting for invitation. It's heavily redacted, but there are pieces I've managed to pull together. 6 years ago, before the first public IS deployment, a joint task force was studying energy signatures that didn't match any classification on record. The program was shut down after what the surviving documentation calls an unauthorized breach. No further details survive in what I've accessed so far. She looked up, meeting his eyes directly. I think that breach might be connected to whatever first opened a door between your world and ours, long before you ever fell through it. Issei absorbed that slowly, the pieces settling into a shape that felt, unmistakably, larger and more complicated than anything he had faced since arriving. You think someone's been trying to open a permanent connection between our worlds for years, he said. And Phantom Task getting involved with me is just the most recent chapter of something that started long before I ever got here. I think it's possible, Tadanashi said. And I think if I'm right, then finding out who's been sending you those warnings isn't just about protecting you from Phantom Task anymore. It might be the key to understanding everything that's happening here. She set the tablet down, her expression softening into something warmer, more personal. For what it's worth, whatever this turns out to be, I'm glad you're the one it happened to. I don't think many people could have handled the last 2 weeks with the grace you have. I had a lot of help, Issei said quietly, thinking of Hookie's steady presence, of Shifuyu's careful trust, of an entire academy of strangers who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him rather than turn him away. You did, Tadanashi agreed, smiling. And you'll have more of it, for whatever comes next. I promise you that. Chapter 10. He was discharged from the medical wing the following morning, and found the entire group waiting for him outside, Hookie and Ichika, Cecilia and Rin, Charlotte, and even Laura standing together in a loose, easy cluster that had not existed 2 weeks before, when suspicion of the strange new arrival had been the only thing most of them shared. We thought you could use an escort back to class, Hookie said, falling into step beside him as the group began walking together across the sunlit campus. Since apparently every time we leave you alone for more than a day, something tries to tear a hole in the sky. That's fair, Issei admitted, laughing despite the lingering ache still settled deep in his bones. I promise I'll try to be less eventful for a while. Don't make promises you can't keep, Rin said dryly, though there was genuine warmth beneath the usual sharp edge of her humor. Something tells me eventful is just going to be a permanent feature of having you around. Above them, the rift hung stable now, pale and patient against the morning sky, no longer the source of pure dread it had been before that terrible, hopeful glimpse of Riasa's face had torn through its light. Issei found himself glancing up at it more than once as they walked, thinking of crimson hair and a single word carried across impossible distance, thinking of a world full of people who loved him and had never once stopped searching, thinking of the strange, unexpected family beginning to take root around him in a place he had never meant to call home. 2 worlds, drawing slowly, dangerously closer together. A mystery, half a decade old, waiting to be fully unearthed. An enemy who had shown, decisively, that they would not simply give up after one failed attempt. And somewhere on the other side of a rift stabilized by nothing but his own stubborn will, a family who had just learned, for the first time in 2 long weeks, that he was not lost after all. Whatever came next, Issei thought, walking beside people who had become, against every reasonable expectation, something worth calling friends, he would not be facing it alone. Not in this world. And if the vision in the rift meant anything at all, not in the one waiting for him on the other side of it either. Chapter 11. The captured operative remained in custody at a secure facility off campus. But 3 days after the attack, Shifuyu arranged for Issei to observe part of the interrogation through a monitored feed, a decision she explained bluntly as being less about procedure and more about giving him whatever answers might help him understand the shape of the danger still circling him. The operative, a woman who gave no name and answered most questions with practiced silence, finally broke her composure only once, when the interrogator mentioned the rift by name. "You don't understand what you're protecting," she said, her voice carrying through the feed with cold, unsettling certainty. "That boy isn't just a target. He's a bridge. Whoever controls that bridge controls access to power no nation on this planet has ever had. You think Phantom Task is the only ones who know what he is now? That rift lit up bright enough to be seen from orbit the night it destabilized. Every intelligence agency worth its budget is asking questions about Itsukushima Academy this week." The words settled over Issei like a physical weight, and beside him in the observation room, he felt Shifuyu go very still. "She's not wrong," Shifuyu said quietly, once the feed had ended. "We've already fielded 3 separate diplomatic inquiries in the last 48 hours, all worded carefully, all clearly probing for information about the incident. I've stalled them so far by citing standard incident confidentiality protocols, but that won't hold indefinitely." She turned to face him fully. "You need to understand, Issei, that Phantom Task capturing you was never the only danger here. If enough governments decide you represent a strategic asset worth acquiring, this could become a very different, very much larger problem than one extremist organization." "So what do we do?" Issei asked, feeling the walls of an already complicated situation press in tighter around him. "For now, we keep training you, keep protecting you, and keep working on understanding that rift well enough that eventually you have options beyond simply being fought over," Shifuyu said. "In the meantime, I'd suggest you focus on what you can control. Your training. Your allies. The people in this academy who've already proven, more than once now, that they're willing to stand beside you when it matters." Her expression, briefly, softened into something almost encouraging. "You've survived worse odds than diplomatic maneuvering, if half of what you've told me about your world is accurate. Don't let this news undo the progress you've made." Chapter 12. Training intensified in the weeks that followed, Shifuyu personally overseeing a new regimen designed to help Issei better understand and control the strange resonance between himself and the rift, working alongside the Academy's science division to map exactly what triggered the destabilization Phantom Task had so nearly weaponized. It was slow, careful work, full of small frustrations and smaller victories, and Issei found himself grateful, more than once, for the steady presence of the friends who made the long hours bearable. Hookie sparred with him each morning, her blunt corrections sharpening not just his footwork but his focus, until the instinctive control he'd always relied on in battle began to feel less like desperate reflex and more like disciplined mastery. Ichika, in his own easy, unassuming way, became something like a brother in those weeks, the two of them trading stories late into the evening about the strange, singular burden of being the only ones in a room who understood exactly what it felt like to carry power nobody else could fully comprehend. "You know," Ichika said one evening, the two of them sitting on the dormitory roof beneath a sky that had, over the weeks, stopped feeling quite so unfamiliar. "Before you got here, I used to feel like the only person in the world who understood what this was like. Being watched constantly. Being suspected just for existing. Having people decide who you are before you've said a single word." He glanced sideways, something warm and grateful in his expression. "It's nice not being the only one anymore." "I know exactly what you mean," Issei said quietly. "Where I'm from, I spent years being underestimated before anyone bothered to see what I could actually do. It's a strange kind of lonely, being surrounded by people and still feeling like nobody quite understands you." "And now?" Ichika asked. Issei considered the question honestly, thinking of Hookie's steady loyalty, of Charlotte's gentle warmth, of Tadanashi's sharp, protective determination, of Laura's grudging, hard-won respect, of Shifuyu's careful, unwavering fairness. Now I think I got lucky twice, he said finally. Once in a world I never expected to find people worth fighting for. And once here, somehow, in a world I never meant to fall into at all. Ichika smiled, the easy, genuine warmth of someone who understood exactly what that meant. For what it's worth, he said, I'm glad you fell into ours. Above them, the rift continued its slow, patient pulse against the night sky, no longer a source of dread so much as a promise, fragile but real, that the distance between everything issei had lost and everything he was slowly beginning to find here was not, perhaps, as permanent as it had first seemed. Whatever phantom task planned next, whatever mystery still waited to be unearthed about the old research program and the rift's true origins, whatever danger the wider world's growing curiosity might eventually bring to the Academy's doorstep, issei found himself facing it all with a steadiness he hadn't expected to feel this soon. He was not home. Not yet. But for the first time since the white light had first swallowed him whole, he let himself believe, fully and without reservation, that home was no longer an impossible distance away. It was simply waiting patiently on the other side of a door he was slowly, carefully, learning how to open. Chapter 13. The breakthrough, when it finally came, arrived from an unexpected source. Charlotte, quiet and unassuming, spent her free hours in the Academy archives poring over old maintenance logs at Tadanashi's request, searching for any record of unusual activity connected to the Eastern training field in the years before Ichika's own arrival had first made headlines. It was tedious, unglamorous work, and it was Charlotte who found the thread nobody else had thought to pull. There's a decommissioned sensor array buried under the Eastern field, she told the group, spreading printouts across the table in the Academy library where they'd gathered after classes. Installed as part of that old joint research program Yamada-sensei mentioned. Officially, it was removed after the program shut down. But the removal paperwork was never actually completed. It's still down there, and according to the maintenance logs, someone's been accessing its power conduit periodically for the last 2 years. 2 years, Hookie repeated slowly. Since the first warning. Since the first warning, Charlotte confirmed, and the weight of that settled over the table like a held breath. Whoever's been sending issei those notes, I think they've been using that old array to monitor the rift, or something like it, long before issei ever arrived. Which means they might have known this was coming. That he was coming. Issei felt Drake's attention sharpen at that, old instinct stirring with focused interest. Partner. If someone has been monitoring rift activity for 2 years, they did not simply guess that a door might open here. They anticipated it, or caused conditions that made it more likely. This warrants careful investigation, not blind trust, however well-intentioned their warnings have seemed so far. We should tell Shifuya-sensei, Rin said immediately, already reaching for her communicator. Wait. Tadanashi's voice cut in, quiet but firm, and the table turned to look at her. If we report this immediately through official channels, and there really is a mole inside the Academy's staff, whoever's been sending these warnings might get spooked and go dark before we ever learn who they are, or what they actually know. I think we should investigate the array ourselves first. Carefully. Quietly. That sounds like exactly the kind of reckless plan Shifuya-sensei would kill us for even suggesting, Ichika said, though his tone carried more resignation than genuine objection. Which is why we're not going to ask her permission first, Tadanashi said, a familiar, mischievous glint returning to her eyes despite the seriousness of the conversation. We're going to gather enough information to bring her something useful, rather than another loose thread to chase. Careful is not the same as passive. She looked around the table, meeting each set of eyes in turn. Are you all in? One by one, the group nodded, the decision settling over them with the particular gravity of people choosing, deliberately, to walk further into danger together rather than wait safely on its edges. Issei felt something warm and unfamiliar bloom in his chest, watching the resolve harden around the table, an echo of the same loyalty he had once found among Rias's peerage, rebuilt here, unexpectedly, among people who had known him for barely a month. Then let's find out who's been watching me, he said quietly, before they decide to stop just watching. Chapter 14. They made their approach to the buried sensor array 2 nights later, Under cover of a routine maintenance shutdown Tadanashi had arranged through channels issei suspected she was not entirely authorized to use. The array itself sat in a forgotten sublevel beneath the eastern field, accessible through a maintenance shaft Charlotte's research had located, its old equipment dust-covered but, unmistakably, still active, a faint hum of power running through cables that should have been decommissioned years before. Someone's definitely still using this, Laura said, running a gloved hand along one of the humming conduits, her expression grim. Recently, too. This dust pattern is disturbed. Issei approached the array's central console carefully, Drake's awareness sharpening beside his own senses as he studied the old, unfamiliar interface. Whatever data the system had been gathering for the past 2 years, it clearly connected somehow to the same energy signature that ran through both himself and the rift above. There, Hookie said, pointing to a small terminal tucked into the corner of the chamber, its screen flickering weakly with old power. That looks newer than the rest of this equipment. Issei crossed to it and found, waiting on the screen, a single file, timestamped just hours before, as though someone had known, impossibly, that they would come looking tonight. If you are reading this, the file began, then you have proven exactly the kind of resourcefulness I hope to see. I am sorry for the secrecy. It has been necessary, for reasons I will explain in person, soon, once I am certain it is safe to do so. What I can tell you now is this. The rift above your academy is not the first door to open between your world and this one. It will not be the last either, if the pattern I have spent years tracking holds true. Something on the other side of that door is drawing closer, has been drawing closer for a long time, and Phantom Task's interest in Issei Hayato is the least of the dangers I have spent 2 years trying to prevent. Trust each other. Protect the rift. I will find you when the time is right. The message ended there, the screen flickering once more before going dark entirely, the terminal's power finally, permanently spent. Silence held over the buried chamber for a long moment, broken only by the fading hum of the old sensor array settling back into dormancy. Something on the other side of that door is drawing closer, Ichika repeated slowly. That's not exactly reassuring. No, Issei agreed, staring at the darkened screen, feeling the full weight of everything still unresolved settle over him, the mystery of the old research program, the identity of their anonymous ally, and now, unmistakably, the promise of something larger still waiting to reveal itself. It's not. Above them, far beyond the buried chamber ceiling, the rift continued its slow, steady pulse against the night sky, patient and unhurried, keeping whatever secrets it still held close, waiting, like everything else in this strange, unfinished mystery, for its own moment to finally break open. Chapter 15. They returned to the surface well past midnight, the weight of the message settling differently over each of them as they climbed back into the cool night air, the academy quiet and unaware around them of the discovery just made beneath its own foundations. We have to tell Shifuyu-sensei everything now, Rin said, breaking the thoughtful silence that had followed them up from the buried chamber. This isn't just about Phantom Task anymore. If there's something else out there, something bigger, she needs to know. Agreed, Tadanashi said, already composing the report in her head. Issei could tell from the focused, distant look in her eyes. I'll take responsibility for tonight. She'll be furious we didn't come to her first, but better furious with a full picture than kept in the dark waiting for permission we might not have gotten in time. Issei walked slightly apart from the group as they crossed the moonlit courtyard, his thoughts caught between the message's unsettling promise and the vision of Riasa's face that had haunted him every quiet moment since the rift first destabilized. Something on the other side of that door is drawing closer. He thought of the creature that had torn through the sky weeks before, of Drake's old, wary recognition of its signature, and wondered, with a chill that had nothing to do with the night air, whether that had only been the first, smallest sign of something far larger still gathering on the horizon. Partner, Drake's voice rose quiet and thoughtful in the back of his mind. Whatever comes next, know that you do not face it as you did in your first days here, alone and uncertain of every hand extended toward you. Look at what has grown around you in so short a time. Issei glanced up at the group walking beside him, at Hookie's steady, watchful presence, at Ichika's easy warmth, at Tadanashi's fierce, protective determination, at Charlotte's gentle diligence and Rin's sharp loyalty and Laura's hard-won, grudging respect, and felt something settle deep and certain in his chest, a conviction that had carried him through every dark hour of his life in the underworld and had, somehow, against every reasonable expectation, found new roots here as well. Whatever waited on the other side of that door, whatever mystery still remained to be unearthed about the old research program and their unseen allies' true identity, whatever threat was drawing closer with every passing day, he would not face it alone. He never truly had. Above them, the rift pulsed once more, pale and patient against the stars, keeping its secrets close for just a little while longer, and Issei Hayato walked on beside his newfound family, carrying the fragile, unbroken hope of two worlds slowly, carefully finding their way back to each other, one difficult step at a time. Chapter 16. Shifuyu listened to the full report the following morning without interruption, her expression unreadable through most of it, though Issei caught the faint tightening at the corner of her eyes when Tadanashi reached the part about the buried array and the message left waiting for them. "You should have come to me first," Shifuyu said, once the report had finished, her voice carrying the particular flatness of someone choosing careful restraint over open anger. "All of you. That chamber could have been rigged with any number of dangers you had no way of anticipating." "You're right," Tadanashi said, no trace of defensiveness in her voice. "It was reckless. I take full responsibility for that decision. But we came back with something we wouldn't have found any other way, and I don't regret that part of it." Shifuyu studied her for a long moment, then let out a slow breath, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "No," she admitted. "I don't suppose you do. And I can't entirely fault the instinct, given how little official channels have managed to uncover on their own." She turned to the rest of the group, her gaze finally settling on Issei. "This changes things. If there's truth to this warning, if something larger really is approaching through that rift, we need to prepare for possibilities far beyond a single extremist organization's ambitions." "What do we do now?" Hoki asked. "Now," Shifuyu said, "we prepare properly. Full contingency planning, expanded training, closer coordination with allied programs overseas who may have encountered similar phenomena. And we wait for your mysterious benefactor to make good on their promise to reveal themselves, while doing everything in our power to be ready for whatever they were trying to warn us about in the meantime." Her gaze lingered on Issei a moment longer, something almost gentle beneath the usual severity. "You've handled every trial this world has thrown at you with more grace than I expected from someone who fell into it with no warning at all. Whatever comes next, I have every confidence that will remain true." It was, Issei thought, watching her turn back to the wider group and begin issuing the first of what would surely be many new directives, as close to a vote of full confidence as Shifuyu Orimura was ever likely to offer, and it settled over him with a warmth that lingered long after the meeting ended, carrying him through the rest of that long, eventful day with a steadiness he had not expected to feel this early into whatever larger storm was still gathering, unseen, somewhere beyond the rift's patient, watching light. Chapter 17. That evening, Issei found himself alone at the edge of the eastern field once more, drawn back to the rift the way he had been drawn back to it nearly every night since the vision of Rias had first torn through its light. The academy was quiet around him, the day's revelations still settling into the collective understanding of everyone who now shared the weight of what was coming. Hooky found him there, as she often did, settling onto the low wall beside him without a word, content simply to share the silence. "Do you think she saw you as clearly as you saw her?" she asked eventually, her eyes fixed on the pale, patient light above them. "I don't know," Issei admitted. "I hope so. I hope she knows I'm still looking for a way back to her, to all of them, even with everything else happening here. For what it's worth," Hooky said quietly, "I don't think wanting to go home makes what you've built here any less real. I think you're allowed to want both. To miss the world you came from and still care about the one you landed in." She glanced sideways at him, something warm and unguarded in her expression that had taken weeks of careful, hard-won trust to earn. "Whatever happens when that door finally opens all the way, I hope you know you'll always have a place here. With us. With me." Issei felt the words settle over him like warmth against the cold night air, another thread woven quietly into the strange, unexpected tapestry of belonging he had found in a world he never meant to fall into. "Thank you," he said softly. That means more than I know how to say. Above them, the rift pulsed on, patient and unhurried, holding its secrets close for just a little while longer, and Issei Hayata sat beneath it in comfortable silence beside a girl who had become, against every reasonable expectation, someone he could not imagine this strange chapter of his life without, waiting together for whatever doors still remained to be finally opened. Somewhere beyond the reach of either world's understanding, something ancient and patient continued its slow approach, unseen and unhurried, content for now to let the door remain only partly open, gathering its strength for the moment it would finally choose to step through. Chapter 18. Far away, in a courtyard of red brick and stained glass windows, in a world Issei had left behind 2 long weeks ago, a crimson-haired girl stood at the edge of a fading circle of light, her hand still outstretched toward a boy who was no longer there. I found him, Rias Gremery said quietly, to the small crowd of anxious, hopeful faces gathered behind her. He's alive. He's safe. And wherever that door led him, I promise you, we are going to open it again, and we are going to bring him home. Behind her, Akino's hand found her shoulder, steady and certain. Asia's eyes shone with fresh, hopeful tears. And somewhere in the quiet, determined resolve settling over every face in that courtyard, a promise took root that would not be broken, no matter how many worlds now stood between them and the boy they refused to stop searching for. Act 3, Chapter 1. 3 weeks after the buried array had given up its message, the academy had transformed into something closer to a fortress than a school, though Shifuyu Orimura insisted, whenever anyone used that word within her hearing, that fortress was an exaggeration and preparedness was simply good practice. Issei did not think it was an exaggeration. New sensor arrays ringed the entire campus perimeter now, calibrated specifically to detect the strange resonance that marked both his own energy signature and the rifts, still hanging patient and pale above the eastern field. Diplomatic inquiries from 3 separate governments had been formally acknowledged and politely deflected, though Tadanashi had confided to him privately that the deflections were growing harder to maintain with each passing week. Training had intensified into something almost punishing, Shifuyu personally overseeing sessions designed to sharpen not just his combat instincts but his understanding of the rift itself, mapping the strange resonance between himself and the door that refused to fully close. And through all of it, no further word had come from their unseen benefactor. It's been 3 weeks, Rin said one afternoon, the familiar group gathered at their usual table in the academy library, books and tablets spread across the surface in various states of half-finished research. If they were really watching that array for 2 years, you'd think they'd have made contact again by now. Maybe something's stopping them, Charlotte offered quietly. Maybe it's not as safe as they thought it would be, to come forward. Or maybe they're exactly the kind of person who says things like I will find you when the time is right, and then takes their sweet time actually doing it, Ichika muttered, earning a tired laugh from around the table. Issei said little, turning the mystery over in his mind the way he had turned it over 100 times in the past 3 weeks, searching for some thread he hadn't yet considered. Drake had been unusually quiet on the subject too, offering little beyond the same cautious uncertainty that had colored every conversation about their unseen allies since the message had first appeared. Partner, the dragon's voice rose now, thoughtful and distant, as though summoned by Issei's own turning thoughts. I have been considering something. The energy signature in that old array, and the signature I sensed the night the creature came through the rift. They were not identical, but they shared a texture, a kind of resonance I recognize now that I did not fully place before. I believe our benefactor may have some direct connection to whatever crossed through that door weeks ago. Not an ally of it, but someone who has studied it closely enough to carry its echo. Issei relayed the thought carefully to the table, watching the weight of it settle over each face in turn. So they might know exactly what that creature was, Hoki said slowly. And exactly what's still coming, which would explain why they've been so cautious about revealing themselves, Tadanashi added, setting down the tablet she'd been scrolling through. If they'd been close enough to something dangerous to understand it this well, showing themselves too soon might paint a target on their back as large as the one already on Issei's. The conversation might have continued longer, circling the same unanswered questions it had circled for 3 weeks, if Shifuyu's voice hadn't cut through the library's quiet murmur from the doorway, her expression carrying an urgency none of them had seen from her since the night of the attack. "All of you, with me," she said. "Now." Something just came through the perimeter sensors, and it's not IS technology, and it's not asking permission to be here. Chapter 2. They reached the eastern field to find a figure standing calmly at its center, directly beneath the rift's pale light, as though she had simply stepped out of the sky itself and found the ground a perfectly ordinary place to land. She was tall, dressed in a long coat the color of old parchment, dark hair falling loose past her shoulders, and she carried herself with the unhurried confidence of someone who had walked into far more dangerous rooms than this one and found each of them, eventually, willing to listen. Around her, a full contingent of armed academy security held position at a wary distance, weapons raised but not yet fired, uncertain, evidently, of exactly what threat they were facing. "Stand down," Shifuya ordered as they approached, though her own posture remained tense, ready. "I want answers before anyone does anything they can't take back." The woman turned toward them, and something in her expression, warm and faintly apologetic, eased a fraction of the tension coiled through the assembled group. "You must be Shifuya Orimura," she said. "And you?" Her gaze shifted, settling directly on Issei with an intensity that made Drake stir sharply in the back of his mind. "You must be the young man who has been carrying my warnings so faithfully for the past month. I'm sorry for the delay in coming forward properly. I needed to be certain it was safe before I did." "Who are you?" Issei asked, though something in him had already begun, uneasily, to suspect the answer. "My name is Dr. Ilara Voss," the woman said. "I was part of the original research team that first detected anomalous rift activity, 6 years ago, before any of this Academy's technology existed in its current form. I have spent every year since trying to understand what we found, and trying to prevent what I always feared would eventually follow it through." She glanced up at the rift's pale light, her expression sobering. "I see the door is still open. That means we're running out of time faster than I'd hoped." "Running out of time for what?" Shifuya asked, her voice sharp with barely restrained urgency. Dr. Voss met her eyes steadily. "6 years ago, my team detected something crossing briefly into this world through a rift very much like the one above us now. We didn't understand what it was at the time. We only knew it was old, powerful, and hungry for something our instruments couldn't fully identify. The breach that shut our program down wasn't an accident, Instructor Orimura. It was that creature, testing the door, learning its shape, before withdrawing to wait for a better opportunity." Her gaze shifted back to Issei, and something almost sorrowful entered her expression. "I believe your arrival, and the energy you carry, may be exactly the opportunity it's been waiting 6 years for." Chapter 3. They moved the conversation to Shifuya's office, away from the open field and the growing crowd of curious students the confrontation had inevitably drawn, and Dr. Voss laid out the full weight of what she had spent 6 years piecing together with the careful, methodical precision of someone who had rehearsed this explanation many times in her own mind, waiting for the day she would finally need to deliver it. "The creature that crossed through 6 years ago left traces we spent years analyzing," she said, seated across from Shifuya's desk while the wider group crowded the edges of the room, listening intently. "Traces of an energy signature that didn't match anything in our own world's physics. When Issei arrived, and when that first creature followed weeks later, the signatures matched almost perfectly. Whatever crossed through 6 years ago, and whatever tried to cross through weeks ago, they're connected. Possibly the same entity, testing the door in stages. Possibly kin, drawn by the same growing weakness in the barrier between worlds." "You said Issei's arrival might be the opportunity it's been waiting for," Hookie said, her voice tight with barely contained protectiveness. "What does that mean, exactly?" "It means," Dr. Voss said carefully, "that whatever this entity is, it requires an anchor to cross fully and permanently rather than briefly testing the edges of the door. 6 years ago, it found no anchor strong enough, and the rift closed again on its own before it could establish one. Issei's arrival, and the resonance between his energy and the rift's, may have finally given it exactly what it was missing." The words settled over the room like a physical weight, and Issei felt the familiar cold of unwanted responsibility close tight around his chest. "So this is happening because of me," he said quietly. "No," Drake's voice rose sharp and immediate in his mind, and issei related aloud without hesitation, needing the room to hear it as clearly as he did. It's happening because something old and patient has been waiting 6 years for any opportunity at all, and my arrival gave it one. That's not the same as it being my fault. I didn't choose to fall through that door. I'm not going to let guilt over something I never controlled stop me from doing everything I can to stop what comes next. Something in Dr. Voss's expression shifted at that, approval mixed with a relief she hadn't quite managed to hide. Good, she said. Because I did not come here only to deliver a warning. I came here because I believe, between my research, this Academy's resources, and whatever unique connection you carry to that rift, we may have a real chance to close that door permanently before this entity finishes establishing whatever anchor it needs. But it will require all of us, working together, and it will require moving quickly. My instruments suggest the anchor is not yet fully stable. That window will not stay open forever. Then we'd better not waste it, Shifuya said, already reaching for her communicator, her voice sharpening into the crisp, decisive authority of someone who had spent her entire career preparing for exactly this kind of impossible fight. Dr. Voss, you'll have full access to whatever resources this Academy can provide. Issei, Tadanashi, all of you, I want every available hand working this problem starting tonight. Whatever's coming through that door, we are not going to be caught unprepared for it twice. Chapter 4. The days that followed passed in a blur of focused, exhausting effort, the entire Academy reorganizing itself around the singular goal of understanding the rift well enough to close it before whatever entity waited beyond it could finish what it had started 6 years before. Dr. Voss proved an unexpectedly warm presence amid the urgency, her careful, methodical intelligence balanced by a genuine gentleness that put even the most wary members of the group at ease within days of her arrival. She worked alongside the Academy's Science Division to recalibrate the sensor arrays around the eastern field, worked alongside Shifuya to develop contingency plans for every scenario her years of research could imagine, and worked, most patiently of all, alongside Issei himself, helping him understand the strange resonance between his own energy and the rift with a clarity nobody else in this world had been able to offer. The connection isn't just proximity, she explained one evening, the two of them alone in the makeshift research lab that had once been an unused classroom, diagrams of energy signatures spread across every available surface. It's resonance. Your sacred gear responds to the same fundamental frequency the rift does, which is why you were able to stabilize it during the attack, and why the entity on the other side likely recognizes you as something significant. Not necessarily a target to destroy. Possibly a key it hopes to use. That's not exactly comforting, Issei admitted. No, Dr. Voss agreed, but understanding it is the first step toward controlling it, rather than being controlled by it. She studied him for a moment, something thoughtful in her expression. May I ask you something, Issei? Not about the rift. About you. Issei nodded, curious despite the exhaustion of the long day's work. In 6 years of research, I've read a great many theories about dragons and sacred gears and the world you come from, Dr. Voss said. But theories are cold things. I find myself wondering what it's actually like, carrying something so old and so powerful, and choosing, again and again, to use it for other people's sake rather than your own. Issei considered the question honestly, surprised by how easily it settled into words after everything the past month had taught him about what mattered most to say aloud rather than carry silently. It's lonely sometimes, he admitted. Being the one who has to be strong when everyone else is scared. But it's also the only thing that's ever made sense to me. Protecting people. Even when it costs something. Especially then, honestly. That's when it matters most. Dr. Voss's expression softened into something that looked, for just a moment, like quiet, genuine admiration. I think, she said, that's exactly the kind of person this world needed to fall through that door, whatever cost it came with. Chapter 5. Not every hour of those preparation days belonged to research and training. Shifuya, with unexpected wisdom, insisted on preserving pockets of ordinary time amid the growing urgency, arguing bluntly that a team run entirely ragged by fear made worse decisions than one given room to breathe. It was during one such pocket of quiet, rare free evening, that Hookie finally found the courage to say what she had been carrying, unspoken, for weeks. They sat together on the dormitory roof, the rift's pale light steady above them, the rest of the group scattered elsewhere across the campus in their own small moments of rest. Hooky had been quiet longer than usual, and Issei had learned, over the past month, to recognize the particular shape of her silences. The ones that meant something important was gathering itself toward words. "I need to tell you something," she said finally, not quite meeting his eyes. "And I need you to let me finish before you say anything, because if I stop now I don't think I'll manage to start again." Issei nodded, giving her the space she'd asked for. "When you first fell into that hangar," Hooky said, "I didn't trust you. None of us did, not really, not for a long time. But somewhere in the past month, watching you fight for people who weren't even yours to protect, watching you carry all of this without ever once making it about yourself, I stopped seeing you as the mystery that fell out of the sky and started seeing you as someone who matters to me." She paused, gathering herself, and when she continued her voice was steadier, more certain. "More than I expected to. More than I think I'm supposed to, given everything still uncertain about whether you'll even stay in this world once that rift finally closes." The confession settled over Issei with a warmth that ached in a way he hadn't fully braced for, tangled together with the ever-present ache of missing Rias, of missing everyone waiting for him on the other side of an unfinished door. He thought of Drake's old counsel, given weeks before in a quieter moment. "It is not wrong to let people matter to you, Hooky," he said gently. "I care about you too. More than I think I let myself admit, honestly, because I've been so focused on getting home that I didn't want to complicate things by naming what's been growing here." He met her eyes directly, wanting her to hear the honesty in every word. "I don't know what happens when that door finally opens the way it's supposed to. I don't know if I'll be able to stay, or if staying is even something you'd want, once you understand everything that comes with the world I'm from. But I know that whatever happens, what's grown between us these past weeks is real. It matters. You matter." Hooky was quiet for a long moment, processing the honesty of it, before a small, unguarded smile finally broke across her expression, rare and precious in the way all of her genuine smiles had proven to be. "That's more than I expected you to say," she admitted. "I think I can live with uncertain, as long as it's honest." "I promise you honest," Issei said quietly. "That's the least I owe you, after everything you've given me since I got here." They sat together beneath the rift's patient light a while longer, the silence between them easier now, softened by words finally spoken aloud, and Issei found himself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever waited on the other side of the coming storm, he would face it grateful, at least, for every unexpected piece of belonging this strange world had offered him along the way. Chapter 6. Far across the width of the rift, in a world of devils and angels that had never stopped searching, Rias Gremory stood at the center of a research circle that had consumed nearly every waking hour of the past month. Crimson magic circles layered dense across the floor of the old clubroom. Aquino and Asia and the rest of her peerage gathered close around her in a formation that had become as familiar as breathing. "The resonance is stronger tonight," Aquino observed, studying the shifting patterns of light with careful, practiced focus. "Whatever's happening on his end, the connection is growing clearer." "Then we push harder," Rias said, her voice carrying the same unbroken determination it had carried every night since that first, fleeting glimpse of Issei's face across a rift none of them fully understood. "We are not losing this thread again. Not when we're this close." Asia knelt beside the circle's edge, her hands folded in careful concentration, weaving healing magic through the pattern with a gentleness that had, more than once in the past month, been the difference between a research session ending in exhausted collapse and one ending in genuine progress. "I can feel him," she said softly, wonder coloring her voice. "Faintly. Like a warmth on the other side of a very thick wall. He's alive. He's safe. I think he's found people who care about him there too." Something in Rias's chest tightened at that, a complicated tangle of relief and a grief she rarely let herself name aloud. The fear that whatever world Issei had fallen into might, in time, come to matter to him as much as the one he'd left behind. She pushed the fear down the way she had learned to push down every fear that threatened to slow her search, and focused instead on the steady, burning certainty that had carried her through every difficult night since his disappearance. "Wherever he's found comfort," she said quietly, "I'm glad of it. He deserves people who care for him, in every world he ever finds himself in. But that doesn't change what we're going to do. She looked around at her assembled peerage, at every face that had refused, without exception, to give up this search even when the odds had seemed impossibly long. We are going to open that door all the way, and we are going to bring him home, and if there's danger waiting for him on the other side of it, then we are going to make sure he doesn't have to face it without us standing beside him too. Kaneko, quiet as always, spoke from her place near the circle's edge, her voice carrying a rare weight of conviction. He'd do the same for us. He always does. Yes, Rias agreed, something fierce and unbreakable settling into her expression as she turned back to the shifting light of the circle. He always does. Which is exactly why we're not going to stop until we've done the same for him. Chapter 7. Back at the academy, the preparation reached its final, urgent stretch as Dr. Voss's instruments began registering changes in the rift's resonance that could no longer be explained by ordinary fluctuation. It's stabilizing, she reported to the assembled group gathered in the makeshift lab, her expression tight with focused urgency. Not in the way we've been hoping for. The entity's anchor is strengthening. My best estimate gives us 3 days, perhaps 4, before it achieves whatever threshold it needs to cross fully. Then we have 3 days to be ready, Shifuyu said, already turning to the tactical displays that had become a permanent fixture of the room. Dr. Voss, walk us through what we're actually facing when it does. Dr. Voss pulled up a rendering built from 6 years of fragmented data, a shape both familiar and unsettling, echoing the creature that had torn through the sky weeks before but rendered larger, more defined, more certain in its lines. Based on the traces from 6 years ago and the signature from the recent incursion, we believe we're facing something ancient, something that predates even the oldest classifications either of our worlds have developed. It does not seem to hunger for destruction the way a simple predator might. It hungers for anchor points, for footholds between worlds, and issei's unique resonance may make him the strongest foothold it has ever encountered. So it's coming for him specifically, Ichika said grimly. Likely, Dr. Voss confirmed. Which means our strategy needs to account for both defending the Academy broadly and protecting Issei specifically, without simply hiding him away, since isolating him would leave the rest of you without the resonance control that stabilized the barrier once already. Issei felt the weight of every eye in the room settle on him, and forced himself to meet it steadily rather than flinch from it. Then we don't hide, he said. We use exactly what makes me a target as the tool that closes this door for good. If it wants an anchor, we give it one it can hold on to. One that turns its own hunger against it. That's a dangerous plan, Laura said, though there was no argument in her tone, only the sharp, assessing focus of a soldier already calculating tactics. But it might be the only one with a real chance of working. Tadanashi leaned forward, a familiar, determined light kindling in her eyes despite the gravity of the conversation. Then let's build it properly, she said. 3 days. We use every hour. Chapter 8. The 3 days that followed passed in a haze of relentless preparation, every member of the group settling into roles shaped by their particular strengths. The found family that had grown quietly around Issei over the past month now hardening into something closer to a coordinated unit, bound by purpose as much as affection. Hookie and Ichika drilled combat formations with him late into each night, refining the coordination between his boosted gear's raw power and the IS unit's precision until the 3 of them moved together with an instinctive fluency that reminded Issei, achingly, of the trust he'd once built with Kiba and Zenobia on countless battlefields back home. Cecilia and Rin worked with Dr. Voss to calibrate long-range support tactics, designed to keep the entity's attention divided across multiple fronts rather than allowing it to focus its full hunger on any single target. Charlotte and Laura took point on defensive fortification, reinforcing the Academy's perimeter with a thoroughness that left little to chance. Tadanashi coordinated the effort as a whole, her sharp mind weaving every separate thread into something resembling a unified strategy, while Shifuyu oversaw it all with the steady, unshakable authority that had carried this academy through every crisis before this one. On the evening before the estimated deadline, the group gathered one final time in the makeshift lab, exhaustion etched into every face but resolve burning steady beneath it. There's one more piece of the plan I haven't fully explained, Dr. Voss said, drawing their attention with careful gravity. If issei serves as the anchor point that draws the entity's full attention, and if the rest of you can hold the line long enough for him to attempt what we discussed, there's a chance, not a certainty, but a real chance, that he can use the same resonance that stabilized the rift weeks ago to sever the entity's connection entirely. Not destroy it. Send it back through the door, and close that door permanently behind it. What happens to issei if it works? Hooky asked immediately, the protectiveness in her voice unmistakable. Dr. Voss hesitated, and the hesitation itself carried an answer none of them wanted to hear. I don't know, she admitted honestly. The resonance required will be significant. It may simply exhaust him the way stabilizing the rift did before, only more severely. Or it may sever his own connection to the rift entirely, which, given his origins in a different world, could mean he loses his path home as well. She trailed off, unwilling to say anything more. It could mean I lose the connection that might let me get home too, issei finished quietly, understanding settling over him with the particular clarity of a choice he had already, somewhere beneath the fear, decided to make. If closing that door permanently means severing my own path back to Rias, and everyone waiting for me. The room fell silent, the weight of that possibility settling over every face present. There has to be another way, Hooky said, her voice tight with something close to desperation. We can't ask you to choose between saving this world and finding your way back to your own. Issei looked around at every face gathered in that room, at Hooky's fierce protectiveness, at Ichika's grim solidarity, at Tadanashi's sharp, calculating worry, at Shifuyu's steady, unspoken faith, and felt the decision settle into something clean and certain despite the fear still tangled through it. If it comes down to that choice, he said quietly, I'm not going to hesitate. I've spent my whole life protecting people who couldn't protect themselves. I'm not going to stop now, just because this time the cost might be higher than I've ever paid before. He met Hooky's eyes, wanting her to understand the full weight of the promise he was making. But I'm not giving up on finding another way first. Not until every other option is exhausted. I owe both worlds that much effort, at least. Dr. Voss studied him for a long moment, something like fierce, protective admiration settling into her expression. Then let's spend tonight making sure exhausting every other option means something, she said. I have 3 more theories I haven't fully tested. We have until dawn. Let's use it. Chapter 9. Dawn came without a breakthrough, but it did not come without hope. Dr. Voss's final theory, tested through the long, exhausting hours of the night, had yielded something genuinely new, a possibility none of them had considered until the desperate pressure of the deadline forced every assumption back onto the table. The resonance doesn't have to come from severing your connection entirely, she explained, weary but energized by the discovery, as the first light of morning broke over the Academy's eastern field. If we can channel the rift's own energy through the Academy's IS core network at the moment you attempt to close the door, we may be able to distribute the cost across multiple anchor points instead of forcing your own connection to absorb it alone. It's untested. It's risky. But it gives you a chance to close that door without losing your own path home in the process. What do you need from us? Shifuya asked immediately. Every IS unit on this campus, synchronized to a single resonant frequency, standing ready at the moment issei engages the entity directly, Dr. Voss said. It will require perfect timing and complete trust between every pilot involved. If even one unit falls out of sync, the distributed load could overwhelm the entire network instead of easing the burden on him. Around the room, the group exchanged glances heavy with the particular resolve of people who had already decided, individually and now collectively, exactly how far they were willing to go. Then we synchronized, Tadanashi said simply. Every pilot on this campus. We have hours, not days, but we have hours, and I intend to use every single one of them making sure this works. The Academy transformed once more in the hours that followed, every available IS unit and pilot drawn into a coordinated training exercise unlike anything the school had attempted before, Dr. Voss and Shifuyu working in tandem to calibrate the resonant frequency across dozens of individual units, testing and retesting the synchronization until exhaustion blurred into something like grim, determined momentum. Issei spent much of that final stretch beside Drake's quiet, steady presence in the back of his mind, preparing himself as much as the Academy prepared around him. Are you ready, partner? Drake asked, as the afternoon light began its slow slide toward evening, toward the deadline Dr. Voss's instruments had marked as the entity's likely moment of full arrival. I don't know if ready is the right word, issei admitted honestly. But I'm not going to let fear stop me from doing what needs to be done. That's never been how I've faced anything that mattered. That, Drake said, with something like ancient, weary pride coloring the words, has always been your greatest strength, partner. Whatever comes tonight, know that I have fought beside countless wielders across countless centuries, and none of them have ever made me prouder to be bound to them than you have. The words settled over issei with a warmth that steadied him more than he'd expected, carrying him forward into the gathering evening with a calm resolve that would, he suspected, be tested more thoroughly than almost anything he had faced since arriving in this strange, unexpected world. Chapter 10. The entity arrived not with the sudden, violent tear of their first encounter, but with a slow, building pressure that seemed to seep into the very air of the academy hours before its full form finally broke through, the rift's pale light deepening by degrees into something darker, richer, more saturated with intent. Its beginning, Dr. Voss's voice carried tight and urgent over the coordinated comm channel linking every pilot and defender across the campus. All units hold position. Issei, remember, you need it fully engaged and focused on you before we can attempt the distributed channel. Don't rush this. Issei stood at the center of the eastern field, boosted gear already glowing steady along his arm, Hooky and Ichika flanking him close on either side, the rest of the group arrayed in careful formation across the wider field, every IS unit synchronized and ready. Above them, the rift's light finally, fully convulsed, and the entity began, at last, to cross. It came through larger than the creature from weeks before, vast and ancient in a way that made every instinct in Issei's body recoil even before Drake's sharp, wary voice rose in his mind. Its form shifted as it emerged, membranous wings and armored scales rippling like something not fully decided on its own shape, eyes like twin furnaces of pale, hungry fire fixing immediately, unmistakably, on Issei the moment its full weight settled onto the scorched earth of the training field. Anchor, a voice rasped through the air, not sound so much as pressure, carrying weight that seemed to settle directly into the bones of everyone standing near enough to hear it. You carry the resonance. You will hold the door. I'm not holding anything open for you, Issei called back, steady despite the tremor of instinct screaming at him to retreat. I'm going to close it. Permanently. The entity's roar in response was not quite anger, Issei realized, watching its vast form coil back in preparation to strike. It was something closer to hunger, ancient and patient, and utterly unbothered by the defiance of one small, mortal voice standing between it and 6 years of careful, waiting purpose. Now! Dr. Voss's voice cut sharp across the comm channel, and every IS unit on the field surged forward in perfect, practiced unison, a coordinated assault designed not to destroy the entity outright but to hold its full attention, to by the seconds Issei would need to attempt what none of them fully knew would work. Boost, the gear announced, green light climbing bright and urgent along Issei's arm, and he ran forward into the chaos, toward the vast, ancient hunger waiting at its center, carrying with him every hope this world and his own had placed, however uncertainly, in his hands. Chapter 11. The battle that followed was unlike anything the Academy's training fields had ever witnessed, a coordinated storm of light and steel breaking against something vast and ancient, and utterly unwilling to yield the ground it had waited 6 long years to claim. Hooky's blade carved bright lines across the entity's flank, her strikes precise and relentless, while Ichika's borrowed armor absorbed a glancing blow that would have leveled a lesser pilot, driving him back only a step before he surged forward again. Cecilia and Rin coordinated long-range strikes from opposite flanks, forcing the entity to divide its attention exactly as planned, while Laura's cold, disciplined precision picked apart every opening the creature's shifting form offered. Charlotte's support fire kept the whole formation steady, and Tadanashi moved through the chaos with the fluid, commanding grace of someone born to lead exactly this kind of desperate, coordinated fight. Issei fought at the center of it, boosted gear blazing bright, every ounce of strength the gear could offer surging through him as he traded blow for blow with a creature that outmatched him in raw, ancient power and lost ground, again and again, only to the sheer, unrelenting persistence of everyone fighting beside him. Partner, Drake's voice rose sharp with urgency amid the chaos. It is tiring. The distributed attack is working. But it will not remain tiring for long. If you intend to attempt the channel, the moment is close. You must commit soon, before it adapts. Issei felt the truth of that in the shifting rhythm of the entity's attacks, the first faint signs of strain beginning to show beneath its ancient, hungry fury. He caught Hookie's eye across the chaos of the field, saw the same recognition mirrored there, and made the only decision he had ever truly known how to make when the moment demanded everything he had left to give. Dr. Voss. He called out over the calm, breathless, resolute. Now! Begin the channel. Beginning synchronization. Dr. Voss's voice answered immediately, tight with focus. Issei, you need full contact with the entity's core resonance. This is going to hurt. I won't pretend otherwise. I know, Issei said, already moving, already throwing himself forward through the chaos of the battle toward the entity's vast, shifting center, ignoring every instinct that screamed at him to retreat instead. Do it anyway. Chapter 12. The moment his glowing arm made full contact with the entity's core, the world dissolved into something beyond simple pain, a resonance so vast and consuming that Issei felt, for one terrible, disorienting instant, as though he had ceased to be a single person and become instead a bridge stretched taut between two entire worlds, every ounce of energy in his body straining to hold a connection that threatened, with every passing second, to tear him apart along with it. Around him, distantly, he was aware of dozens of IS units, flaring bright in perfect synchronization, Dr. Voss's calibrated network finally engaging, drawing a portion of that unbearable weight away from him and distributing it across the wider field, easing, by fractions, the crushing pressure threatening to overwhelm him entirely. Partner! Drake's voice roared through the chaos, ancient and fierce, anchoring him against the storm. Hold. I am with you. We have faced worse than this and endured. Hold. Issei held. The entity shrieked, a sound of ancient, furious denial as the combined resonance of Issei's connection and the Academy's synchronized network began, slowly, agonizingly, to unravel the anchor it had spent 6 years so carefully building. Its vast form convulsed, wings buckling, the pale hunger in its eyes flickering, for the first time, into something that might have been recognized, in a creature capable of such recognition, as fear. You cannot close this door, the entity's voice rasped through the pressure, weaker now, straining. I have waited too long. I will not be denied again. You don't get a vote, Issei ground out through gritted teeth, pouring everything he had left into the resonance stretched taut between his arm and the entity's shuddering core. This isn't your door to hold open. Not anymore. The rift above them convulsed one final time, its pale light collapsing inward with a force that shook the entire field, and the entity, still shrieking its furious denial, was hauled backward through the collapsing light exactly as the creature before it had been, its vast form unraveling into the churning white energy of a door finally, decisively closing. The last thing Issei registered, before the overwhelming weight of the resonance finally claimed the last of his strength and the world dissolved into darkness, was the rift's light collapsing fully closed above him, and for one impossible, fading heartbeat, a final glimpse of crimson hair and desperate, reaching hope on the other side of a door that had, at long last, sealed itself shut. Chapter 13. He woke to the familiar white ceiling of the medical wing, Hookie's hand gripping his tightly enough to leave marks, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce with relief the moment his own eyes finally focused on her face. You're an idiot, she said, her voice thick with emotion she made no effort to hide. A reckless, wonderful idiot, and if you ever do something like that again without a better plan than hold and hope, I am going to be very, very angry with you. Duly noted, Issei managed, his voice rough, every part of him aching with an exhaustion deeper than anything he had felt since his first night in this world. Did it work? Is the door closed? It's closed, Shifuyu's voice answered from the doorway, and Issei turned to find her standing there alongside Dr. Voss, both women wearing expressions of exhausted, genuine relief. The entity is gone. Every sensor reading confirms it. Whatever anchor it spent 6 years building, you unraveled it completely. Something in Issei's chest tightened at the confirmation, relief tangled inseparably with a grief he hadn't fully braced himself to feel. "The rift," he said quietly. "It's completely closed. Not just stabilized." Dr. Voss's expression softened with careful, sympathetic understanding. "Completely closed," she confirmed gently. "I'm sorry, issei. I know what that door represented to you." The room fell quiet, the weight of that finality settling over everyone gathered there, and Issei felt the ache of it settle deep into his chest, the last glimpse of Ryasa's face fading from that final, desperate heartbeat before the door had sealed. He had made his choice, weeks ago in that lab full of exhausted, determined faces, and he had known, even then, exactly what it might cost him. He had chosen to protect this world anyway. He would make that same choice again, without hesitation, no matter how deeply it ached to have made it. Hookie's hand tightened around his, grounding him against the weight of that grief, and Issei found himself grateful, even now, for the steady, unshakable presence she had become in this strange, unexpected chapter of his life. "Thank you," he said quietly, to everyone gathered in that room, to everyone who had fought beside him through the long, exhausting weeks that had led to this moment. "All of you. I couldn't have done this without every single person who chose to stand beside me. That's what family does," Tadanashi said from somewhere near the doorway, her usual playful energy tempered by genuine, unmistakable warmth. "And whatever else that door's closing means, Issei Hayadu, it doesn't change the fact that you have one here now. For as long as you want it." Chapter 14. He was released from the medical wing 3 days later, the ache of the battle's cost still lingering deep in his bones but easing, gradually, under the steady care of the people who had refused to leave his side through the long, difficult recovery. The academy had already begun settling back into something like ordinary rhythm by the time he returned to classes, the immediate danger resolved, the diplomatic pressure from outside governments finally beginning to ease now that Dr. Voss's careful, official reports framed the entire incident as a contained anomaly successfully resolved. Life, in the strange, resilient way it always did, began finding its way back toward normal. But Issei found himself, more evenings than not, still drawn back to the eastern field where the rift had once hung, staring up at an empty sky that no longer held even the faint, patient promise of a door waiting to be opened. It was Dr. Voss who found him there one evening, a week after his release, settling onto the low wall beside him with the same careful gentleness she had shown him since the night she'd first revealed herself. "I have something for you," she said, holding out a small, unassuming device, carefully constructed, humming faintly with an energy signature Issei recognized instantly, achingly, as an echo of the rift itself. "It's not a door. I want to be honest about that. But it's a resonance tracker, built from everything I learned studying the connection between your world and ours. If another rift ever opens, anywhere, for any reason, this will sense it before anyone else does." Issei took the device carefully, turning it over in his hands, feeling something complicated settle in his chest, grief and hope tangled together in equal measure. "You think another door might open someday. I think," Dr. Voss said carefully, "that the universe rarely closes a connection as significant as the one you represented without leaving some trace of possibility behind. I can't promise you it will happen. But I don't believe in closing doors on hope entirely, not when I've spent 6 years watching exactly how persistent connections between worlds can be." She met his eyes, warm and sincere. "Whatever happens, Issei, know that this world is better for having had you fall into it, even if it wasn't the world you meant to land in. That's not nothing. That's worth building a life around, however long that life turns out to be here." Issei looked down at the small device in his hands, at the faint, steady pulse of energy still humming within it, and felt something settle, gradually, into a shape he could finally, honestly call peace. He was not home. He might never find his way back to it now, not through any door he could see. But he was not lost either, not anymore. Not in a world that had given him Hookie's steady loyalty, Ichika's easy brotherhood, Tadanashi's fierce protection, and an entire found family who had chosen him, deliberately and completely, in the space of a single extraordinary month. Whatever came next, he would face it the way he always had, grateful for what he'd found, and never quite finished hoping for what he'd lost. Above him, the empty sky stretched on, quiet and unbroken, holding, somewhere in its vast and patient distance, whatever answer still waited to be found. Chapter 15. Far across the void that had once connected two worlds, in a clubroom that had spent a month wrapped in the fragile, burning hope of a search that refused to end, the moment the door closed registered as a sudden, catastrophic silence. Rias felt at the instant it happened, the resonant thread she had spent weeks carefully nurturing snapping cleanly, completely, leaving nothing behind but the hollow ache of a connection severed rather than fulfilled. She stumbled back from the research circle as though struck, and around her, the rest of her peerage felt it too, the collective shock of hope collapsing all at once into something that looked, for one terrible moment, indistinguishable from grief. Rias. Aquino's voice, careful and urgent, cut through the ringing silence. What happened? What did you feel? The connection, Rias said, her voice unsteady in a way it rarely allowed itself to be. It's gone. Not weakened. Gone. She stared down at her own hands, trembling faintly, and forced herself to breathe through the wave of desperate denial threatening to overwhelm her. The door closed. Somehow, someway, it closed completely. Asia's small gasp carried genuine anguish. Does that mean he's... No. Rias's answer came immediate and fierce, refusing to let the sentence finish itself into the fear it threatened to become. I would feel that. I would know that, the same way I felt this connection every single night for the past month. He's not gone. The door is gone. Those are not the same thing. She straightened, forcing the trembling from her hands through sheer force of will, the same iron resolve that had carried her through every dark hour of this impossible month. Whatever closed that door, issei is still alive on the other side of it. Which means our search isn't over. It's simply changed shape. Kaneko, quiet and steady as always, spoke the question none of the others had yet dared voice aloud. What do we do now? Rias looked around at her assembled peerage, at every exhausted, grief-stricken, unbreakably loyal face gathered in that circle, and felt the old, familiar resolve settle back into her chest, sharper now, hardened by loss rather than diminished by it. We do what we've always done, she said. We find another way. Doors close, but connections like the one we shared with him for that one impossible month don't simply vanish without a trace. There will be another thread to follow. We will find it. Her eyes, fierce and unwavering, swept the circle one final time. We are not giving up on him. Not now. Not ever. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we are bringing issei home. Chapter 16. Back at the academy, the weeks following the rift's closure settled into a rhythm that felt, gradually, less like recovery and more like the quiet, steady work of building something new atop ground that had, however painfully, finally been cleared. Issei returned fully to his classes, the wary curiosity that had once followed him through every hallway now replaced by something closer to easy, familiar acceptance, the strange visitor who had fallen from the sky having become, over the course of one extraordinary month, simply another member of the Academy's community. He trained each morning with Hookie, her corrections sharper now, more demanding, though the warmth beneath them had never been more evident. He spent easy evenings with Ichika on the dormitory roof, trading stories that had less to do with danger now and more to do with the ordinary, comfortable business of two young men finding their footing in lives that had never been simple. Dr. Voss remained at the academy, her research shifting now from crisis management towards something more patient, more hopeful. The resonance tracker she had given issei just the first of many small projects aimed at understanding, someday, whether the connection between worlds might yet be rebuilt on more careful, deliberate terms. It won't be quick, she told him honestly, during one of their regular research sessions, the two of them poring over data that had, so far, yielded little beyond patient, incremental progress. Rebuilding a stable connection, rather than relying on the kind of catastrophic breach that first brought you here, could take years. I won't lie to you about that. I understand, issei said, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he meant it without the desperate ache that question would once have carried. I'm not in a hurry to force it, not after everything closing that door cost this world. If there's a way back someday, I'll take it gladly. But I'm not going to spend every day between now and then wishing my life here away. Dr. Voss studied him with quiet, genuine warmth. That's a remarkably healthy perspective, for someone who lost as much as you did closing that door. I had good teachers, Issei said, thinking of Drake's steady counsel, of Shifuyu's unshakable fairness, of Hookie's fierce, grounding loyalty. And I think I finally understand something my dragon's been trying to tell me since the day I got here. You can miss what you lost and still build something worth having with what you found. Those two things aren't in competition with each other. They're just both true, at the same time. Chapter 17. The tracker device Dr. Voss had given him remained quiet for weeks, its faint hum a constant, patient presence at his bedside, until one evening, nearly 2 months after the rift's closure, it finally, unexpectedly, changed its tune. Issei woke to a soft, insistent chime, unlike any sound the device had made before, and found its small display flickering with a faint, familiar resonance pattern that made his heart stop entirely the moment he recognized it. He was at Dr. Voss's door within minutes, the device clutched tight in his hands, and found her already awake, her own instruments in the research lab lit up with matching readings, her expression caught somewhere between careful scientific caution and unmistakable, dawning hope. It's faint, she said immediately, before he could ask. Very faint. Nothing like the stability the original rift had. But it's the same signature, Issei. Somewhere, someone is trying to open a connection again. Rias, Issei said, the name escaping him with a certainty that came from somewhere deeper than logic, somewhere in the same bound that had once let him feel her presence across an impossible, uncrossable distance. It could be, Dr. Voss allowed carefully. I don't want to give you false hope before we understand more. This kind of resonance could take weeks, months, to stabilize into anything resembling an actual door, if it ever fully does at all. I understand, Issei said, and found, standing there in the quiet lab with the faint, hopeful chime still echoing in his ears, that the careful caution in her words did nothing to dim the fierce, unbreakable warmth blooming in his chest. But it's something. After 2 months of nothing, it's something. Yes, Dr. Voss agreed, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through her careful scientific composure. It's something. Chapter 18. He told the others the next morning, gathered once more around their usual table in the academy library, and watched the news settle over each face in turn, complicated in ways he had expected and grateful, in ways he hadn't quite braced himself for, that none of them flinched from. That's wonderful, Charlotte said immediately, warm and genuine despite the faint shadow of complexity in her expression. You should have every chance to find your way back to the people who love you there too. It's not certain yet, Issei said carefully, watching Hookie's expression in particular, searching for whatever she might be holding back. It might take months to know anything real. It might not work at all. But it might, Hookie said quietly, meeting his eyes with a steadiness that carried more strength than he had any right to expect from her, given everything the news implied about the uncertain shape of whatever future they might still build together. And if it does, Issei, I meant what I told you weeks ago. I care about you. That doesn't come with conditions attached. If there's a chance to reunite you with people who've been searching this hard, for this long, then I want you to have that chance, whatever it means for us. Something in Issei's chest ached at the quiet, selfless courage of that, and he reached for her hand without hesitation, grateful beyond words for every ounce of grace this strange, unexpected world kept offering him, even now, even amid uncertainty this complicated. Whatever happens, he said, meeting every face gathered around that table, however this turns out, I want you all to know that finding you, all of you, has been one of the truest gifts of my entire life. Whether I stay here, or whether I eventually find my way back to the world I came from, that will never stop being true. Above the academy, far beyond the ordinary sight of anyone gathered at that table, a faint, patient resonance continued its slow, careful work, somewhere in the distant, uncrossable space between two worlds that had once, briefly, impossibly, touched, and somewhere on the other side of that same growing thread, in a clubroom that had never once stopped hoping, a crimson-haired girl felt the faintest whisper of connection stir once more beneath her fingertips, and allowed herself, for the first time in 2 long months, to believe that the door might yet open again. Chapter 19. In the weeks that followed the tracker's first faint signal, the academy settled into a new, quieter kind of anticipation, one built not around imminent danger but around the slow, patient work of possibility. Shifuyu authorized Dr. Vasa's continued research without hesitation, though she made clear, in her usual blunt fashion, that the Academy's priority remained protecting its students first and chasing theoretical doorways second. Issei did not resent the caution. He had learned enough, over the past 2 months, to trust her instincts about what mattered most, and he spent his days, increasingly, less consumed by the ache of waiting and more grounded in the steady, ordinary rhythm of a life that had, against every early expectation, become genuinely his own. He still trained each morning with Hooky, still traded easy stories with Ichika beneath the stars, still found himself teased by Rin and challenged by Laura and comforted by Charlotte's gentle warmth, still found, in Tadanashi's sharp, protective friendship, an echo of the found family bonds that had once defined his entire life back in Ko. He had not stopped hoping for the door to open again. But he had stopped letting that hope define every waking hour, choosing instead, deliberately, to build something worth returning to, whichever world eventually claimed him. "You seem different," Hooky observed one evening, the two of them walking together across the quiet, moonlit campus. "Lighter somehow. Even with the tracker still humming away in your room every night." "I think I finally understand something," Issei admitted, glancing up at the empty sky where the rift had once hung, patient and pale, holding the weight of an entire uncertain future. "Whatever happens next, whether that door opens again or stays closed forever, I'm not the same person who fell into that hangar 2 months ago. I found something here I didn't expect to find. Something worth keeping, no matter how the rest of this turns out." Hooky smiled, warm and unguarded, and slipped her hand into his as they walked on together beneath the quiet stars. "Then whatever comes next," she said, "we'll face it the same way we faced everything else." Together, Issei agreed, and found, walking beside her through the settled quiet of a world that had become, however unexpectedly, a true and lasting home, that the word had never felt more certain, or more deeply, gratefully earned. Chapter 20. Dr. Vasa's lab became a quiet fixture of Issei's weekly routine after that, the faint, patient hum of the tracker device a steady companion through the changing seasons, its signal never quite strong enough to promise a door, never quite silent enough to let hope fully fade either. "Some connections take time to rebuild," Dr. Voss told him one evening, the two of them watching the device's faint readings flicker across her monitor. "The bond you share with the people on the other side clearly didn't break when the door closed. It simply changed shape, the way a river changes shape around a fallen stone without ever stopping its course entirely." Issei found comfort in that image, carrying it with him through the quiet, steady months that followed, through mornings spent training beside Hooky and evenings spent laughing with Ichika and Tadanashi, through every small, ordinary moment that had, slowly and without fanfare, become the shape of a life worth living fully, regardless of what future door might someday open before him. He had lost a great deal falling through that rift 2 months before. He understood that now with a clarity grief alone could never have taught him. But he had gained a great deal too, a found family every bit as real and as fiercely loyal as the one waiting for him across an uncrossable distance, and he had learned, in the losing and the gaining both, that a heart built for protecting others had more than enough room to hold 2 worlds at once, however far apart they remained. Whatever came next, whenever the door finally, truly opened again, Issei Hayato would meet it exactly as he had met everything else since falling from the sky into a stranger's hangar 2 months before, grateful for every person who had chosen to stand beside him, and utterly unwilling to stop hoping for the family still waiting, patiently, on the other side. Chapter 21. On the last evening of that second month, the whole group gathered on the dormitory roof beneath a sky finally clear of any trace the rift had ever hung there, sharing a quiet, easy dinner that felt, for the first time in weeks, entirely unburdened by fear or urgency. To Issei, Tadanashi said, raising a cup of tea and a mock toast that drew easy laughter from around the circle, for surviving a hangar, an academy full of suspicious girls, an ancient hungry entity, and Shifuyu Sensei's training regimen, all in the span of 2 months, and somehow still managing to be this insufferably kind about all of it. To Issei, the rest of the group echoed, warmth and genuine affection carrying easily across the rooftop, and Issei felt, listening to it, a fullness in his chest that had nothing to do with the ache of what he'd lost and everything to do with the wealth of what he'd found. Hooky leaned against his shoulder as the evening wound down, the two of them watching the stars emerge one by one across a sky that no longer held any visible reminder of the door that had once hung there, waiting. "Whatever happens next," she said quietly, "I'm glad you fell into our world, issei Hayate." "So am I," he said, meaning it fully, completely, with every part of the heart that had somehow, impossibly, found room enough to belong in two worlds at once. "So am I." Far below the rooftop, unnoticed by the quiet, contented gathering above, the small tracker device in issei's room chimed once, softly, its faint signal pulsing brighter than it ever had before, patient and steady, like the first true heartbeat of a door that had finally, quietly, begun to open again. Nobody heard it that night. But somewhere, on both sides of a distance that had never truly been as final as it seemed, something patient and hopeful had just taken its first quiet step toward being answered. Chapter 22. Morning found Issei standing once more at the edge of the eastern field, the tracker device warm in his hand, its steady new pulse a small, private promise held close against his chest. Behind him, the academy woke slowly into another ordinary day, voices and laughter drifting across the courtyard, a world he had come to love waiting patiently for him to rejoin it. He looked once more at the empty sky, then turned and walked back toward the people gathered there, carrying both worlds with him, at last, in equal and unshaken measure. Act 4. Chapter 1. The signal grew slowly at first, so slowly that for the better part of a month Issei found himself second-guessing whether the tracker's faint, steady pulse had strengthened at all or whether he had simply grown desperate enough to imagine it. Dr. Voss put those doubts to rest on a bright autumn morning, calling him into the lab with an urgency that made his heart leap before she had even finished the sentence. "It's not your imagination," she said, gesturing him toward a monitor filled with data that meant little to him beyond the obvious upward curve of every graph displayed. "The resonance has increased 11% over the past 3 weeks. Small, but consistent. Something on the other side is actively working to strengthen the connection, the same way we're working to understand it from here." "Rias," Issei said, the certainty of it settling warm and unshakable in his chest. "Likely," Dr. Voss agreed, unable to fully suppress the small, genuine smile tugging at her composure. "Whoever it is, they're persistent. And skilled. This kind of steady, controlled growth isn't accidental. Someone on that side understands resonance work at a level that suggests real expertise, not just desperate hope." Issei thought of Akino's precise, formidable mastery of magic, of Rias's own considerable skill as heir to one of the underworld's great houses, and felt a fierce, grateful pride bloom alongside the hope already burning steady in his chest. "They wouldn't stop," he said quietly. "None of them would. Not until they found a way." "Then let's make sure we're ready to meet them halfway," Dr. Voss said, already turning back to her instruments with renewed focus. "I want to accelerate our own research. If the growth rate holds, we could be looking at a stable, controllable connection within months rather than years." "That's remarkable," Issei. "That's more progress than 6 years of prior research ever managed." The news spread quickly through the small, tight circle who had shared every step of the past 2 months with him, and Issei found himself, over the following days, buoyed by a kind of cautious, careful hope he hadn't allowed himself to feel since the door first closed. Hookie's support remained steady and unwavering, though he caught, more than once, the flicker of complicated feelings she worked hard to keep from her expression whenever the subject of reconnection arose. Ichika offered blunt, brotherly encouragement, untroubled by the same undercurrents that shadowed Hookie's careful optimism. Tananashi threw herself into supporting the research with characteristic energy, treating the entire project as a puzzle worth solving for its own considerable sake as much as for what it meant to Issei personally. It was Charlotte, gentle and perceptive as always, who finally voiced what several of them had clearly been thinking. "Are you scared?" she asked one evening, the two of them alone in the library while the others trained on the field outside. "Of what happens if it actually opens again? Of having to choose?" Issei considered the question honestly, the way he had learned to consider every hard question since arriving in this world. "Yes," he admitted. "I'm scared of hurting people I've come to love, no matter what I choose. I'm scared the choice might not even be mine to make, if the resonance forces something either side intends." He met her eyes, grateful for the safe, unhurried space of her question. But I'm more scared of never trying at all. Of letting fear keep two halves of my life permanently apart, when there might be a way to hold both. Charlotte's expression softened with quiet, genuine understanding. I hope you find that way, she said. Whatever it looks like. Chapter 2. The acceleration of research brought with it a corresponding increase in attention from outside the Academy's walls, and within 2 weeks, Shifuyu found herself once again fielding inquiries that had grown considerably less polite than the diplomatic feelers of months before. They're calling it a national security matter now, she told the assembled group during a tense briefing in her office, her expression carrying the particular grimness of someone delivering news she had hoped to avoid. A representative from the Ministry of Defense contacted the Academy board directly yesterday, requesting full access to Dr. Voss's research and, more troublingly, requesting issei be transferred to a secure government facility for what they're calling closer study. Absolutely not, Hoki said immediately, sharp and fierce. I agree, Shifuyu said. And I've already refused the request through official channels. But refusals like that don't always hold, especially once a government decides something falls under national interest. I want all of you aware that this may become a more complicated fight than the one we've already won. Dr. Voss's expression carried a tightness that suggested this development, while unwelcome, was not entirely unexpected. I warned you this might happen, eventually, she said quietly. A working connection between worlds represents exactly the kind of strategic asset governments rarely leave in the hands of an academy, however well defended. We should prepare for the possibility that protecting this research means protecting it from more than just phantom tasks going forward. Then we protect it the same way we've protected everything else, Tadanashi said, her usual light tone tempered by real seriousness. Together, and smart about it. I still have contacts from my family's political circles. I can start working those channels, buy us more time and better terms than a blunt refusal alone might manage. Shifuyu's gaze settled on her with something like grateful respect. Do it, she said. Quietly, and carefully. I don't want to hand anyone an excuse to accuse this academy of operating outside proper channels. As the meeting broke apart, Issei found Laura falling into step beside him in the hallway, her expression carrying an unusual weight of consideration. You should know, she said quietly, that if this becomes a fight against government pressure rather than phantom task, my mother's connections in Germany could complicate things further. There are factions in several governments who would very much like to see this research, and you, move somewhere less protected than this academy. She met his eyes directly. I intend to make sure that doesn't happen. Whatever you think of me, Issei Hayadu, I don't abandon people I've decided are worth protecting. I never thought you would, Issei said, and meant it, grateful for the strange, hard-won trust that had grown steadily between them since her earliest, sharpest suspicion of him months before. Chapter 3. The pressure from outside grew steadily through the following weeks, diplomatic inquiries hardening by degrees into something closer to demands, though Tadanashi's careful political maneuvering, combined with Shifuyu's unshakable refusal to bend, kept the worst of it at bay for the time being. Amid the mounting tension, Dr. Voss's research pressed forward with renewed urgency, the resonance signal continuing its slow, steady climb, until one evening, nearly 6 weeks after the tracker's first faint chime, something shifted in a way none of her instruments had prepared her to expect. Issei. Her voice carried through the calm to his dormitory room well past midnight, tight with an excitement she rarely allowed herself to show so openly. You need to come to the lab. Now. Something's happening. He found her standing before a bank of monitors alive with light, the resonance pattern no longer a faint, steady pulse but something richer, more defined, pulsing in a rhythm that felt, unmistakably, deliberate. It's not just growing anymore, Dr. Voss said, her eyes bright with focused wonder. It's forming structure. Someone on the other side isn't just strengthening the connection randomly. They're shaping it, the way you'd shape a signal meant to carry actual information rather than raw energy alone. Issei stared at the pulsing pattern, and felt something in his chest tighten with a hope so sharp it ached. Can we answer it? I don't know, Dr. Voss admitted honestly. This is beyond anything my 6 years of research anticipated. But I think if anyone in this world has the resonance to try, it's you. She turned to face him fully. This is dangerous, issei. We don't know what a partial, uncontrolled connection might do, to you or to whoever's on the other side. I won't pretend otherwise. Issei thought of Rias's face in that final, fading glimpse before the door had closed, of 2 months spent carrying grief and hope in equal, exhausting measure, and felt the decision settle into him with the same clean, unhesitating certainty that had carried him through every difficult choice since falling into this world. I need to try, he said quietly. Whatever the risk. I need to know if it's really her on the other side. Dr. Voss studied him for a long moment, then nodded, already moving to recalibrate her instruments with careful, practiced focus. Then let's do this properly, she said. Slowly. Carefully. I want every safeguard I can build in place before we attempt anything more than simple observation. She glanced at him, something gentle beneath the scientific focus. I know how badly you want this. I need you to trust me enough to be patient anyway. Rushing this could cost you more than the 2 months you've already lost. I trust you, Issei said, and settled in beside her at the monitors, watching the pulsing, structured light with a hope he no longer had the will, or the desire, to suppress. Chapter 4. The careful work of building safeguards around the structured signal consumed the following 2 weeks, Dr. Voss layering redundancy upon redundancy into her instruments, while Issei submitted to a rigorous new training regimen designed to help him control the resonance more precisely than the desperate, instinctive bursts that had carried him through every crisis so far. Control matters more than power here, Shifuyu told him during one such session, watching closely as he worked through a series of exercises meant to teach him the difference between forcing a connection and inviting one. Whatever's waiting on the other side of that signal, you won't help anyone by charging in recklessly. This isn't a battle you win through sheer stubborn will alone. I know, Issei said, breathing through the strange, delicate focus the exercises demanded, so different from the raw urgency of combat. It's harder than I expected. Fighting, I understand instinctively. This feels like learning an entirely different language. In a way, it is, Dr. Voss said, observing from the side of the training room. Combat resonance and communication resonance draw on similar fundamentals, but the shape of the intention is completely different. One says I will not be moved. The other says I am listening. You've spent your whole life mastering the first. The second is going to take patience. Hooky, present as she often was during these sessions, offered her own quiet insight from years of disciplined swordsmanship. It's like the difference between a strike meant to end a fight and a strike meant to test your opponent's guard, she said. Both take control. But the intention behind them changes everything about how you have to hold yourself. The comparison settled something into place for Issei that the more technical explanations hadn't quite managed, and his progress, over the following days, began to show real, measurable improvement, the wild, instinctive bursts of his early attempts gradually refining into something steadier, more deliberate. It was during one such session, nearly 3 weeks after the signal's first structural shift, that Dr. Voss finally judged the safeguards, and Issei's control, ready enough to attempt real contact. We'll start small, she said. The whole group gathered in the lab for what everyone understood to be a significant, carefully weighed risk. A brief window. If anything goes wrong, if the resonance destabilizes even slightly, we close it immediately. No exceptions, no matter how close you feel to something on the other side. Do you understand? I understand, Issei said, though the words carried a tremor of barely contained hope he made no effort to fully hide. Chapter 5. The attempt began with a stillness unlike anything Issei had experienced since the desperate, chaotic battle that had closed the original door, Dr. Voss's careful instruments humming steady around him as he settled into the delicate, deliberate focus his weeks of training had built. He reached toward the structured signal the way Hooky had described, not with the force of a strike meant to end something, but with the open, patient intention of a question waiting to be answered, and felt, for the first time in 3 long months, something respond. It was not a voice, not exactly, not in the way sound carried through ordinary air. It was a presence, warm and fiercely familiar, pressing against the careful boundary of the connection with an urgency that mirrored his own, and Issei felt his breath catch as understanding bloomed, unmistakable and overwhelming. Rias. The presence surged forward at the recognition, warm and desperate and achingly relieved, carrying with it a flood of feeling too vast and tangled to fully separate into words, relief and grief and fierce, unbroken love all pressing together across the fragile bridge of the connection. Issei, the presence seemed to carry, though whether it was truly words or simply the shape of intention translated by his own desperate hope, he could not be certain. I felt you. I've been trying for so long. I'm here, he answered, or tried to, pouring everything he had into the fragile connection, careful, as Dr. Voss had instructed, not to force it beyond what it could bear. I'm safe. I'm alive. I found people here who care for me, but I never stopped hoping for you, for all of you. We're coming, the presence answered, fierce and certain even through the strange, distant quality of the connection. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we are not stopping until we bring you home. The connection held for a handful of precious seconds longer, warm and overwhelming, before Dr. Voss's careful instruments began registering the first faint signs of strain. The structured signal wavering at its edges under the weight of contact either side had fully learned to sustain. Issei, I need you to let go. Dr. Voss's voice cut through the haze, urgent but controlled. Now, before the strain destabilizes anything. Gently. The way we practiced. It took every ounce of discipline his weeks of training had built to release the connection rather than cling desperately to it. But Issei forced himself to comply, feeling the presence on the other side fade slowly, reluctantly, until the lab's quiet hum was all that remained, the structured signal settling back into its steady, patient pulse. He opened his eyes to find the entire room watching him, breathless with a mixture of hope and concern, and felt tears he hadn't realized were falling slip freely down his face. It was her, he said, his voice thick with an emotion too vast to fully contain. It was really her. She heard me. She's coming. Chapter 6. The success of that first contact sent a ripple of cautious, careful hope through the small circle who had shared every difficult step of the journey with him, though Dr. Voss was quick to temper the celebration with the sober reminder of exactly how much work remained before anything resembling a full, stable reunion became possible. That connection lasted 11 seconds, she said, reviewing the data with careful, methodical focus even as her own expression carried unmistakable warmth at the success. A remarkable achievement, given where we started. But a genuine crossing, one capable of bringing physical matter through rather than simply resonant communication, will require an order of magnitude more stability than what we achieved tonight. How long? Issei asked, the question carrying the same aching urgency it always had, though tempered now by the real, tangible proof that the effort was working. Weeks, at minimum, Dr. Voss said honestly. Possibly longer, depending on how quickly we can build sustainable duration into the connection without destabilizing it. I won't rush this, Issei, not even for you. The risk of forcing it too quickly is too significant. I understand, Issei said, and found, despite the ache of continued waiting, that he meant it fully. 11 seconds had been enough to prove something he had spent 3 long months desperately hoping to be true. The rest, however long it took, felt, for the first time, like a certainty rather than a fragile hope. Hooky found him later that evening, alone on the dormitory roof where he had retreated to sit with the overwhelming weight of everything the contact had stirred loose inside him. She settled beside him without a word at first, simply offering her steady, familiar presence. You heard her, she said eventually, not quite a question. I did, Issei said quietly. She's been searching this whole time. She said they're coming, whatever it takes. Hooky was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried a careful, deliberate steadiness that Issei recognized as costing her considerable effort to maintain. I'm glad, she said. I meant what I told you before. I want you to have this, Issei, whatever it means for what's grown between us. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't ache, watching you reach for a world I can't follow you into. But I'd rather ache honestly than ask you to set aside people who love you that fiercely, just to spare my own feelings. Something in Issei's chest tightened at the quiet, selfless courage of that, and he reached for her hand, grateful beyond words for a heart generous enough to hold both his hope and her own grief without letting either one curdle into resentment. Whatever happens, he said softly, I'm not going to stop caring about you, Hooky. Not because a door opens. That's not how any of this works, not in my heart. I know, Hooky said, a small, sad, honest smile touching her expression. That's exactly why it's worth the ache. They sat together beneath the quiet stars a while longer, the complicated, tender weight of that honesty settling comfortably between them, and issei found himself, once again, grateful beyond measure for a world that had taught him just how much a heart could hold, when it was brave enough to hold it all honestly. Chapter 7. The successful contact, however brief, did not stay contained within the Academy's careful secrecy for long. Within a week, the sensor spike from that 11-second connection had drawn renewed, sharper attention from the same government channels Shifuyu had spent the previous month carefully holding at bay, and the tone of their inquiries shifted, almost overnight, from bureaucratic pressure into something considerably more urgent. They're calling it a breakthrough of national significance now, Shifuyu reported grimly. The group once again gathered in her office for a briefing none of them had wanted to need so soon after the celebration of issei's success. The Ministry of Defense is no longer requesting access. They're citing emergency provisions that could, in theory, compel the Academy's cooperation whether we consent or not. Can they actually do that? Ichika asked, alarm plain in his voice. Legally, it's contested territory, Tadanashi said, her expression tight with the particular frustration of someone who had spent weeks working every political channel available to her only to watch the ground shift beneath her efforts regardless. My family's contacts are pushing back, but a breakthrough this significant changes the calculus for everyone involved. Governments don't relinquish claims on strategic assets easily, and like it or not, that's exactly what this connection represents to them now. Dr. Voss's expression carried a grim, resigned weight that suggested she had feared exactly this outcome since the moment the signal first began shifting into structured form. I should have anticipated this more carefully, she said. The spike was significant enough to register on instruments well beyond this campus. I'm sorry, issei. I may have inadvertently put a target on this research that we're not yet equipped to defend. This isn't your fault, issei said immediately, meaning it fully. You've spent 6 years trying to understand this responsibly. That's not something to apologize for. Regardless of fault, Shifuyu said, we need a plan. I've refused every request so far, but I won't be able to refuse indefinitely if they escalate to formal legal compulsion. We need to accelerate the research, quietly, and we need contingencies in place if outside forces attempt to seize control of this project before we're ready. What kind of contingencies? Laura asked, already leaning into the tactical focus that had made her one of the Academy's sharpest strategic minds. The kind where we make sure Issei and Dr. Voss's research are never in a position to be taken by surprise, Shifuyu said grimly. Which means increased security, restricted access even within the Academy, and a fallback plan for relocating the research entirely if it becomes necessary. The meeting stretched long into the evening, the weight of the mounting external pressure settling uncomfortably over what had, until days before, felt like unambiguous cause for celebration. Issei left the office that night carrying a familiar, heavy awareness that even genuine progress, in a world this complicated, rarely arrived without cost. Chapter 8. The increased security measures took effect within days, the Academy's already formidable defenses tightening further around Dr. Voss's lab and the small circle of people trusted with full knowledge of the research's progress. Issei found his movements more restricted than they had been even during the height of the Phantom Task threat, every trip beyond the dormitory now requiring an escort, every research session conducted under layers of protection that made the whole effort feel, increasingly, like preparing for a siege rather than pursuing a reunion. It was during this tense, cautious stretch that the first real crack in the Academy's defenses appeared, not through Phantom Task's familiar tactics, but through something considerably more troubling. We have a problem, Laura said, finding Issei during a rare unescorted moment in the library, her expression carrying an urgency that immediately set every instinct on alert. One of the new security personnel assigned to the lab last week. I ran a deeper background check after something about her file felt inconsistent. Her employment history before joining Academy security doesn't hold up under scrutiny. You think she's compromised, Issei said, the familiar cold of unwanted danger settling back into his chest. I think it's possible, Laura said. Possibly Phantom Task, using the increased government pressure as cover to slip someone back into position. Possibly something worse, someone working directly for one of the government factions eager to seize this research through less official channels than diplomatic pressure alone. Her jaw tightened. I've already flagged it to Shifuya Sensei, but I wanted you to know directly. If someone's positioning themselves close to Dr. Voss's research, you and everyone connected to that lab need to be more careful than ever. The warning proved prescient sooner than any of them had hoped. 2 nights later, the lab's careful security was tested directly, an attempted breach during the deep hours of the night that the Academy's tightened defenses caught before any real damage could be done, though the attempt itself left little doubt that Laura's suspicions had been well-founded. She's gone, Shifuya reported grimly the following morning. The group gathered once more in her office, tension thick in the air. Vanished from her quarters before security could apprehend her, along with a partial data extraction from the lab's outer systems. Nothing critical, thankfully. Dr. Voss's most sensitive research remains secure. But it's a clear message. Someone out there wants this project badly enough to risk direct infiltration. Then we can't afford to slow down, Issei said, the urgency of it settling firm and certain in his chest. If outside forces are willing to risk this much to seize the research, waiting longer just gives them more chances to succeed. Dr. Voss exchanged a careful, considering look with Shifuya before speaking. I agree that further delay carries its own risks, she said slowly. But rushing this work carries risks of its own, risks to you specifically, Issei, that I'm not willing to dismiss simply because the situation outside has grown more urgent. Then we find the balance, Tadanashi said, cutting through the tension with her usual sharp, practical focus. Faster, but not reckless. We've done harder things than that already. The room settled, gradually, around that fragile, determined consensus, and Issei felt, beneath the fresh weight of danger, the same steady resolve that had carried him and this found family through every crisis so far, hardening once more into shape. Chapter 9. The weeks that followed demanded a delicate, exhausting balance between urgency and caution, Dr. Voss pushing her research forward with careful, deliberate speed while the Academy's defenses tightened further around every step of the process. Issei's training intensified alongside it, each session building on the last, the fragile, 11-second connection of that first breakthrough gradually extending, through painstaking practice, into something more sustained. By the 3rd week, he could hold the connection for nearly a full minute before Dr. Voss's instruments began registering strain, each brief window offering another precious exchange with the presence on the other side, warm and familiar, and growing steadily more coherent as both sides refined their control over the fragile bridge between them. I'm working with a researcher named Dr. Voss, he told Rias during one such connection, the words carrying across the resonance with growing clarity each time they attempted it. She's been studying this for 6 years. She thinks we might actually be able to build something stable enough for a real crossing. Aquino's been working alongside me every step of the way, Rias answered, her presence carrying a fierce, focused determination that Issei recognized instantly, achingly familiar even through the strange medium of the connection. Azazel has taken an interest too, once he learned what we were attempting. He says the resonance patterns remind him of old theories about dimensional bridges the fallen angels abandoned centuries ago as too dangerous to pursue. Careful mention of dangerous, Issei answered, warmth and worry tangled together in the thought. Dr. Voss keeps telling me the same thing. I don't want anyone risking themselves recklessly on either side of this. None of us would forgive ourselves for giving up before trying, Rias answered, fierce and certain. Whatever the risk, Issei, we are not letting this chance slip past us. Not after everything it's taken to get even this far. The exchanges, brief as they remained, carried Issei through the mounting external pressure with a steadiness he hadn't expected to feel amid such uncertainty, each fragile connection a reminder of exactly what all this careful, exhausting work was building toward. He found himself, in the quiet hours between training and research, growing gradually more confident that whatever obstacles still stood between him and a full reunion, they were obstacles that could, with enough patience and enough courage, eventually be overcome. That confidence was tested sharply on the last day of the 3rd week, when Dr. Voss called an urgent, unscheduled meeting, her expression carrying a gravity that immediately silenced the easy chatter of the assembled group. The government pressure has escalated, she said without preamble. I received word an hour ago. A formal compulsion order has been issued, citing the security breach 3 weeks ago as justification for direct government oversight of this research, effective within 72 hours. Her gaze swept the room, settling finally on issei. If this order stands, issei, you and this research will be transferred to a secure government facility, regardless of the Academy's objections. We have 3 days to either successfully challenge this order, or complete enough of the connection stability that moving forward without government interference becomes a viable alternative. Chapter 10. The 72 hours that followed passed in a blur of frantic, coordinated effort, every member of the group throwing themselves into whatever role could best serve the desperate, narrowing window of opportunity. Tadanashi worked her political channels with an intensity that left her visibly exhausted by the second day, calling in every favor her family's considerable influence could muster in a bid to delay or overturn the compulsion order through legitimate means. Shifuyu coordinated directly with the Academy board and quietly, with sympathetic contacts within the very ministry issuing the order, searching for any procedural weakness that might buy additional time. Laura and the others reinforced the Academy's defenses further still, preparing for the grim possibility that legal channels alone might not be enough to prevent a forced transfer. And in the lab, Dr. Voss and issei worked with an urgency that pushed every careful safeguard to its absolute limit, extending the connection's duration through session after grueling session, chasing the elusive threshold of stability that might, if achieved in time, render the entire question of government seizure moot. We're close, Dr. Voss said late on the second night, exhaustion etched deep into her expression as she reviewed the latest data. The connection held for nearly 90 seconds tonight. If we can push past the 2-minute threshold, my models suggest we'll have crossed into genuinely stable territory, stable enough that a supervised, controlled crossing becomes theoretically possible. How much further do we need? Issei asked, his own exhaustion mirroring hers, though either of them showed any sign of slowing. I don't know, Dr. Voss admitted honestly. Progress like this rarely moves in a straight line. It could be tonight. It could be days we no longer have. She met his eyes, weary but resolute. I won't lie to you about the odds. But I've never seen anyone push through a barrier like this the way you have these past 3 weeks. If anyone can close this gap in time, issei, it's you. They returned to the work, the lab's quiet hum filling the tense hours of that second night, and somewhere across the fragile, strengthening bridge between worlds, issei could feel, even without attempting full contact, the answering warmth of effort matched entirely, from the other side, by people who had never once stopped fighting for exactly this same impossible chance. Chapter 11. The third and final day arrived with the particular, brittle tension of a deadline no amount of effort could slow, the government's compulsion order set to take effect at midnight, the Academy's every legal and political countermeasure exhausted or exhausting itself in real time. Tadanashi delivered the grim update herself, arriving at the lab mid-afternoon with an expression that carried the weight of every failed avenue behind her. I've called in every favor I have, she said, exhaustion and frustration tangled together in her voice. The order stands. Shifuyu Sensei is still fighting it through the Academy board, but realistically, issei, we should prepare for the possibility that this doesn't get resolved through legal channels tonight. Then we finish the work, issei said, the decision settling with clean, unshakable certainty despite the mounting pressure. Whatever it takes. If we can reach that stability threshold before midnight, we change the entire calculation. A supervised crossing already in motion is a very different problem for them to interfere with than research still theoretical. Dr. Voss's expression carried careful, weighing consideration. It's an enormous risk, she said. Pushing this hard, this fast, could destabilize the connection in ways we haven't fully tested for. I won't pretend otherwise. I know, issei said. But waiting doesn't remove that risk. It just trades it for a different, possibly worse one. I'd rather take the chance on my own terms than have this decided for me by people who see this connection as nothing more than a strategic asset to be seized. Dr. Voss held his gaze a long moment, then nodded, already turning back to her instruments with renewed, focused urgency. Then let's not waste what time we have left, she said. Full session. Everything we've built toward these past 3 weeks. If we're doing this, we do it properly. The hours that followed demanded everything issei had left to give, each attempt at the connection pushing further past the careful limits of previous sessions, the resonance growing steadily stronger under the combined weight of his own determination and, unmistakably, matching effort surging back from the other side of the bridge. By early evening, the connection had stretched past 90 seconds without faltering. By nightfall, it approached the full 2-minute threshold Dr. Voss's models had identified as the edge of genuine stability. "We're almost there," Dr. Voss said, her voice tight with focused hope as the clock crept steadily toward the deadline that would decide, one way or another, the shape of everything still to come. "One more push, issei." "I think one more push might be enough." Chapter 12. He reached for the connection one final time as the last hour before midnight began its slow, relentless countdown, every ounce of exhaustion pushed aside by the fierce, unbroken certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight since falling into this world. The presence on the other side met him instantly, stronger now than it had ever been, warm and vivid and achingly, impossibly close, and issei felt, for the first time since the original door had closed 3 months before, something that felt less like a fragile bridge and more like an actual, solid connection, stretching taut but unbroken between two worlds finally, desperately close to touching again. "Issei." Rias's presence surged forward, fierce with recognition, the growing clarity of the connection carrying something almost like the shape of her actual voice now, rather than simple impression alone. "We feel it too. The connection, it's different tonight. Stronger. We're running out of time here," issei answered, pouring every ounce of urgency into the thought, the countdown to midnight pressing sharp against the edges of his focus. "The government's trying to seize the research. If we can't stabilize this tonight, I don't know when we'll get another chance like this." "Then let's not waste it," Rias answered, and issei felt, unmistakably, the surge of combined effort from the other side, Aquino's precise magic and Azazel's ancient expertise and Rias's own fierce, unbreakable will all pressing together against the strengthening bridge between them. The connection held, and held, and held, past the 2-minute threshold Dr. Voss's models had marked as the edge of stability, past anything either side had previously managed to sustain, the resonance deepening into something that felt, to every instrument in the lab, like the first genuine, undeniable proof of a door capable of holding real, physical weight. "Issei." Dr. Voss's voice carried through the haze, tight with barely contained astonishment. "The stability readings, they're past threshold. Significantly past. I think, if we push just a little further." The lab door burst open before she could finish, Shifuyu's voice cutting sharp and urgent across the charged air of the room. "Government transport just arrived at the front gate," she said, breathless from having run the distance herself. "They're citing the compulsion order, demanding immediate access. I've stalled them as long as I can, but issei, whatever you're doing right now, you need to finish it, because I don't think we have more than a few minutes left to work with." Issei felt the weight of that impossible deadline crash down around the fragile, precious connection still humming warm and steady between himself and Rias, and made, in that single suspended heartbeat, the only choice his heart had ever truly known how to make. "Then let's finish it," he said, and pushed everything he had left into the bridge between worlds, chasing, with every desperate ounce of hope and will he possessed, the single narrow window that might, if he reached it in time, finally bring two worlds fully, completely together again. Chapter 13. The lab filled with light unlike anything issei had felt since the night the original rift first tore open above the eastern field, the connection surging past every threshold Dr. Voss's careful instruments had ever measured, the air itself seeming to ripple and thin around the small, humming device at the center of the room. "It's happening," Dr. Voss said, her voice barely audible over the rising hum of energy, her hands flying across her instruments in a desperate bid to maintain control over a process rapidly outpacing every safeguard she had built. "Issei, I don't know if this is a full crossing or something else entirely. I need you to stay steady, whatever happens next. I feel you." Rias's presence surged bright and vivid across the connection, closer now than it had ever been, close enough that issei could almost, impossibly, feel warmth alongside the resonance, the phantom press of a hand reaching toward his own. "Issei, hold on. We're pushing everything we have into this from our side too. The light in the room crested into something blinding, and for one suspended, impossible heartbeat, Issei felt the strange, vertiginous sensation of standing simultaneously in two places at once, the Academy's lab and faintly, distantly, a familiar clubroom lit with the warm glow of crimson magic circles, close enough to touch. Then, with a violent, wrenching lurch that tore a gasp from every throat in the room, something crossed. Not fully. Not completely. But there, in the sudden, startled silence that followed the light's final, blinding crest, a figure stood in the center of the lab, translucent and flickering like a candle guttering in wind, but unmistakable, achingly familiar, crimson hair catching the lab's fluorescent light exactly as it had once caught firelight in a world 3 months and an impossible distance away. Issei. Rias's voice, faint and distant but unmistakably real, unmistakably hers, carried across the narrowing gap between them, her flickering form reaching toward him with a desperation that mirrored his own. I'm here. I'm actually here. Chapter 14. He crossed the room in a single desperate stride, reaching for her flickering form with hands that trembled with 3 months of accumulated grief and hope finally, impossibly, colliding into something real. His fingers passed through where her hand should have been, the connection still too unstable to carry full physical presence. But even that faint, translucent nearness carried a warmth that broke something loose in his chest he had been holding carefully contained since the door first closed. Rias, he said, her name breaking on his voice, tears he made no effort to hide slipping freely down his face. You're here. You're really here. I told you we wouldn't stop, Rias said, her own voice thick with the same overwhelming emotion, her flickering form trembling with the effort of maintaining even this fragile, partial presence. I told you we'd find a way. Behind him, Issei was distantly aware of Dr. Voss's urgent instructions, of Shifuyu's tense presence at the door, of the whole assembled group watching the impossible scene unfold with expressions caught somewhere between wonder and alarm, but none of it fully registered against the overwhelming reality of Rias's presence, however fragile, however fleeting, finally standing before him again. The connection isn't stable enough to hold this, Dr. Voss called out, her voice tight with urgent warning even as her instruments strained to capture and understand every unprecedented moment of the breakthrough. I don't know how long we can sustain even this partial crossing. Issei, whatever you need to say it now. I'm safe, Issei said quickly, desperately, holding Rias's flickering gaze as though sheer will alone might hold the connection steady a moment longer. I found people here who care for me. But I never stopped hoping for you, for all of you. I need you to know that. I know, Rias said, her flickering form trembling with the strain of the connection even as her expression carried nothing but fierce, unbroken love. Akino knows. Asia and Kaneko and everyone, we all know. We've never doubted it for a moment. Her voice caught urgent now as the light around her began to waver more sharply. Issei, the connection, it's destabilizing. I can feel it slipping. Then we'll build it stronger, Issei said immediately, fierce and certain despite the ache of watching her fragile presence begin to fade. We've come this far. We're not stopping now. I promise you, Rias, whatever it takes, I am coming home. Chapter 15. The connection broke a heartbeat later, Rias's flickering form dissolving back into the same warm, structured pulse of resonance that had carried her voice across the fragile bridge for 3 long months, and the lab fell into a stunned, overwhelmed silence broken only by the ragged sound of Issei's own breathing. That, Dr. Voss said finally, her voice unsteady with the same overwhelmed wonder written across every face in the room, was the single most significant breakthrough in 6 years of research. A partial physical crossing, sustained for nearly 40 seconds. I need to review every reading from tonight, but Issei, if we can replicate this, refine it, I believe a full, stable crossing is no longer a theoretical possibility. It's an achievable goal. Shifuyu's voice cut through the room's stunned wonder with characteristic urgency. That achievement is going to have to wait, she said grimly. The government transport is still at the gate, and after what just happened here, there's no chance they didn't register a spike significant enough to demand immediate answers. We need a plan, now, for how we handle this. The reminder of the mounting external pressure settled uncomfortably back over the room's fragile, overwhelmed joy, and Issei felt the weight of the choice still facing them all crash back into focus. "What do we tell them?" he asked. "The truth, carefully framed," Tadanashi said, already thinking through the political angles with the same sharp focus that had carried her through weeks of desperate maneuvering. "We tell them the research achieved a breakthrough tonight, one significant enough that seizing it now, mid-process, risks destroying months of delicate progress entirely. We use the breakthrough itself as leverage, arguing that continuity of research under the Academy's careful, controlled conditions is the only responsible path forward, rather than an abrupt transfer that could destabilize everything we've built. Will they accept that?" Hookie asked. "I don't know," Tadanashi admitted honestly. "But it's the strongest argument we have, and it has the considerable advantage of being entirely true." She looked to Shifuyu. "It's worth trying, before we resort to anything more drastic." Shifuyu considered the proposal for a long moment, then nodded, already turning toward the door with renewed, determined purpose. "Then let's go make that argument," she said. "Together. Whatever happens next, I want them to understand exactly what they'd be risking, taking this out of hands that have already proven capable of managing it responsibly." The confrontation that followed, conducted in the tense, formal atmosphere of the Academy's main gate, stretched long into the night, Shifuyu and Tadanashi presenting their case with careful, unwavering conviction while the assembled government representatives weighed the risk of disrupting a breakthrough this significant against the pressure of their own superiors demanding immediate results. It was well past 2 in the morning when the transport finally, reluctantly, withdrew, the compulsion order suspended pending further review, a fragile, temporary victory bought through nothing more than the undeniable, unprecedented success of the night's breakthrough. Chapter 16. Issei found himself back on the dormitory roof before dawn, too exhausted and too overwhelmed to sleep. The memory of Riasa's flickering, achingly real presence still settled warm and vivid in his chest despite the long, tense hours that had followed. Hookie found him there, as she so often did, settling beside him with the same quiet, steady presence that had carried him through every difficult night since his arrival in this world. "You saw her," she said softly. "Really saw her this time?" "I did," Issei said, the wonder of it still fresh enough to carry a tremor in his voice. "It felt real, Hookie. More real than I let myself believe it could feel again." Hookie was quiet for a moment, watching the first faint traces of dawn light beginning to color the horizon. "Then it sounds like you're closer to going home than any of us realized," she said, and though her voice carried the same careful, deliberate steadiness she always brought to this particular ache, Issei could hear, beneath it, the genuine warmth of someone choosing joy for him even as it cost her something real. "Closer," Issei agreed quietly. "Not there yet. Dr. Voss still needs weeks, maybe longer, to build something stable enough for a full crossing. And even then, Hookie, I don't know exactly what that means, for either of us, for everyone here who's become my family in a world I never meant to fall into." "Then we figure it out as it comes," Hookie said, echoing words she had offered him once before, in the earliest days of a friendship that had grown into something far more complicated and far more precious than either of them had anticipated. "The same way we figured out everything else." Issei reached for her hand, grateful, as he so often was, for the steady, unbreakable kindness this world kept offering him even amid its hardest, most uncertain moments. Together, he agreed softly, and watched the dawn break slowly over an academy that had become, against every early expectation, a true and lasting home, even as the promise of another home, long thought lost, finally, unmistakably, drew close enough to touch. Chapter 17. The weeks that followed the breakthrough carried a different quality of urgency than anything before them, no longer the desperate scramble of a countdown ticking toward danger, but the careful, methodical work of building something meant to last. Dr. Voss threw herself into refining the connection with renewed energy, the success of that first partial crossing having validated years of careful theory in a single unprecedented night. Government pressure, while not fully resolved, settled into a wary, watchful truce, the demonstrated fragility of the breakthrough giving Tadanashi's political arguments considerable additional weight in the ongoing negotiations over the research's future. Issei's own training shifted accordingly, each session now aimed less at forcing brief, unstable contact and more at building the sustained, careful control a full crossing would eventually require. The exchanges with Rias grew steadily longer and clearer as both sides refined their mastery of the delicate bridge between them, until entire conversations became possible, halting and imperfect but unmistakably real, carrying news and comfort and the accumulated weight of 3 months apart across a distance that no longer felt quite so impossibly vast. Aquino wants to meet everyone there properly. Once the crossing stabilizes, Rias told him during one such exchange, warmth and humor coloring the resonance in a way that reminded issei, achingly, of exactly how much he had missed the easy, teasing warmth of his own found family back home. She's already planning what she calls a proper introduction, whatever that means coming from her. That sounds simultaneously wonderful and slightly terrifying, issei admitted, and felt Rias's answering laughter carry warm and familiar across the connection. Asia keeps asking about the people you've mentioned there, Rias continued. Huki especially. She wants to thank her for taking care of you when none of us could. The mention settled something complicated but ultimately warm into issei's chest. The two halves of his life, so long kept carefully separate by necessity, finally beginning to acknowledge and honor each other across the strengthening bridge between them. I think she'd like that, he answered honestly. I think everyone here would. Chapter 18. Dr. Voss called the group together on a bright, clear morning nearly 5 weeks after the initial breakthrough, her expression carrying a controlled, careful excitement that immediately told everyone gathered that significant news awaited. The stability modeling is complete, she announced, gesturing toward a display filled with data that had, by now, become almost familiar to the assembled group after weeks of shared research sessions. Based on the current growth rate and the refinements we've made since the partial crossing, I believe we can achieve a full, sustained crossing within the next month. Not a flickering, partial presence like before, issei. An actual, physical reunion, stable enough to last. The announcement settled over the room with a weight that made the air itself feel charged. Hope and disbelief and overwhelming relief tangled together on every face present. A month, issei repeated, the words carrying a certainty that felt, after 3 long months of grief and hope and careful, exhausting work, almost too good to fully trust. You're certain? As certain as 6 years of research and 5 weeks of unprecedented breakthrough data can make me, Dr. Voss said, a genuine, warm smile finally breaking through her usual careful composure. I won't pretend there's no risk remaining. But I believe, issei, that you are 1 month away from a door capable of bringing you fully home, if that's the choice you make when it finally opens. The room dissolved into a complicated tangle of celebration and quiet, private grief, joy for issei's sake tangled inseparably, for several of those gathered, with the ache of an ending drawing steadily closer. Huki's smile, when issei found her eyes across the room, carried both an equal, honest measure, exactly the kind of complicated, generous courage he had come to treasure so deeply in the months since she had first lowered her blade in a hangar that felt, now, like a lifetime ago. 1 month, she said quietly, finding him afterward in the quiet corridor outside the lab. That's not very long. No, issei agreed softly. It's not. Then I suppose we'd better make it count, Huki said, and though her voice carried the familiar, careful steadiness she always brought to this particular ache, there was warmth beneath it too, genuine and unguarded, the warmth of someone choosing to treasure what remained rather than mourn it prematurely. Chapter 19. The final weeks before the projected crossing settled into a strange, precious rhythm, equal parts careful preparation and deliberate, treasured presence. Every member of the found family issei had built in this world seeming to understand, without needing to say it aloud, that the time remaining deserved to be lived fully rather than spent anxiously awaiting its end. Ichika pulled him into long, easy evenings on the dormitory roof, trading stories and laughter with the particular warmth of brothers who understood exactly how rare and precious their unlikely friendship had been. Tadanashi organized what she cheerfully called a proper send-off celebration, though she was quick to clarify, whenever anyone pointed out the presumption, that celebrating early cost nothing and refusing to celebrate at all felt like inviting bad luck. Charlotte spent quiet afternoons simply sitting with him in the library, content in comfortable silence that needed no explanation. Even Laura, in her own reserved way, made a point of seeking him out more often in those final weeks, offering blunt, sincere reflections on how thoroughly he had earned the trust she had once been so reluctant to extend. "I judged you unfairly. When you first arrived," she told him one evening, the two of them alone on the training field where their earliest, wariest exchanges had once taken place. "I want you to know that I don't regret how carefully I watched you. But I do regret how long it took me to see what was in front of me the whole time." "You had every reason to be cautious," Issei said. "I never held that against you." "I know," Laura said. "That's exactly the kind of grace that made it impossible to keep doubting you for long." She extended a hand, formal and sincere in the way that suited her best. "Whatever world you belong to, Issei Hayadu, I am glad to have fought beside you in this one." He shook her hand, grateful, as he had been so many times in these final precious weeks, for every unexpected gift this strange, unlooked-for chapter of his life had offered him. Above them, the small resonance tracker in his pocket hummed steady and strong, counting down, quietly and patiently, toward the door that would, at long last, bring two halves of his heart fully, completely together again. Chapter 20. 3 days before the projected crossing, Dr. Voss's instruments registered something that shattered the fragile, hopeful calm of those final preparations, an anomaly in the resonance pattern that sent her hurrying to find Issei with an urgency he hadn't seen from her since the night of the original entity's attack. "There's interference," she said, breathless, pulling up a display filled with data that carried an unmistakable wrongness even to Issei's untrained eye. "Something is disrupting the connection stability, deliberately, from a source I can't yet identify. It's not natural fluctuation. This is being caused." "Phantom task," Issei said immediately, the old, familiar dread settling back into his chest. "Possibly," Dr. Voss said. "Or possibly whoever infiltrated our security months ago, finishing what they started. I don't know yet. What I do know is that if this interference continues, it could destabilize the entire connection beyond repair, undoing 5 weeks of painstaking progress in a matter of hours." Shifuyu arrived moments later, already briefed, her expression carrying the grim, focused readiness of a soldier bracing for a fight she had hoped, desperately, to avoid this close to the finish line. "Security is sweeping every inch of this campus," she said. "If someone's attempting to sabotage this connection from inside our own walls, we will find them. But Issei, I want you and Dr. Voss ready for the possibility that we may need to attempt the crossing earlier than planned, if the interference threatens to destroy the window entirely before we can properly secure it." Issei felt the weight of that possibility settle heavy and urgent over the fragile, precious calm of the past weeks. 3 days of careful, treasured preparation suddenly compressed into an uncertain, dwindling window that might close entirely if whoever was responsible for the interference succeeded in what they'd clearly set out to do. "Then let's find them," he said, the familiar, unshakable resolve hardening once more beneath the fear. "Before they take this from us. We've come too far, all of us, to let it end this close to finished." Above the academy, the resonance tracker's steady hum flickered, for the first time in weeks, with a faint, troubling irregularity, and somewhere across the strengthening bridge between worlds, a crimson-haired girl felt the disruption too, and began, with fierce and immediate resolve, mobilizing every resource her world could offer to help protect the fragile, precious connection both sides had fought so hard to build. Chapter 21. The security sweep turned up nothing conclusive through the long, tense hours that followed. Every corner of the academy searched with meticulous care while Dr. Voss worked desperately alongside her team to shore up the connection against the mysterious interference still gnawing steadily at its edges. "Whoever is doing this, they're careful," Laura reported grimly. Late that night, the group gathered once more in Shifuyu's office for an update that offered little comfort. No trace of physical intrusion. Whatever's causing the interference, it may not be coming from inside the academy at all. It could be external, something targeting the resonance signal itself rather than our physical defenses. "Can we counter that?" Hookie asked. "Possibly," Dr. Voss said, though her exhaustion was plain in every word. "But it will take time we're not certain we have. The window for a stable crossing was always narrow. This interference is narrowing it further with every hour it continues." Issei looked around the room at every determined, exhausted face gathered there, at the found family who had carried him through every impossible trial this world had offered, and felt the same fierce, Unbreakable resolve settled deep into his chest that had carried him through every crisis before this one. Then we don't waste the time we have arguing about the odds, he said quietly. We use every hour left fighting for this, the same way we fought for everything else. Together. Around the room, one by one, every face hardened into the same shared, unshakable determination, and somewhere beyond the Academy's walls, beneath the sky still holding its fragile, flickering promise of a door nearly ready to open, the fight to protect that promise began in earnest, carrying with it the accumulated hope of 2 entire worlds refusing, even now, to let it slip away. Chapter 22. Issei spent what remained of that night beside Dr. Voss in the lab, watching the flickering, troubled resonance pattern with a fierce, protective focus that refused to yield to exhaustion, no matter how late the hour grew. You should rest, Dr. Voss told him gently, well past midnight, her own weariness plain despite the words. I can't, Issei admitted. Not while this is still fighting to survive. Not while she's still on the other side, fighting just as hard for the same thing. He looked at the small, humming tracker device on the desk beside him, its light flickering unsteadily but stubbornly, still holding. We've come too far for me to stop pushing now. Dr. Voss studied him for a long moment, something warm and deeply respectful settling into her tired expression. Then let's keep pushing, she said, turning back to her instruments with renewed, quiet determination. Together, the way we've done everything since the night you first asked me to trust you enough to try. Outside the lab's window, the first faint light of dawn began creeping over the horizon, and the resonance signal, battered but unbroken, continued its steady, defiant pulse, carrying with it the fierce, unbending hope of everyone, on both sides of the fragile bridge, who had refused, through every trial this long and difficult year had offered, to ever truly let each other go. Whatever waited in the days still ahead, the door remained open, however fragile, however fiercely contested, and that, for now, was enough to carry every weary, determined heart in that lab forward into the uncertain dawn. Chapter 23. By mid-morning, exhausted but unbroken, the group reconvened once more, Shifuyu delivering the first genuinely hopeful update since the interference had begun. Security located a faint external signal originating beyond Academy grounds, she said. Not conclusive yet, but promising. If we're right, this isn't an inside threat after all. That changes our options considerably. Issei felt a cautious, careful relief settle over the exhaustion of the long night, the fierce resolve of every face around him hardening once more into shared, determined purpose. Whatever fight still remained before the door could finally, fully open, he would not be facing it alone, not for a single moment of it, surrounded as he was by a family who had proven, again and again, that they would never once let him carry the weight of it by himself. Then let's find out who's trying to take this from us, he said, and let's make sure they understand exactly how hard we're willing to fight to keep it. Above the Academy, the sky held steady, clear and quiet, giving no hint of the answer still waiting, somewhere close, to finally be found. Chapter 24. That evening, as the search for the external signal source continued under Laura's careful direction, Issei took a quiet moment alone with the resonance tracker, watching its light steady itself, finally, into something calmer than it had shown in over a day. Whatever comes, he thought, reaching once more toward the fragile, familiar warmth still humming faithfully within it, we're not giving up. Not now. Not this close. The answering warmth that met him carried no words this time, only a steady, unwavering certainty that felt, unmistakably, like a promise renewed, and Issei closed his eyes and let himself, for one quiet moment, simply believe in it fully. Chapter 1. The external signal Laura's team had traced through the long, exhausting night finally resolved into a concrete location 2 days later, a decommissioned research outpost nearly 40 kilometers from the Academy, abandoned officially for over a decade but, according to every reading her equipment could gather, very much active now. It matches the same signature as the old sensor array we found beneath the eastern field, Dr. Voss reported, her exhaustion tempered by the sharp focus of someone finally closing in on an answer that had eluded them for days. Whoever's been interfering with our connection, they're using equipment built on the same foundational research as everything else connected to this rift. That's not a coincidence. The old program, Shifuyu said grimly. You think someone else from that research initiative is involved? I think it's likely, Dr. Voss admitted. I've spent 6 years assuming I was the only one who carried real concern forward from that shutdown. I may have been wrong. The revelation settled uneasily over the assembled group, gathered once more in Shifuyu's office as the fragile, contested window toward a stable crossing continued narrowing with every passing hour. Issei felt the familiar tightness of unfinished danger coil through his chest, sharpened now by an urgency that left little room for patience. We need to move on this today, he said. Every hour that outpost keeps interfering is an hour closer to losing the crossing entirely. Agreed, Shifuyu said. But we move carefully. I'm not sending anyone into an unknown situation without proper preparation, not this close to finally getting you home. Her gaze swept the room, settling on the small, capable group who had carried this fight through every crisis so far. Laura, Ichika, Hookie, you're with me. Tadanashi, I want you coordinating from here with Dr. Voss, in case whatever we find requires immediate political response. Issei. I'm coming, Issei said before she could finish, the words carrying no room for argument. Whoever's doing this, they're threatening my chance to see Rias again. I'm not sitting this one out. Shifuyu studied him for a long moment, then nodded, something like understanding settling into her usually severe expression. I expected you to say that, she said. Fine. But you follow my lead the entire time. This isn't a fight we can afford to handle recklessly, not with so much riding on what happens next. Chapter 2. The outpost, when they reached it that afternoon, bore all the outward signs of the abandonment its official records claimed, weathered concrete and rusted fencing overtaken by years of untended growth. But the moment their transport crossed the outer perimeter, Drake's presence in the back of Issei's mind sharpened instantly into wary alertness. Partner. There is active energy here, carefully concealed. Whoever maintains this place has taken considerable care to hide it from casual observation. They moved through the outpost's crumbling exterior with practiced caution, Hookie and Laura taking point with weapons ready, Ichika and Issei flanking close behind, Shifuyu's own IS unit engaged and alert as she led them deeper into the structure. The interior told a very different story than the abandoned shell outside suggested, corridors lined with humming equipment, monitors flickering with data that mirrored, unmistakably, the resonance patterns Dr. Voss had spent weeks studying. They found the source of the interference in a central chamber, a woman seated before a bank of instruments not unlike Dr. Voss's own lab, so absorbed in her work that she did not register their arrival until Shifuyu's voice cut sharp across the humming quiet. Step away from the equipment, Shifuyu ordered, weapons steady, the rest of the group fanning out around the chamber's edges. Now, the woman turned, and Issei felt a jolt of recognition mixed with confusion at the familiar cast of her features, an echo of Dr. Voss's own bearing though considerably harder, more weathered by whatever years had carried her to this isolated, hidden place. You must be the boy from the rift, the woman said, studying Issei with an intensity that made Drake stir warily beneath his skin. I wondered when you'd finally traced this location. I confess I expected it to take longer. Who are you? Shifuyu demanded. And why are you sabotaging a connection that took months of careful work to build? The woman's expression carried a complicated weight, something between defiance and genuine, weary sorrow. My name is Dr. Miriam Voss, she said. Alara's older sister. And I'm not sabotaging your connection to hurt you, instructor or Amura. I'm doing it because I have spent 6 years watching my sister chase a door that should never be opened again, and I am not willing to stand by and watch her finish what nearly destroyed everything we both dedicated our lives to studying. Chapter 3. The revelation staggered through the chamber like a physical blow, and Issei watched Dr. Voss's expression, relayed moments later through the urgent calm link Tadanashi had established, crumble from focused hope into something far more devastated. Miriam, Alara Voss's voice carried through the calm, thin with disbelief. You're alive. I thought, after the program shut down, I thought you'd. I know what you thought, Miriam's voice answered, carrying the same weary sorrow that had colored her words to Shifuyu moments before. I let you believe it, because the alternative was far more dangerous than grief. The breach that shut our program down 6 years ago wasn't the creature testing the door and withdrawing, Alara. It was the creature testing the door, and me making the choice to seal it from the other side, At a cost I've spent 6 years hiding from everyone, including you. What cost? Elara's voice, even distorted through the calm, carried unmistakable dread. Miriam's gaze shifted toward Issei, something like grim, complicated recognition in her expression. The same kind of resonance your young dragon carrier has been building with his own connection, she said. I sealed that door from the other side of the barrier itself, Elara. I've been trapped in the space between, ever since, able to interact with this world only through carefully maintained equipment like what you see around you, but never fully able to return. Her expression hardened with old, hard-won conviction. And I have spent every one of those 6 years understanding exactly what waits beyond that barrier, waiting for another opportunity like the one your research has now handed it. The chamber fell into a stunned, heavy silence, and Issei felt the weight of this new, unexpected complication settle uncomfortably over everything he had believed, until this moment, to be understood about the entity they had already fought and sealed away months before. The entity we fought, he said slowly. The one I sent back through the door. Is it connected to whatever you're describing? Miriam's gaze turned to him fully, grave and unflinching. That entity was a scout, she said. A single fragment of something far larger, far older, testing the strength of the barrier the way a wave tests the shoreline before the tide fully turns. I did not sabotage your connection to keep you from risk memory out of cruelty, Issei Haide. I did it because I have spent 6 years watching that barrier weaken with every attempt to strengthen the resonance between your worlds, and I fear that a full, stable crossing, however precious the reunion it offers you, may be exactly the opening the larger threat behind that scout has been patiently waiting for. Chapter 4. They brought Miriam back to the academy under careful, watchful escort, the tense, unresolved question of her warning hanging over the entire journey home. Elara Voss met her sister at the gate with an embrace that carried 6 years of unspoken grief and relief tangled together, though the reunion did little to ease the weight of what Miriam had revealed. I need you to understand, Miriam said, once the group had gathered in the lab, the sisters seated close together for the first time in 6 years, that I am not asking you to abandon the connection entirely. I don't believe that's even possible anymore, not with the resonance as developed as it's become. I'm asking you to proceed with a caution my own research never had the chance to build in properly, because I made the crossing alone, in a moment of desperate crisis, without any of the careful safeguards you've spent months developing. What kind of caution? Dr. Voss asked, her scientific focus visibly warring with the raw, personal shock of her sister's return. A crossing built to close as easily as it opens, Miriam said. Right now, your models are focused entirely on stability, on building a connection strong enough to bring Issei fully home and sustain that connection indefinitely. I'm telling you that indefinite stability is exactly what makes this dangerous. If something larger does try to use that opening, you need the ability to sever it completely and immediately, without hesitation, even if that means closing the door on Issei's path home forever. The suggestion landed hard across the room, and Issei felt the old, familiar weight of impossible choice settle back over his chest. You're saying I might have to choose, he said quietly, between keeping the door open long enough to actually cross it, or building in a failsafe that could close it again before I ever get the chance. I'm saying, Miriam said, meeting his eyes with grave, unflinching honesty, that I spent 6 years trapped in the space between worlds because I chose safety over reunion, and I have never once regretted a choice I know saved countless lives on both sides of that barrier. I'm not going to pretend that choice is easy. I watched what it cost my sister, watched it from a distance I couldn't cross to comfort her. But I would make the same choice again, without hesitation, if it meant keeping whatever waits beyond that scout from ever finding its way fully through. Chapter 5. The debate that followed stretched long into the evening, every voice in the room weighing in with the particular urgency of people who understood exactly how much hung on whatever decision they reached. There has to be a way to have both, Hookie argued, fierce and protective despite the complicated ache the conversation clearly stirred in her. Stability and a failsafe aren't mutually exclusive, are they? Dr. Voss, can't we build the safeguard into the connection from the start? Theoretically, yes, Elara Voss said slowly, already turning the problem over with the same careful, methodical focus she brought to every challenge. It would require restructuring a significant portion of the resonance architecture we've already built. It would likely delay the crossing considerably. But it's not impossible. How much of a delay? Issei asked. Weeks, at minimum, Dr. Voss admitted. Possibly longer, depending on how thoroughly we need to test the failsafe before trusting it under real conditions. She looked to her sister, seeking confirmation. Is that timeline acceptable, given what you know about the danger? Miriam considered the question with grave, careful weight. It's acceptable, she said finally. The barrier isn't at imminent risk of failing entirely, not yet. But I would not recommend delaying longer than necessary. Every week the resonance grows without proper safeguards in place is a week the larger threat has to study and adapt to what it's sensing. Issei looked around the room at every face gathered there, weighing the same impossible calculation that had shaped so many of his choices since falling into this world, the tension between his own aching need for reunion and the responsibility he had never once been able to set aside, in any world, when the safety of others hung in the balance. Then we build the failsafe, he said quietly. Whatever the delay costs me. I'm not risking this world, or my own, on the chance that Miriam's warning turns out to be wrong. She sacrificed 6 years to protect both sides of that barrier. The least I can do is honor that sacrifice by being just as careful. Dr. Voss's expression carried a complicated mixture of pride and sorrow, watching him make the choice with the same selfless conviction that had defined nearly everything he'd done since arriving in this world. Then let's get to work, she said. Properly this time. No shortcuts, no matter how much we all want this finished. Chapter 6. The weeks that followed demanded a different kind of patience than anything Issei had faced before, the fierce, urgent momentum of the previous month settling into the slower, more deliberate rhythm of building something meant to hold under every conceivable strain. Miriam remained at the academy through the process, her 6 years of hard-won expertise proving invaluable as she and her sister worked side by side to design a failsafe capable of severing the connection instantly, completely, without the delicate, gradual process their earlier models had assumed would always be available. Issei trained alongside them, learning to hold the resonance steady even under the deliberate strain of test scenarios designed to simulate exactly the kind of sudden, forced closure Miriam's warning had made necessary to prepare for. You handle instability better than anyone I've studied, Miriam observed one evening, watching him work through a particularly demanding session with the same steady, disciplined focus that had carried him through every trial since his arrival. Most people, faced with the possibility that a connection this precious could be severed without warning, would struggle to maintain the calm control this requires. You don't. I've had practice, Issei admitted. Losing things I care about, and finding a way to keep functioning anyway. It's not a skill I ever wanted to need. But I'm grateful for it now. Miriam studied him with an expression that carried genuine, weathered respect. For what it's worth, she said, I think my sister found something remarkable, the night that rift first opened above this academy. I've read every report of what you've done here these past months. Very few people carry the weight you've been asked to carry with the grace you've managed to maintain. The words settled warm and grounding into Issei's chest, another small, unexpected gift from a world that had, despite every hardship, kept offering him precisely the kind of steady, generous kindness that made every difficult choice feel, ultimately, worth making. Chapter 7. Far across the strengthening bridge between worlds, Rias received the news of the delay with a complicated mixture of frustration and understanding, the resonance connection now clear enough to carry entire conversations with only minor strain. I understand why it's necessary, she told Issei during one such exchange, her presence carrying warmth even through the careful weight of her words. But I won't pretend it doesn't ache, knowing we're this close and still weeks away. I know, Issei answered, the ache mirrored fully in his own chest. I keep thinking about everything Miriam sacrificed, 6 years alone in the space between worlds because she chose caution over reunion. I don't want either of us paying that kind of price because we rushed something this important. You won't, Rias said, fierce and certain. We're not going to let that happen. Azazel has been reviewing everything Dr. Voss shares with us. He agrees the failsafe is worth the delay. He's even offered additional insight into containment theory the fallen angels developed centuries ago, before they abandoned dimensional research as too dangerous to continue. That's either very comforting or very concerning, Issei admitted, and felt Rias's answering warmth carry something like genuine amusement across the connection. Probably both, she said. Everything about you tends to be both, Issei Hayadu. I've made my peace with that. The exchange carried him through the following days with renewed steadiness, the knowledge that both sides of the fragile bridge were working in careful, coordinated partnership easing some of the impatience that had threatened, more than once, to make the necessary delay feel unbearable. It was during one such exchange, nearly 3 weeks into the failsafe's development, that Rias shared news that shifted the shape of everything still ahead. Asia has been working with Azazel on something, she told him, careful excitement coloring the resonance. A theory that the failsafe your world is building might work both directions. Not just severing the connection from your side if something goes wrong, but potentially allowing controlled, repeated crossings once the initial door opens safely. Issei, if this works, this might not have to be a single, one-time reunion. It could be an actual, sustained bridge between our worlds. Chapter 8. The possibility Rias described sent a fresh wave of cautious, careful hope through the Academy's exhausted research effort, Dr. Voss and Miriam both throwing themselves into evaluating Asia's theory with renewed, focused energy. It's promising, Dr. Voss reported to the assembled group, nearly a week after Rias had first shared the idea. If we can successfully integrate the containment theory from your world's fallen angels with the resonance architecture we've already built, we may be looking at something considerably more significant than a single crossing. A genuine, sustainable connection, one that could allow travel between worlds under carefully controlled, monitored conditions. That changes everything, Tadanashi said, already turning the political implications over with characteristic sharp focus. A single crossing is one thing to manage quietly. A sustained bridge between worlds is going to draw attention we can't hope to fully contain, no matter how careful we are. I know, Shifuya said grimly. Which means we need to think carefully about how this gets managed once it's achieved, not just whether it can be achieved at all. This academy cannot become the sole gatekeeper of something this significant without inviting exactly the kind of government seizure we've already fought off once. The conversation stretched long into strategic planning, weighing the extraordinary promise of Asia's theory against the very real complications a sustained connection would inevitably invite. Issei listened to it all with a growing, cautious wonder, the possibility of something beyond a single, final choice between two worlds settling slowly, gradually, into genuine hope. If this works, he said, once the strategic discussion had quieted enough for him to speak, I wouldn't have to choose. Not permanently. I could have both. My family here, and my family there, without losing either one. That's the hope, Dr. Voss confirmed gently. I won't pretend it's guaranteed. But if Asia's theory holds up under testing, I believe it's genuinely possible. Hooky, seated nearby, met his eyes with an expression that carried careful, hard-won hope of her own. Then let's make sure it works, she said. Whatever it takes. Chapter 9. The final phase of preparation stretched across another 2 weeks, every safeguard tested and retested with a thoroughness that left no room for the kind of desperate, rushed urgency that had characterized the earlier breakthrough. Miriam's expertise proved invaluable throughout, her 6 years of hard-won understanding catching potential weaknesses that even Dr. Voss's careful models had overlooked. I want to be honest with you, Miriam told Issei, during one of their final preparation sessions, her expression carrying the weight of genuine, considered concern. Even with every safeguard we've built, there remains real risk in what you're about to attempt. I can't promise you this will go perfectly. I can only promise you that we've done everything within our considerable combined power to make it as safe as possible. I understand, Issei said. I've understood that risk since the night the original rift first opened. It's never stopped me from choosing this path, and it's not going to stop me now. Miriam studied him for a long moment, something like genuine, weathered admiration settling into her expression. You remind me of someone I once knew, she said quietly. Someone who believed, the same way you clearly believe, that some things are worth the risk of losing everything to protect. I lost that person, in the crisis that trapped me between worlds 6 years ago. I would very much like to see you prove that kind of conviction can still end in something other than loss. I intend to, Issei said, meeting her eyes with the same steady, unshakable resolve that had carried him through every trial this world had offered. For both our sakes. The final testing concluded 3 days later, Dr. Voss's models finally, decisively confirming the failsafe's readiness, the sustained connection theory validated through careful, controlled simulation. The date for the actual crossing was set for the following week, a full turning of the moon since Miriam's warning had first delayed the effort, every safeguard finally, thoroughly in place. Issei spent the final days before the crossing much as he had spent the weeks before it, treasuring every remaining moment with the found family this strange, unexpected world had given him, while carrying, steady and unbroken, the fierce anticipation of a reunion 3 long months in the making finally, truly within reach. Chapter 10. The night before the crossing, the entire found family gathered on the dormitory roof one final time, the easy warmth of the occasion tangled inseparably with the bittersweet awareness that whatever happened the following day would change, permanently, the shape of the life they had all built together over the past 4 months. I keep trying to imagine what it's going to be like, Ichika admitted, settled beside Issei with a cup of tea either of them had touched in several minutes. A whole world full of devils and angels and dragons. I don't think my brain quite knows how to picture it properly. Honestly, some days I still don't fully believe it myself, Issei said, laughing softly despite the weight of the coming day pressing steady against his chest. It's going to be strange, explaining code to people who've never had to think about supernatural politics before. You'll have practice, Tadanashi said, settling on his other side with her usual easy confidence, though something warmer, more sincere colored her tone tonight. You've spent 4 months explaining an entirely unfamiliar world to us. I'd say you've gotten pretty good at it. Charlotte, quiet as always, offered a small, gentle smile from across the circle. Whatever happens tomorrow, she said, I hope you know how much you've meant to all of us. This academy is different because you fell into it. Better, I think, for having known you. Laura, seated with her usual careful composure, nodded in solemn agreement. You've earned every bit of the trust this group extends you, she said. Whatever world claims you tomorrow, know that you'll always have a place in this one. Issei felt the weight of every word settle warm and precious into his chest, grateful beyond measure for a circle of friends he had never expected to find, in a world he had never meant to fall into, and reached for Hookie's hand where she sat quietly beside him, her expression carrying the same complicated tangle of hope and ache she had carried faithfully through every difficult step of this long, uncertain journey. Whatever happens tomorrow, he said, meeting every face gathered there in turn, I want all of you to know that this world became my home too. Not instead of the one waiting for me. Alongside it. That's not something I ever expected to find, falling out of the sky into a stranger's hangar 4 months ago. It's one of the greatest gifts my life has ever given me. Chapter 11. Morning arrived with a clarity that felt, to Issei, almost too fitting for the significance of the day ahead, a bright, clear sky stretching unbroken over the academy as the entire community gathered at the eastern field where a rift had once torn open the world 4 long months before. Dr. Voss and Miriam worked in careful, practiced tandem at the center of the assembled equipment, every safeguard checked and rechecked one final time as the appointed hour drew close. Shifuyu oversaw the security perimeter with her usual unshakable authority, though even her composed expression carried, today, an unmistakable trace of genuine, hopeful investment in what the day might bring. Final systems check complete, Dr. Voss announced, her voice carrying clear across the assembled field. Resonance stable. Failsafe engaged and ready. Issei, whenever you're prepared, we're ready to begin. Issei looked around at the assembled crowd one final time, at Hookie's steady, fierce presence beside him, at Ichika's easy, brotherly warmth, at Tadanashi and Charlotte and Rin and Laura and Cecilia, at every face that had become, over 4 extraordinary months, something like a second family he would carry with him no matter which world eventually claimed the greater share of his heart. I'm ready, he said, and stepped forward toward the center of the field, where the resonance equipment hummed steady and patient, waiting to carry him, at long last, back toward the family that had never once stopped searching. He reached for the connection the way his months of careful training had taught him, steady and deliberate rather than desperate, and felt the familiar, warm presence on the other side surge forward to meet him with a fierceness that carried, even through the careful medium of resonance, the full weight of 3 long months of unbroken hope finally, truly rewarded. Issei, Rias's presence carried bright and vivid across the strengthening connection. We're ready. Whenever you are. Then let's finish this, Issei said aloud, for the benefit of everyone gathered on the field beside him, and pushed forward, steady and sure, into the heart of the connection that would, at long last, bring 2 worlds fully, completely together. Chapter 12. The light that built around him this time carried none of the wild, uncontrolled violence of the original rift's opening, nor the fragile, flickering instability of that first partial crossing weeks before. It rose instead in careful, measured waves, each pulse of energy precisely calibrated by months of patient, exhausting work, the resonance between issei and Rias strengthening steadily rather than surging in desperate, unsustainable bursts. Stability holding, Dr. Voss called out, her voice tight with focused concentration as she monitored every reading with practiced precision. Failsafe engaged and standing by. Issei, whenever the connection feels ready, you can attempt the full crossing. Issei felt the growing warmth of the connection settle around him like an embrace, Rias's presence closer now than it had ever been, close enough that the strange, vertiginous sensation of standing in 2 places at once no longer felt disorienting so much as achingly, wonderfully familiar. He reached toward that presence with the same deliberate, patient intention his months of training had built, inviting rather than forcing, and felt the barrier between the 2 connected points finally, gently, begin to give way. The light crested into brilliant, focused clarity, and for one suspended, timeless moment, Issei felt himself standing fully within the warm, familiar walls of the old clubroom, crimson magic circles glowing steady beneath his feet, the achingly familiar scent of Aquino's tea and old parchment settling around him like a homecoming for long months in the making. Then Rias was there before him, no longer flickering and translucent but solid, real, warm beneath his hands as she closed the last of the distance between them and pulled him into an embrace that carried every ounce of grief and hope and unbroken love the past 4 months had built between them. You're here, she said, her voice breaking on the words, tears streaming freely down her face. You're actually, finally here. I'm here, Issei said, holding her as tightly as he dared, his own tears mixing freely with hers. I told you I'd find my way back. I told you I wouldn't stop trying. Around them, the rest of the clubroom erupted into overwhelmed, joyful chaos, Aquino's composed elegance finally cracking into open, delighted tears, Asia rushing forward to add her own embrace to the reunion, Kaniko's quiet, steady presence carrying unmistakable relief even through her usual reserve. Every member of the peerage who had spent 4 impossible months refusing to give up the search gathered close around him, the found family of his original world welcoming him home with the same fierce, unconditional love that had carried them through every difficult day of his absence. Chapter 13. The reunion, joyful as it was, could not fully escape the careful, deliberate structure Dr. Voss and Miriam had built around it, the connection stability requiring, even now, constant careful monitoring to ensure the sustained bridge held rather than collapsing under the weight of untested strain. How long can he stay? Rias asked, once the initial overwhelming joy of the reunion had settled enough for practical questions to surface, her hand still tightly clasped in Issei's own as though releasing it might somehow undo the miracle of his presence. The failsafe allows for extended presence on either side, Dr. Voss's voice answered through the careful resonance link Miriam had helped establish between the 2 connected locations, provided the connection remains actively monitored and stable. Based on current readings, Issei should be able to remain in your world for several days before the connection requires recalibration. And after that? Aquino asked, practical even amid the lingering emotion of the reunion. After that, if Asia's theory about sustained, repeated crossings holds up under real-world testing, he should be able to travel between both worlds on a regular, managed basis, Dr. Voss explained. Not unrestricted movement. Not yet, not until we've gathered considerably more data about the connection's long-term stability. But a genuine, ongoing bridge, rather than a single, final choice between the 2 halves of his life. The news settled over the clubroom with fresh, overwhelmed relief, and Issei felt Rias's grip on his hand tighten with something like disbelieving, grateful hope. You mean he doesn't have to choose, she said. Not permanently. Not if the theory holds, Dr. Voss confirmed gently. I won't pretend the coming weeks of testing won't carry real complexity, real risk. But the possibility is genuine, and given how far we've already come, I believe it's a possibility worth pursuing fully. Issei looked around the clubroom at every face that had shaped the earliest, formative years of his extraordinary life, at Rias's fierce, unbreakable love, at Akino's warm, teasing devotion, at Asia's gentle, healing kindness, at Kaniko's quiet, steady loyalty, and felt something settle, finally and completely, into the shape of genuine, unburdened peace. He was home. And somewhere across a bridge, for long months and countless sacrifices in the making, another home waited too, patient and unbroken, ready to welcome him back whenever the careful, deliberate rhythm of this new, extraordinary life allowed him to return. For the first time since the white light had first swallowed him whole and deposited him into a stranger's hangar, Issei Hayato finally, fully believed that he would not have to choose between the two halves of the heart this long, difficult year had taught him he possessed. He could simply, finally, hold both. Chapter 14. The days that followed unfolded like a dream half remembered, Issei moving through the familiar halls of Ko Academy with a wonder he hadn't expected to feel for streets and classrooms he had once taken entirely for granted. Rias kept close beside him through nearly every hour of it, as though 4 months of separation had taught her a fierce, protective reluctance to let him too far from her sight, and Issei found himself, more than once, simply grateful for the warm, familiar press of her hand in his as they walked together through a world he had feared he might never see again. Word of his return spread quickly through the wider supernatural community, and the following days brought a steady stream of visitors eager to confirm with their own eyes what Rias's search had finally accomplished. Sona Citri arrived within hours of the reunion, her usual composed formality briefly cracking into genuine, relieved warmth as she embraced him in a rare display of open emotion. Rosweiss wept openly, admitting through happy tears that she had feared, more than once during the search, that they might never find a way to bring him home. Even Sirzex Lucifer himself made a personal visit to the old clubroom, his easy, affectionate warmth carrying the particular relief of a man who had watched his beloved sister carry a grief she rarely allowed herself to show so openly. You've caused quite a stir across the underworld these past months, Sirzex told him, settling into one of the clubroom's familiar chairs with the easy informality that had always made him easier to like than his considerable power might otherwise suggest. An entire dimensional bridge, successfully established between our world and a previously unknown human reality. The research implications alone have kept half the underworld scholars in heated debate for weeks. I never meant to cause that much trouble, Issei admitted, a little sheepish despite the warmth of the reunion still settled steady in his chest. Trouble seems to follow you rather naturally, Sirzex said, laughing warmly. But in this case, I think the trouble has proven remarkably worthwhile. My sister has not stopped smiling since the moment you crossed back through that door. I haven't seen her this at peace in longer than I care to admit. The observation settled warm and grateful into Issei's chest, and he glanced toward Rias, catching her eye across the clubroom with a smile that carried every ounce of the quiet, unburdened joy the past several days had finally, fully restored to both of them. Chapter 15. On the 4th day of his stay, Issei arranged through the careful resonance link Dr. Voss and Miriam maintained between the two connected worlds, to introduce Rias and a small group of her closest peerage to the found family waiting anxiously on the other side of the bridge. The introduction, conducted through a stabilized viewing connection rather than a full crossing, carried its own particular wonder. Hooky and Ichika and the rest of the Academy's familiar faces gathering around Dr. Voss's monitors to finally see, for themselves, the people who had spent 4 long months searching so fiercely for their friend. So you're the famous Hooky Shinanono, Rias said warmly, studying the image with open, genuine curiosity. Issei speaks of you often. He tells me you were the first to trust him, back when the rest of the Academy still saw him as a dangerous unknown. Hooky's expression, visible even through the imperfect resolution of the resonance link, carried a complicated mixture of warmth and careful reserve. He speaks of you just as often, she said. I understand now why he never stopped hoping to find his way back to you. Something in the exchange carried a delicate, unspoken acknowledgement between the two women, the quiet, mutual respect of people who had each, in their own way, loved and protected the same remarkable, stubborn heart across an impossible distance. Rias's expression softened with genuine gratitude. Thank you, she said quietly, for taking care of him, when none of us could. I don't think I can ever fully repay that kindness. You don't need to, Hooky said simply. Seeing him this happy is repayment enough. The exchange continued for the better part of an hour, introductions and stories shared across the strange, wondrous bridge between worlds, and issei found himself, watching the two halves of his extraordinary life finally meeting, however imperfectly, across that connection, filled with a gratitude too vast to fully put into words. Chapter 16. It was during a quiet moment on the fifth day, issei and Rias walking together through the familiar streets of Ko in the soft glow of early evening, that the conversation finally turned toward the warning Miriam had carried with her from 6 years spent trapped between worlds. Dr. Vasa's sister believes something larger is still out there, issei said carefully, watching Rias's expression sharpen with immediate, focused attention. The entity we fought months ago, the one I sent back through the door, she called it a scout. Something testing the barrier before something bigger tries to follow. Rias absorbed the information with the same grave, careful weight she brought to every serious threat facing those she loved. Azazel has suspected something similar, she admitted. The containment theory he shared for your failsafe, it wasn't purely theoretical curiosity. The fallen angels abandoned dimensional research centuries ago specifically because of concerns about exactly this kind of external threat. He's been quietly reaching out to old contacts, trying to understand more about what might be waiting beyond that barrier. Has he found anything? Issei asked. Not yet, Rias said. But he believes it's worth taking seriously. Which means, Issei, that whatever peace we've found in this reunion, we shouldn't mistake it for the end of the danger entirely. If something larger really is out there, patient and waiting, we need to be ready for whatever comes next, on both sides of that bridge. Issei nodded, the familiar weight of unfinished vigilance settling back over the quiet joy of the past several days, though it carried, this time, none of the desperate uncertainty that had once defined every threat he'd faced alone. Then we prepare for it together, he said. The way we've prepared for everything else. My family here, my family there, all of us working toward the same goal. Rias's hand found his, warm and certain in the gathering evening light. Together, she agreed, and Issei felt, walking beside her through streets he had once feared he might never see again, the same fierce, unbreakable resolve that had carried him through every impossible trial of the past 4 months settle once more into steady, determined shape. Whatever waited beyond the barrier, whatever threats still gathered patiently in the space between worlds, he would not be facing it alone. He never truly had been, not since the moment a stray cat's safety had first sent him tumbling through a rift into a stranger's hangar, and he understood now, walking hand in hand with the woman who had never once stopped searching for him, that he never would be again. Chapter 17. The 7th day of his stay brought the first scheduled return crossing, Dr. Voss and Miriam's careful monitoring confirming the connection remained stable enough to risk the first real test of Asia's theory about sustained, repeated travel between the two worlds. The parting, though softened considerably by the promise of return, still carried a bittersweet weight that settled heavy over the clubroom's final gathering before the crossing. Rias held him close in the quiet moments before the connection activated, her expression carrying the same fierce, unbreakable love that had carried her through 4 months of relentless searching. This isn't goodbye, she said, more to herself than to him, the words carrying the particular certainty of someone reminding herself of a truth still settling into full belief. You're coming back. This is just until then. A few days, according to Dr. Voss's calculations, Issei confirmed, holding her tightly. Long enough to help finish the fail-safe testing on the other side, and to check in with everyone who's been waiting just as anxiously as you were. Then I'll be back, and we'll figure out what this new rhythm actually looks like, together. Together, Rias echoed, and pressed one final, lingering kiss to his lips before finally, reluctantly, stepping back to allow the resonance connection to activate. The crossing back to the academy carried none of the disorientation of his original, accidental fall through the rift, the careful, deliberate structure of the resonance bridge guiding him smoothly, gently, back into the familiar walls of Dr. Voss's lab, where the entire found family of his second world waited with matching anticipation. "Welcome back," Shifuya said, the barest hint of genuine warmth softening her usual severe composure. "How was the reunion?" "Everything I hoped it would be," Issei said, the words carrying the full, unburdened weight of genuine, complete joy. "And everything I was afraid I might never get to have again." Hooky crossed the room to embrace him, brief but fierce, before stepping back with an expression that carried careful, hard-won peace. "I'm glad," she said simply. Truly. Chapter 18. The days that followed settled into the beginning of a new, unprecedented rhythm, Issei dividing his time between the academy that had become his second home and the world that had always held the first claim on his heart, each crossing carefully monitored and gradually, methodically extended as Dr. Voss and Miriam's confidence in the failsafe's stability grew. The wider implications of the successful, sustained bridge could not remain contained within the academy's careful secrecy forever, and within weeks, Tadanashi's careful political maneuvering shifted from defending the research against seizure towards something more complex, negotiating the delicate terms under which a genuine, functioning connection between worlds might be responsibly managed going forward. "The government has agreed to a formal oversight framework," she reported during one such briefing, several weeks after the initial reunion, rather than direct control. It wasn't easy to negotiate, but the demonstrated success of the failsafe, combined with Dr. Voss's careful, methodical documentation of every safeguard, made a compelling case that responsible management under the Academy's continued stewardship serves everyone's interests better than an abrupt seizure ever could have. "That's remarkable work," Shifuya said, genuine respect coloring her usually measured tone. "You've managed something I'm not certain anyone else could have accomplished." "I had considerable help," Tadanashi said, glancing toward Issei with a warm, affectionate smile. "It's remarkable what people are willing to negotiate reasonably about, once they understand exactly how much genuine good, rather than mere strategic advantage, a connection like this could offer both worlds." The framework, once finalized, established careful protocols for managed crossings, ongoing research collaboration between Dr. Voss's team and, eventually, select representatives from Rias's own world eager to understand more about the connection from their side as well. What had begun as a desperate, accidental fall through an unstable rift had become, over the course of 4 extraordinary months, something far more significant, a genuine, carefully tended bridge between two worlds that had once known nothing of each other's existence. Chapter 19. Nearly 2 months after the first successful crossing, the rhythm of Issei's dual life had settled into something that felt, increasingly, less like an extraordinary anomaly and more like simply the shape of his ordinary, extraordinary existence. He split his time deliberately, carefully, between both worlds, treasuring the found family that had carried him through his unexpected exile in the IS Academy just as fiercely as he treasured the reunion with the family who had never once stopped searching for him. Rias visited the Academy for the first time during this period, a carefully monitored, historic crossing that brought her face to face, at last, with the people who had cared for the man she loved during the 4 months she couldn't reach him. The introduction, tentative at first, blossomed quickly into genuine warmth, Rias's natural grace and Hookie's quiet dignity finding unexpected common ground, Akino's playful teasing delighting Ichika and Tadanashi in equal measure, Asia's gentle kindness winning Charlotte's immediate, devoted affection. "I understand now," Rias told Issei privately, during a quiet moment away from the celebration that had inevitably followed her arrival, "why you were so reluctant to choose between these two worlds. I don't think I could have asked you to give up any of this either, watching how deeply they all care for you." "They saved me," Issei said simply. "In every way that mattered during a time when I had no idea if I'd ever find my way back to you. I'll never stop being grateful for that." "Then we make sure this bridge stays strong," Rias said, her hand finding his amid the warm, contented noise of the celebration continuing around them. "For as long as both worlds need it to." Above them, beyond the Academy's walls, the careful, patient work of Dr. Voss and Miriam continued its steady progress, the bridge between worlds growing stronger and more thoroughly understood with every passing week, even as Azazel's quiet, careful investigation into the larger threat Miriam had warned of continued its own patient search for answers still, frustratingly, out of reach. Whatever waited beyond the barrier, whatever danger still gathered in the space between worlds, issei faced the uncertainty of it now with a steadiness he had never quite possessed before the long, difficult journey of these past several months. He had two families now, two worlds that had each, in their own way, claimed a permanent piece of his heart, and he understood, more completely than he ever had before, that whatever trials still waited ahead, he would face them exactly as he had faced everything else in his extraordinary life. Not alone. Never alone. Surrounded, on both sides of an impossible, beautiful bridge, by people who loved him enough to have never once stopped fighting for the chance to bring him home. Chapter 20. The first sign that Miriam's warning carried weight beyond cautious theory arrived quietly, nearly 3 months after the initial reunion, in the form of an anomalous reading that appeared simultaneously on Dr. Voss's instruments at the Academy and on the careful monitoring equipment Azazel had established within the Underworld's own research division. "It's faint," Dr. Voss reported. The familiar group gathered once more in her lab, though the atmosphere carried none of the desperate urgency of past crises, tempered instead by months of hard-won stability and careful preparation. Nothing like the resonance we tracked before the original entity crossed. But it's there, and it's appearing on both sides of the bridge simultaneously, which is not something ordinary background fluctuation would explain. Miriam, who had remained at the Academy in the months since her own return, studied the readings with grave, focused attention. "This matches patterns I documented during my years trapped between worlds," she said. "Something is testing the barrier again. Cautiously this time. Patiently. Whatever's out there, I don't believe it's ready to attempt a full crossing yet. But it's watching. Learning. The same way the scout did, before it finally attempted its approach months ago." Issei felt the familiar weight of unfinished vigilance settle back over the hard-won peace of the past several months, though it carried, now, none of the desperate uncertainty of his earliest days in this world. "Then we prepare," he said simply. "The same way we've prepared for everything else. Together, on both sides of the bridge." Shifuyu's expression carried the same steady, unshakable resolve that had carried the Academy through every crisis before this one. "Agreed," she said. "I want expanded monitoring on both sides, coordinated between Dr. Voss's team and whatever resources Rias Gremery's world can offer. If something larger really is out there, we are not going to be caught unprepared for it, no matter how long it takes to finally make its move." Chapter 21. The following weeks brought a careful, coordinated effort between both worlds, Dr. Voss and Azazel establishing regular communication through the stabilized bridge to share research, compare readings, and build, together, a more complete understanding of whatever patient threat continued its cautious, watchful testing of the barrier between them. Issei found himself, during this period, drawing on skills and instincts from both halves of his extraordinary life in ways that felt, increasingly, less like managing two separate existences and more like living, fully and completely, a single life that simply happened to span two worlds. He trained with Hookie in the mornings and during his crossings sparred with Kiba in the afternoons, the parallel disciplines of IS combat and devil swordsmanship each sharpening the other in ways neither world's training alone could have accomplished. He shared meals with Ichika and Tadanashi one week, then with Rias and her peerage the next, each gathering carrying its own particular warmth, its own irreplaceable joy. "You've built something remarkable," Dr. Voss observed one evening, watching him prepare for another scheduled crossing with the easy, practiced familiarity that had once required careful, deliberate concentration. "Most people struggle to balance a single demanding life. You've built two, and found a way to let each one make the other stronger rather than diminishing either." "I had a lot of help," Issei said, echoing words he had spoken many times before, in many different contexts, across the extraordinary journey of the past several months. "From people on both sides who refused to let me carry any of this alone." "That's true of everyone worth admiring, I think," Dr. Voss said, a small, genuine smile touching her expression. "The strength was always yours. But strength like that grows so much further, so much more beautifully, when it's given room to be shared." Chapter 22. The threat, when it finally revealed more of itself, did so not through violent confrontation but through a message, carried across the barrier by means neither Dr. Voss's instruments nor Azazel's careful research had anticipated, appearing simultaneously in the resonance patterns of both connected worlds like a whisper finally growing bold enough to be heard. We have watched, the fragmented, barely coherent pattern conveyed, translated with painstaking care by Dr. Voss and Miriam working in close coordination. We have learned. The door you have built holds strength we did not expect. But strength invites testing, and testing, in time, invites opportunity. We are patient. We will wait for the moment your strength falters, however long that moment takes to arrive. The message settled uneasily over the gathered group, a promise of danger deferred rather than defeated, and issei felt the familiar, steady resolve that had carried him through every trial of the past extraordinary year harden once more into determined shape. Then we make sure that moment never comes, he said quietly, meeting the concerned, resolute faces gathered around him, drawn from both halves of the extraordinary life he had built. We keep the bridge strong. We keep watching together, for as long as it takes. Whatever's out there, patient as it claims to be, it's going to find that the people protecting this connection are just as patient, and considerably more determined. Rias's presence, joining the conversation through the now familiar resonance link, carried fierce, unwavering agreement. Agreed, she said. Whatever waits beyond that barrier, it will find two worlds standing together against it, rather than the isolated, uncertain door it first encountered. That's not a weakness for it to exploit. That's a strength it clearly hasn't fully reckoned with yet. The room settled, gradually, around that shared, determined resolve, the immediate uncertainty of the mysterious message tempered by the hard-won confidence of a found family, spanning two worlds, that had proven, again and again, exactly how much they could accomplish when they chose, deliberately and completely, to face every difficult trial together. Above the academy, and far across the strengthening bridge, in a clubroom that had once held nothing but desperate, unbroken hope, the careful, patient work of protecting something precious continued, steady and unshaken, carried forward by every heart that had refused, through every trial this extraordinary year had offered, to ever let go of what truly mattered. Whatever waited in the patient dark beyond the barrier, it would have to wait considerably longer still, for a bridge built on this much love, this much hard-won trust, was not a door that would falter easily, no matter how long the shadows chose to watch it. Chapter 23. That evening, the full circle of issei's extraordinary found family gathered together for the first time, both worlds represented at once through a carefully extended crossing Dr. Voss and Miriam had spent weeks preparing to sustain safely. A celebration meant less to mark any single victory and more to honor everything that for astonishing months had built. The old clubroom, transformed for the occasion, held more warmth and laughter than its walls had likely ever contained, Rias's peerage mingling easily now with the Academy's familiar faces, old caution long since replaced by genuine, easy affection. Aquino charmed Ichika with stories of issei's earliest, most embarrassing days as a fledgling devil, much to his mortified protest. Asia and Charlotte, kindred spirits from the very first conversation, spoke quietly together in a corner, already fast friends despite the impossible distance that had once separated their entire existences. Hookie and Rias, having grown steadily closer over months of careful, deliberate friendship, stood together near the window, sharing a quiet, private conversation that issei suspected, watching them from across the room, carried more understanding between them than either had ever expected to find. They get along better than I imagined they would, Drake observed, quiet and thoughtful in the back of issei's mind, watching the warm chaos of the gathering with the particular satisfaction of an old dragon who had, after all, spent an entire year at issei's side through every difficult step of this extraordinary journey. They found something worth protecting in each other, issei thought back, watching the room with a fullness in his chest that felt, finally, completely unburdened by grief or uncertainty. The same thing I found in both of them. Chapter 24. Late into the celebration, issei found a quiet moment alone on the clubroom's balcony, the cool night air a welcome contrast to the warm, joyful chaos still carrying on inside. He was not surprised, a few minutes later, when Rias joined him, settling close against his side with the easy familiarity of 4 months of hard-won reunion. "A year ago," she said quietly, looking out over the familiar lights of Ko. I never could have imagined a night like this. Two worlds, sharing one celebration. I don't think even Azazel's wildest theories anticipated something this remarkable. I don't think anyone did, Issei agreed, wrapping an arm around her, grateful, as he was every single day, for the impossible, extraordinary path that had carried him back to her. I still can't quite believe it, some days. That I get to have all of this. That I didn't have to choose. You never should have had to, Ria said, meeting his eyes with the same fierce, unwavering conviction that had carried her through 4 months of relentless searching. Love like this was never meant to be measured out in scarcity, Issei. I'm glad the universe finally agreed. Below them, through the balcony's open doors, the sound of laughter and easy conversation carried warm and steady into the night, two worlds and countless hearts woven together across an impossible bridge built on nothing more, and nothing less, than persistent, unbreakable love. Whatever patient danger still waited in the shadows beyond the barrier, whatever trials the future still held for the extraordinary, unprecedented life he had built, Issei Hayate faced that uncertain horizon now with a peace he had never quite possessed before, held steady by two families, two worlds, and a heart that had finally, fully learned exactly how much it was capable of holding, when given the courage and the grace to try. Above them, the stars stretched on, familiar and infinite, watching over a bridge that had, against every reasonable expectation, learned to hold not just the weight of two worlds, but the full, unburdened weight of everything that made both of them worth protecting. Chapter 25. Weeks later, as the rhythm of his dual life settled fully into its new, extraordinary normal, Issei stood once more at the edge of the eastern field where the original rift had first torn open the sky nearly a year before. The small resonance tracker Dr. Voss had given him that first hopeful evening still warm and steady in his pocket, a quiet reminder of everything that patient, careful hope had ultimately made possible. Hooky found him there, as she so often did, settling beside him with the same steady, familiar presence that had carried him through every difficult night since his very first days in this world. "Any word from the monitoring team?" she asked. "Quiet," Issei said. "For now." He looked up at the clear, unbroken sky, thinking of the patient message still echoing somewhere in his memory, of Miriam's 6 hard-won years spent watching for exactly the kind of danger that message represented. Whatever's out there, it's still watching. Still waiting. Then we keep watching too, Hooky said simply, echoing the same fierce, unbreakable resolve that had carried this found family through every trial before it. For as long as it takes. Issei nodded, grateful, as he was every single day, for the steady, unwavering courage of the people who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him through every extraordinary turn this remarkable year had offered. Whatever waited ahead, whatever trials the patient darkness beyond the barrier still held in store, he would face them exactly as he had faced everything else since the night a stray cat's safety had first sent him tumbling into a world he never meant to find. Together, with every heart brave enough to stand beside him, on both sides of a bridge built to last. Somewhere beyond the reach of either world's understanding, the patient darkness continued its quiet, careful watch, content for now to wait, gathering whatever strength it needed for a moment still far off, unwilling yet to test a bridge that had grown, against every expectation, far stronger than it had ever anticipated. Chapter 26. That night, Issei crossed back to Ko for his next scheduled stay, the familiar warmth of the resonance bridge carrying him smoothly home to a clubroom full of laughter and lantern light, where Rias waited with the same fierce, patient love that had carried them both through every impossible mile of the past extraordinary year. "Welcome home," she said, drawing him into an embrace that carried the full, unburdened weight of everything they had built together, across two worlds, against every reasonable expectation. "Home," Issei echoed softly, and found, standing there in her arms with the whole of his extraordinary, impossible life finally settled into steady, grateful peace, that the word had never once felt more completely, wonderfully true. Around them, the clubroom's familiar warmth settled steady and unbroken, a home built not from a single fixed place but from every person who had chosen, deliberately and completely, to love him across whatever distance still stood between them, and Issei let himself, for one long, grateful moment, simply rest in the certainty of it. Whatever came next, he would meet it the same way he always had, with both worlds standing steady behind him, and a heart finally, fully at peace with everything it had learned to hold. Chapter 27. In the quiet hours before dawn, long after the celebration had wound down and the clubroom had settled into peaceful stillness, Issei stood once more at the window, watching the first pale light of morning creep slowly over the rooftops of Ko, a city that had welcomed him home twice now, in two very different ways, across a year unlike any he could have imagined living. He thought of Hookie, sleeping soundly across the bridge in a dormitory that had become, against every early expectation, a true and lasting home. He thought of Rias, resting peacefully behind him, her hands still loosely curled around his own even in sleep. He thought of every person, on both sides of the extraordinary bridge his life had become, who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him through every trial this remarkable year had offered. Whatever patient darkness still waited beyond the barrier, whatever trials the future still held in store, Issei Hayate faced the coming dawn with a peace, and a gratitude, that no distance, no danger, and no impossible choice would ever again be strong enough to break. Thanks for listening.